Also, Pyre.
Okay, so it looks like restarting the computer and getting that all going has been it was the just a restart here. So we're connected. I'm going to go ahead and get us into the game. Can you guys hear me okay?
Did someone message you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he's not answering.
Okay, so I do apologize. Is everybody on board? We've got our players. Let's just do a brief recap from last time. First of all, Kai, hey, so glad for you to make it. I hope your internet's doing well.
It was pretty frustrating.
Okay, so just a brief recap here. You guys had come back late at night after almost a total party wipe, which was crazy. Let me just get this turned on.
We still have that one zombie to come back and kill.
Yes.
I'm not letting that fucker leave.
So you guys came back really late, almost from a total party wipe from the vampire spawn in the coffin maker's shop. You guys gone to sleep. By the way, you guys have all leveled up. I'm assuming that you guys did all your character tasks and sheets. Couple of notes, which I did put it out there in Discord, so you guys should be clearly aware that you're fully your health is fully restored. All your hit dice are restored. You all have 3 karma points. Make sure that everything else is copacetic. If you did, and I didn't check, but if you did get some additional modifiers through proficiency or whatever at your level, make sure those are all adjusted accordingly. Alrighty.
The only thing for me, at least, is making a deal with my.
Yes, we're gonna have to do. What's that?
Yeah, with the Void Walker. Sorry.
That's correct.
Yeah, we don't get a proficiency bonus this level. That's next level.
Okay, so what I need right now is I need 2 rolls. I need Ervan to give me a D20 roll, and I need Herjann to give me a D20 roll. So Ervan and right, okay. And
what am I rolling for? Sorry, I just got back.
I am not telling you what you're going to be rolling for. So I need Ervan to drop down. I'm going to pull you down to a private channel briefly. Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Oh boy.
So Ervan, as you're sleeping in the night, you have these kind of dark dreams take over, and you have this haunting voice crying out to you, and it's darkness that kind of penetrates your soul. You know that deep in this land there's something haunting you, something of your past that's trying to access your future. It's kind of setting a course for your destiny. It's a nightmare, and you wake up in a cold sweat and you go back to sleep, and everything's fine, but you realize there's something unsettling, you being here in Barovia, and something about your past and your future are intertwined. Okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm gonna grab I don't know why my thing's not going on. I'm going to grab Tim and pull him down and talk to him briefly, okay?
Okay.
Herjann, can you hear me?
Yep.
As you go to sleep, you're overwhelmed with this dream of darkness, this haunting voice calling out to you over and over again. And this voice calls out, this haunting voice calls out to you that you're cursed with this dark gift. And this dark gift gives you you see in your dreams the undead, and you're walking through undead zombies and skeletons, and they're not touching you. They're avoiding you as if you too are undead. And in the morning, in the daylight, you feel disoriented. You feel something's wrong. You're not at your full strength. And so you've been cursed with this dark gift called the Kiss of the Undead. And so going forward, when you run into the undead, as long as you don't attack them, and this is not, this is zombies and skeletons, not sentient sort of mean, not vampires, but, regular zombies and undead. They will not attack you unless you attack them.
So nothing's changed.
They will you can walk through them and they will just avoid you. You could walk right through a center of zombies and they will never touch you unless you attack them.
That is whack.
But in daylight, if you're in the day and you're in combat, you have a -2 on all of your attack rolls.
What now?
In daylight, if it's in the daytime and you are outside, you have a -2 on your attack rolls. But
that is pretty rough.
But at night, it's normal, and no matter what, if you run into zombies or skeletons or any undead creature other than vampires, any undead creature, vampire spawn as well, not vampire spawn, but any undead creatures other than vampires, you can walk right through the middle of them. They will not touch you unless you attack them. If you attack them, they will attack you. And it is your dark gift. It's the Kiss of the Undead. All right?
What did I do? Yeah.
You just rolled higher than a 15, so.
Splendid.
Yeah. So it's up to you if you want to share that or not with the rest of the party. That you had this nightmare and this visit, this dark gift. This is part because you're also one of the haunting one backgrounds, you and Incog. Okay?
Uh-huh.
All right. I'm going to drag you back up.
So then we started exploring the house, and there were this suspicious-looking crates that were sealed. And I don't know who, but someone decided to take a crowbar and open one of them, and all of them popped, and they spawned off like 6 vampire spawns.
Okay,
And
so
the vampires
I'm going to
were
grab.
as strong as Count Lugosi, if not stronger.
I'm going to grab the
Except for the fact that
warlock
they can
and
turn to bats. That's
deal with
the
him.
only difference.
What was that?
Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep. No,
Okay. Okay. We're going to go ahead and do the visitation by your Void Walker. So you hear this kind of dark sound, start filling up the room, and the room starts to fill up with kind of this eerie feeling. And let me just do this for you. You see this light emanating in the room. I don't know if you can see your screen. And
I'm on B1. I'm on the floor below. I think we're all on the floor below. We don't have access to the second floor.
okay, let me activate that. So there you go. Can you see yourself now?
Ooh, nice effects.
So this Void Walker appears in the room there.
Clarify. This is I'm the only one that can see him.
Yes. Well, he will show up if there's other people around, or he will go into hiding. But he's now appeared in front of you. You have called me from the depths of the void.
What is your name? I almost died.
You would not die. We would bring you back from death. What is it of you that you command?
I need more power.
Do you wish for me to cast upon you a spell from the void?
I want an invocation. Yes.
Go ahead and roll. I think you have to roll, what, a DC 15?
A D6, I believe, for the damage, and a... did you put it in the rules?
Yeah, you have to roll a DC for the Void Walker spell, right? From lore, right?
Yeah, from...
So you have to roll a DC 15, but you get some advantages. I think you get a +1 on your Arcanist.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll.
Okay. Okay.
That's. Do I get a what do you call it? The +1 for that one?
You get a +1, and you have your karma points.
I'll use all of my, or I guess, it's DC 10, right?
It's DC 15 for a kind of skill check, right? Isn't that correct? DC 15?
I'll look into our past conversation.
That's what I have as a DC 15. I'm looking at it here. Let's see. See here. Warlocks.
Yeah, I thought you.
Try to look for your. Oh, you receive one unknown spell per random. This is not a DC check spell. I am sorry. This is your random spell, right?
No, it was. Yeah, it was. Remember we talked about doing the. You can choose the random spell or.
That's right.
Invocation, and I think we set it as DC 10, I believe, and then.
Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. If you wanted to get a random spell, there was no roll, and that was a DC 10. If you want.
If for that random spell, I would still take a D4 amount of damage as well, and if I chose the invocation.
Right. So
it was a D6 damage.
you have the invocation spell, but you need to roll your damage now for what the damage will be, right? Okay. You want to go ahead and roll that? Okay. So that's the core. That's the core damage for the spell.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I get the invocation now, and then I stay with that damage.
That's right.
What do you think about, instead of just damage, what if your hit die or your hit points is reduced by that amount for at least a day? That would make it more of a lasting effect.
So you've got 3 damage, but you can add additional hit points to it to do additional damage, but it reduces your hit points?
Like, instead of just like the penalty being just damage, it would be reducing my hit points for until the next long rest. You know?
Are you saying that you want to add hit points to your 3, or you're reducing your hit points by 3 every time you cast it?
I mean, like, because so this is happening during a long rest, right? So I'm
That's
saying
right.
Instead of like just me getting damaged for getting an invocation or a spell, I would instead reduce my hit points by that amount for until the next long rest.
Okay.
It's a lasting. Instead of me just being able to heal it up, I get a more lasting consequence of because.
So
I
you're
don't know.
right. No, that's fine. You'll take 3 damage until your next long rest. Okay. Okay.
That seems fair, right?
Yeah, I am running way behind schedule because I had so many internet problems. No, it's not your fault. It was my fault. So I'm going to go ahead and get the rest of your party. You can go ahead and add the spell to your spell book, if that's okay.
Okay.
And then I'm going to get everybody downstairs for breakfast because we have some things to get going.
Absolutely.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
No one else is gonna have bad dreams.
Oh, I guess you heard about the bad dreams, huh? Ah.
This is me. Tell me about my gift. The fuck did I do?
We heard about Jan basically becoming a vampire, yes.
Jan is now vampire Jan.
Oh, yes, he rolls a little too high. So, Eric comes by the room and says, gentlemen, come downstairs. We have breakfast waiting for you downstairs.
Before we get on that, out of character, do we have time to learn spells?
If you've met with a spell master or you're trying to learn something from lore or met with a spell master.
Yeah, I'm trying to learn a class spell.
Okay, so you're going to need to meet with a priest, Father.
No, he's talking about from the extended spell list.
This is one that's both, so yeah.
Yeah. I just don't want to slow everybody else down for just because for your spell. If you have something, if you want to go ahead and roll to learn for a particular spell from your spell list, and roll the DC check.
Yeah,
no problem.
Exactly right.
No problem.
Yeah. Where is it? This is for haste. I already tried once, so it should be a.
Oh.
Yeah, never mind.
Ouch.
That puts that to rest.
That's not even close. Anyway, I am going to pray for another righteous. Since I used all of mine, it's not going to conflict with our new rules, no matter what we choose. So I'm also going to pray for another God's Hammer.
Okay. By the way, I gave you guys the book. I don't know if you saw that. The book, I gave you access to the prayer book.
I get the God's Hammer.
Yeah. Did you see that? There's a book now that you and Herjann and Fiannos has a book, so you guys can just open it up and.
Book of Prayers.
Oh, it even does tables. Neat.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yay! I don't need to look in the rules. Thank you. That is quite useful.
I thought it'd be kind of cool because you guys could carry it on you, and pretend you're opening it and reading it. So go ahead and go downstairs and to the dining room, and you will be served. Hopefully here.
We will be served.
Yes.
What kind of cannibalism is going on here?
There's no cannibalisms here.
That's what a cannibal would say.
Okay.
Calling you.
Oh yeah. Erzan,
Yes.
didn't you want to spar with Irina at some point?
Eventually. You did say you are pretty good with the sword, didn't you?
Are you speaking to me?
Yeah, I'm speaking to Irina.
Well, I've practiced quite a bit with my brother and my father, and of course, von Hapsburg, when we came to visit when I was quite younger, helped me learn the sword.
Well, have it may an unfortunate event happens where you need to defend yourself, I would like to make sure that you can hold your own ground.
Okay. Well, if you'd like to practice, maybe we could take some time at some point.
That would be optimal, yes.
I guess we're just waiting for one person for breakfast. Where's your brother?
I think he did mention something about a bad dream. He's actually trying to log in right now. Give him a sec.
Yes! Fuck Foundry!
Basically, it doesn't recognize the fact that he has come out, and it thinks he's still in, so it won't let him in again.
Yeah, now it's letting me in, but it's taking some time, so yeah, it will take a second to open, so yeah. Oh my god. Yeah.
Apparently a dream really bugged the fuck out of him.
Fuck yeah.
Bug.
I mean, when you have your nightmares, I'm gonna laugh my ass off, so.
I don't have nightmares.
Well, gentlemen, I hope that all of you had a good night's sleep after last evening's eventful events. I'm certainly I want to hear all about it. The cook has entered in and he's serving up some breakfast to everybody. And we're just waiting for your brother Erzan to join us for breakfast.
Well, Sir Falcon, there's actually not all that much to tell.
I do have a question.
Of course.
Yesterday, someone came in and she healed us.
Yes, Anya.
This was like no other magic I've ever seen. She healed all of our wounds in a single session in one go without even taking time to rest or just do it in like some time. No, she did it all at once.
Yes, Anya.
Who is she?
Anya is a half elf. I had found her some time ago with her sister traveling and brought her here to rest. Her and her sister were attacked on the road. She came here and I helped her set up shop. She was some type of druid, medicine person with herbs, and I gave her a small place on the edge of town for her to sell her potions, and then unfortunately her sister was considered a witch. And the Baron was going to have her sister killed, and I intervened with the Baron and promised that her sister would leave. And they exiled her sister, Anya's sister, from Vallaki. Her sister now resides in Cleric, and it was a terrible affair, but I defended Anya and her sister, and Anya owes me a great debt.
Oh, I see. Well, you said that she is a person of medicine and herbs, but that does not explain this great magic that she used yesterday night. When we came back, we were near death, and she restored all of us to the state we're in right now, and we're all healthy now, so that's not just someone with herbs and medicine. That's someone with far greater power.
Well, you would have to speak to her about that. She has helped me, and she has a debt to me, which she has been repaying.
Well, if that's the case, then I guess I'm going to have a word with, what did you say her name was?
Anya. I will give you the address of her potion shop. It's over near where you were, near the coffin maker in the stockyard.
Ah, yes, I would love to have a word or two with her.
Has your brother returned yet? I know.
Have you returned yet?
I'm triggered right now. So, it didn't work yet. So, please put me down. Like, I'm gonna be grumbling, but I'm not gonna be talking. But please put me down with me.
You see Eric enter into the room, and he leans over to the Baron, and he whispers something in the Baron's ear and leaves the room.
Wait, Falcon's also a Baron? Didn't know
I'm
that.
sorry, von Hapsburg's ear. Excuse me, gentlemen, I have a guest here. It seems to be an urgent matter. I'll be right back.
Also, I don't seem to be able to access the first floor for some reason. Because I went off to look at the Vallaki map, and when I come back, I only have access to the second floor, but
Yeah,
since I don't
it's
have
not-
a token, I can't move.
The
there
problem
you
is
go.
it's not the active scene. The second floor was the active scene, and we just teleported. That's why I couldn't go back.
It's an active scene. Are you there now? Can you find yourself?
I'm good.
Okay.
Cool.
He steps out of the room for a second, into the room, and you overhear some voices in this room. And if you're quiet, you can hear the conversation that occurs.
Well, stay quiet.
Vasily, what brings you at this early hour? Lady Fiona seeks your audience. I believe it may behoove you to visit with her. I know she wishes my allegiance, but Lady Vaka is too ambitious for her own good. I know she means well and strives for peace with Lord Strahd. And I agree with her. The Baron continues to provoke Lord Strahd, but I will not support any of this mischievous plans to kill the Baron. The Baron only brings darkness upon Vallaki. You and have Lady Fiona's plan all wrong. It is not the Baron which Lady Fiona wishes to dispose of. Then who? Is it Strazani, of course. Baron Vargas's henchman? Why? Cut off the head of the serpent and the body will die. It's well known that Isaac controls the town guard. He's the Baron's personal bodyguard and is feared throughout Vallaki. He is considered one of the greatest swordsmen of Barovia. I mean only second to you, von Hapsburg. I'm to infer that Lady Vaka wishes me to dispatch with Isaac? Who else? Everybody in Vallaki respects you. The Baron, Lady Vaka, the Matakovs. Your family is the oldest in Barovia. You fought against the Dark Lord of Angravast. Your skill in combat is well known. I've seen you with the blade before. I'm respected specifically because I don't boast or make idle threats. Avoiding conflict often is a far greater advantage. Agreed. Your silence is deafening, and has certainly bolstered your position of respect and power here in Vallaki. Yet, you know what the Baron did with Anya's sister and the rumor of Lady Vaka's daughter. Yes, I'm acutely aware of Anya's sister and have heard the rumors of Stella, Lady Vaka's daughter, and I've heard the stories of the Baron's son as well, Victor. Yes, Victor dabbles in magic and servants have disappeared. I've even heard the coffin maker was dispatched for the Baron's manor over a recent death, meant to be a secret. Perhaps Victor is responsible. Actually, this brings me to the reason of my urgency in these matters. Dispense with the traipsing, out with it. Well, there is talk that you're harboring strangers here in your manor. Half-breeds? I hate that term. My apologies, Falkon von Hapsburg. Elves, of course. Fighters, magic users. They're armed. And they were seen at the coffin maker before... Before what? Well, Henrik van der Voet has been murdered. His throat was slit. The town guard has seen your guests at the coffin maker earlier with raised voices. One of the half-breeds, elves, made a threat saying something about seeing the coffin maker buried in one of his own coffins. Then last night, the very same elf was seen sneaking out the back entrance of the coffin maker's shop, covered in blood, coming here to your home. It is only a matter of time. The Baron has left you in peace because of your family and status. Perhaps also out of respect for the death of your mother and brother. However, I fear he will use this to gain your allegiance. He has the town's favor, especially now with the Order of the Dragon as his official guest for the festival, and of course a recent visit to the church has boosted Vallaki's morale. I see. Did the guards find anything else at the coffin maker's shop? Like what? Is not the murder of the coffin maker enough? Please.
Falcon.
Now is the
everything
time
all
to
right?
speak with Lady Fiona.
Okay, so
Can I just, Pyro, I know you're going on this, Ryan, can I just interrupt for a second? As the guy who said, like, that the half-elf and was talking about, like, the Order of the Dragon, blah, 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 I would like to come to the door and gently knock on it. Oh, yeah, Erzan is with me.
Yeah, Erzan already opened the door and he already said, Falcon, is everything all right?
Excuse me, I'll be with you in a moment, if you don't mind.
Is everything all right?
Yes.
I hear some yelling.
There's no yelling. Please, excuse me. He waves you to the other room.
Okay.
If that's what you want.
Byron, can you set me on that first floor, please? I think. I wanted to teleport, but it didn't feel like.
You want to be? You're not on the first floor. You want to be fully on the first floor?
My token.
By the way, as Erzan did that, I would make myself very much visible and maybe even wave at the guy, like talking to Falcon.
Okay, hold on here. I'm trying to figure out Ervan. Ervan, are you okay there, buddy?
He needs to be dragged to the first floor.
He's on the first floor. I just put him on the first floor.
But I can't see like the first floor. I see the second floor and it's dark. That's it.
He's not like on the map itself.
I just pulled him on there. Let me pull him on there again. Hold on.
My vision itself is.
I think he has the wrong token selected. I think he has the other token selected.
Try changing the map and then going back.
Yeah.
Okay. Give it a second.
Alrighty.
Nope, it's saying it's the B2, like the second floor.
I will. I just put your token on the first floor. Do you see your token? I just dragged it on there.
He's on a different instance. He's on second floor.
I think I'm on a different instance myself.
Okay, you're not on the second floor because I can't find you anywhere.
Yeah, my token went to the first floor while my.
I deleted your token.
Okay, so.
And I put a new token on the map.
Actually, do you see the? What's your active map right now? Is it the first or the second floor?
Second.
Okay, I'm gonna activate the second floor. Yeah, you just come back in. Can you log out and log back in? Because I just dragged your token inside.
Okay.
Because the active should be the first floor. The first floor should be the active one. So.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
Give us a second.
Do you want me to go ahead and continue?
Yeah.
Okay. Pardon me. No, not a problem. I understand they're here for breakfast. Is there anything else? Well, last night the very same elf was sneaking out to the coffin makers covered in blood, coming here to your home. It's only a matter of time. The parents left you in peace because of your family and status, perhaps out of respect for the death of your mother and brother. However, I fear he will use this to gain your allegiance. The town has his favor, especially with the Order of the Dragon as his official guest for the festival, and the recent visit to the church has boosted the Valkyrie's morale. I see. Did the guards find anything else at the coffee maker's shop? Like what? Is it not the murder of the coffin maker enough? Please, now is the time to speak with Lady Fiona. At least hear her plan. The Baron is a crafty politician. He has gained favor. He is a superior foe when it comes to these matters. Sometimes the pen is mightier than the sword. It is time for you to choose your poison, von Hapsburg. I will hear the Lady Vaker's plan, but I agree to nothing. Very well, I've delivered the message. Now, I hear Irina staying with you. May I have the honor of her presence? Of course, she's with our guest enjoying breakfast. He opens the door. Gentlemen and Irina, may I introduce Vasily von Holtz, a friend of the family. Irina goes to him immediately, and they embrace. Vasily, I haven't seen you in some time. Yes, Irina, I'm so sorry to hear about your father. I would have come all the way to the village of Barovia, but of course I had dealings to tend with. I hear your brother's feeling better. Yes, he is. I'd like to have a word with you if you don't mind. Of course, I'm so glad to see you. And they retreat to the other room.
Without even saying anything. All right.
Without saying anything to us?
Yeah, he
Okay,
just
that's...
he doesn't even consider
He
us.
kind of waves to you and kind of retreats.
He just kind of raises.
Well, Falcon, I guess I couldn't help but overhear what you were discussing in the other room, so I guess now is a good time to explain what happened yesterday.
Half-breed, Mr. Falcon.
Well, yes, the Baron here doesn't like elves. I don't know if you know the story of the Dusk Elves. There was a long time ago the Dusk Elves joined forces with the Dark Lord against those here in Vallaki. So elves, according to the Baron, are not welcome here, and that was one of the reasons that Anya and her sister have been under such scrutiny.
Elves are of many different races.
Of course, I'm quite aware.
Are of their own race.
I'm quite aware of that. It's the Baron, you see.
Ah, perhaps the Baron needs a lesson or two in history.
There are a lot of people that are uneducated in those kinds of things, or they're stuck in the past.
Of course.
Well, if anything, the past traces back to elves, not humans. So if anything, humans should be the ones called half-breeds, and yet they assume power.
You're quite correct in that observation, but I see an immediate difficulty for you, for I only see 3 possible alternatives: with the foot, with the sword, or with the brain.
I mean, we weren't planning to stay in this village for long regardless, so
Are you
I don't
suggesting
see any
you
reason to get involved. We'll just stay here until the festival and then leave
Well,
on to Khyraezul.
Are you saying you agree with him, with the Baron?
Well, it's probably only a matter of time. Vasily's right, if you've overheard that. Isaac Strazani and the gods will most likely be coming around, not sooner than later, to question the murder of the coffin maker.
To say.
Well, if the guards visited the coffin maker's shop, his house, it was riddled with vampire bodies.
I asked.
Have you not seen that?
That's what I asked Vasily. Vasily said, "Was there any?" I asked specifically, "Was there anything else?" He said, "Was the body not enough?" He didn't mention anything about other bodies.
Wait, if they came in there was one that we had to leave alive. We couldn't dispatch of it. We were too weak. If they went in there recently, then where's the last one?
I don't have that answer for you.
We'll need to get back there quickly. But before we do that, I do feel like we should explain the full story with that.
Please.
So what happened is that during the morning somewhere between morning and the middle of the day, we came and talked to the coffin maker about a specific item that he has acquired that belonged to the church.
Mr. Falcon already knows about the bones.
Oh yes, of course. Yeah. Well, after that we left. Well, to be clear, we actually left after him. He was called by a guard to go see to something. It seems there has been another murder. Another servant was killed.
Yes,
the Baron specifically asked for him.
Vasily mentioned that as well.
So after that, we came back there to also talk to the gravemaker, but both of the doors were locked. And when our nice familiar here looked at the second floor window, the coffin maker was dead on the ground in his room.
I have reasons to believe that the coffin maker was not killed in his own house. It was his body that's got dragged back to his house after being killed.
I agree with that assumption, yeah.
If that's the case, then the Baron is the killer.
Did you say Vasily was the only one that was there?
Is that like someone else, like someone's actual...
Are you
expecting
somebody else? Are you expecting somebody else?
Sir, It's Isaac Strazini at the door. He has some guards with him. Very well, I will talk to him. I'll be right back, gentlemen. I suggest we think it over. I think the best option is to maybe answer some of Strazini's guards' questions, and we can figure something out with the
answering the guards' questions. We have nothing to hide.
Well, I'm only afraid that the Baron is not the mastermind behind all of this, but actually Isaac is. If that's the case, then even the Baron himself does not know about these things. The Baron is oblivious and is just riddled with deaths one after another. Well, if that's the case, then Isaac here already knows of the death.
No matter what the case is, we can easily explain ourselves, and we'll be gone in a few days regardless.
Yes, well, it seems that Isaac is at the front door, and he would like to speak with our two elven friends for questioning.
If he's speaking to them, I insist on coming with them. I am part of the Order of the Dragon, and I believe that he can trust us to be truthful, so we can back up what they're saying.
We're here just for the devil hairs, the half-breeds.
If, wherever they go, we are coming with them. If you want to question them, you will have to us come along as well.
Not with your weapons. Your weapons remain here.
You seem to all have weapons.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hold on there, Isaac. Give us a second. I'll give you a few minutes, but I have orders from the Baron to question them. I understand. I think, gentlemen, it's up to you. The choices are go with him, and I think I'll go to the Baron with the two Order of the Dragons, and we'll see what we can do. Or, of course, you could try to hoof it, but I don't suggest to try to fight these gentlemen, especially not here in my manor.
Is it possible? Is it possible that we leave Ervan and Erzan and the rest of them here, and just the two of us from the Order of the Dragon, and maybe you, Falcon, if you're willing to go?
I don't think Isaac's going to leave here without... He's got his guards with him. He's not going to leave here without the two elves.
Yes, but everywhere they went, we went with them. One of us...
I think...
out of character, was either me and Jan the whole time yesterday when, like, Ervan or Erzan were doing shit?
Yeah, Erzan was with Herjann. No, Erzan was with Herjann and like Fiannos because they all. Yeah,
we the only one who stayed behind Kai.
Yeah, you went to somewhere, and then we three went to somewhere else.
Yeah, where was Ervan? Was Ervan with Kai and
Yes.
Ileanys?
We went to...
Look, I think the best... My suggestion is that you, the Order of the Dragon, already have the Baron's favor. I say you play this politically. He wants you to speak at the festival.
Yes. That's why I'm suggesting...
Leverage the Barons. You go to meet with the Baron, and let Ervan and Erzan speak with Isaac. Isaac won't touch them without the Baron's command. And the Baron knows that they're staying here at my place. He dare not.
Oh, that's what I'm afraid of. Isaac might not be following the Baron anymore.
Isaac will not step out of line with the Baron.
How are you so sure?
Because the Baron controls a village, and Isaac works for the Baron. He's the Baron's bodyguard.
Well, anyway.
Has it ever occurred to you that Isaac is the one behind all of these killings?
I don't think we have much of a choice. I think the choice is for you guys to run and flee, or...
Oh, we're not fleeing anywhere.
That's...
We'll go talk to the Baron, or Isaac if need be.
Alright then, I believe I'll have to reeve my rapier here.
Your rapier will be safe with Eric. I'll have him make sure that's locked in your room. Or we can leave it with Ismark or Irina, whoever you prefer.
I would
Okay,
like
I
to
leave
have
my
it be
shield
left
behind as well.
I'd like to have it be left with
Sorry,
Irina, if that's the case.
No problem.
Yeah.
Eric.
I'll leave my spear out in the corridor. I don't really
There's
care about it too much.
There's absolutely no way I'm going to part with this holy artifact of the order.
Well, it doesn't seem that Isaac wants you unarmed. It's just the men that he's going to take for questioning, obviously.
Well, I've got nothing but the cane.
Are both of you going?
I'm gonna leave my weapon as well.
Leave your weapons here. Maybe you can take the cane with him and he doesn't even notice it's a weapon.
Well, wait, no, you don't even know it's a weapon either.
Well, you just told me it was.
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. Well, then I played it out of character. I apologize.
No, that's all right. Like, like he's going to
Yeah,
leave his
actually, does
rapier
it look
here.
like does it look like a simple cane? Right.
It does look like a cane, yes.
Yeah,
Then
it's
you
a
can
cane.
just take it with you.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna be doing.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, like I'm going to be
Isaac?
resting on the cane while walking out in front of
Khyraezul,
Isaac.
is it also mandatory for me and my friend Jan here to also leave our weapons behind?
I'm not here to collect you. I'm here just to collect the 2 elves.
I see. Well, then we can keep our weapons. Cool. Thank you.
Isaac, if anything happens to my guests, your head will be on a pike outside of my house. Yes, your threats. I've heard them enough. Come, bring the half-breeds.
Well,
I'm not really good with that.
I kind of put a hand on like just like a stopping hand to Erzan. It's like I know, but like let's just play along.
Okay, so Erzan and Ervan are going to go with these guys.
Oh no, we're following them. Wherever they go, we're following them.
I thought we would go to the Baron's mansion.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well.
That's what he suggested, but I was adamant about wherever they go to question those two, I am following them. So if Jan wants to go to the Baron's mansion, sure, but I am following those two and make sure that nothing happens to them.
If you're coming with us, you're gonna leave your weapons here.
Oh, okay then. I go and I drop the spear down to the...
You don't really need to drop it. Just leave it in your inventory, but it's not here.
Are you sure it's the best idea?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm really not happy about this, but perhaps it is best if I try to talk to the Baron, see what I can achieve there.
Also, is the guy still there?
Yes, by the way, and I just mentioned that, you see that guy across the street, he's kind of hiding behind some trees watching this unfold.
Oh yeah, also, Isaac, would you happen to know that guy over there? And I point towards the guy trying to hide.
Ah! That's his response.
Oh, that's all I get?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I shrug. And I
Pretty
go,
informative.
"Well, okay, lead the way."
So you guys are going to lead the way. Falkon says to Herjann, I think we best make way to the Baron's mansion. And I think we bring your friends as well. Okay.
I leave Silas with Irina to watch over her.
Okay, so I'm going to break the party up now. So it's going to be Fiannos, Erzan, and Ervan with Isaac Strazzini. And then it's going to be the rest of them going to the Baron's mansion. So we're going to go to the Baron's mansion first. Alrighty?
It's funny how he told me to disarm, but leaving the spear behind literally does nothing to hinder my power.
And I literally have my kin with me.
Yes. So if anything happens, we're ready.
We have the upper hand.
I don't. Yeah, so.
Okay, hold on.
You don't, but meh. You can just grapple someone.
Yes, with my 10 strength.
Okay, so I'm going to grab our players here that are going to be at the house. So that's Herjann's there. Boop. Ileanys. And of course, we have von Hapsburg. Okay.
Actually, I have a question. Can I pull off a stealth check to go with my boot daggers without being noticed.
I think I'm going to say that you can take your cane, but he's made sure that with his guards that none of you guys are armed. He's ignored your cane, but he's made sure that you've left your weapons behind.
Yeah, well, he doesn't know it's more than a cane.
No, he doesn't. He just assumes you have a cane.
Uh-huh.
So you can have your daggers, but you can have your cane.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to give my brother the daggers when we do.
We'll be fine. It's fine.
May I help you?
Yes, I would like to speak to the Baron, please.
Of course. It's the guest, the Order of the Dragon. This way, please. In here. He's in here.
Okay, thank you.
Gentlemen. Welcome. Ah.
Yes. Good
Von
morning to you
Hapsburg. Yes. I just had a little trouble with your minion. Isaac's been poking around asking questions. Well, we've had a death. Another one. And it seems that some of your have been seen around making threats to the coffin maker, so they're being brought into questions. I did give them permissions to carry their weapons through the village, and it seems that they may have used them.
Well, we certainly did use them, but not on the coffin maker.
Were you aware that there's vampires within the city?
Vampires? Poppycock. There's no vampires. I haven't been in Vallaki since my family has reigned. Lord Strahd does not set his foot within the walls of Vallaki.
I lock eyes with him and say, we dispatched, was it 4? That's
5.
out of character. 5 vampire spawn last night in the coffin maker's shop.
You're very welcome.
Then how come the gods saw no bodies of vampires and only the coffin maker with his throat slit?
That is a very good question. One that actually causes me some grave concerns. We had to flee the coffin maker's shop because the vampires almost got the better of us. And we had no way of checking on their corpses.
Now let me ask you a question. According to my god, who I spoke with this morning, that he overheard one of your friends threaten the coffin maker with raised voices outside the coffin maker's shop. Did that occur?
Yes, it did, because Erzan is a loudmouth and an idiot, but not a murderer.
And then, later that evening, you've just admitted that you fled the coffin maker's shop covered in blood. Did that not occur?
Well,
No,
we fled
but-
it because one of the vampire spawn was still alive, and we barely got out of there with our limbs still intact. However,
Yeah.
the coffin maker was already dead when we got there.
Yet there are none of these vampire spawn of whatever you speak of at the coffin maker shop. In fact, there's no even scenes of blood or a struggle there, other than the dead coffin maker.
Vampires, as you know, undead creatures don't bleed when you wound them. And have your men thoroughly searched the shop, because one of the vampire spawn was, at large when we left. I don't dare say alive. It
Look,
may have hid in the crates in which we found them in the first place.
look, good sir. You and your halfling cleric are guests, honored guests, if you will, here in Vallaki. Obviously, I've already taken care of your bill at the Blue Water Inn, and you're welcome to stay as long as you like. And I do know that the Order of the Dragon are good and honest people, and there may be some truth to the story you tell. But without bodies of vampires in a struggle and only a dead coffin maker, well, you see, you've placed me in a rather difficult predicament.
Well, first of all, taking care of our bills is very kind of you, but it's not... We, and I mean, Fiannos and I, as members of the Order of the Dragon, we don't come without our elven or half-elven friends. They're very much integral members of our group, and if you can take my word for this, then I see that, well, as you not actually, trusting my word.
Well, of course I can trust your word, but I must also answer to the people, you see. I have a dead coffin maker with his throat slit. Only you have been seen with him at night, and at the day before your friends arguing with you, threatening in his life, actually. And the story you tell about vampires, which nobody in the town will believe because there has not been vampires here for generations. So,
well,
I would love to believe you, but give me some type of... What would you expect me to do? To without questioning you, let you roam around our village with your elven friends, which you know are not welcome here, yet I let you walk around with weapons in our village, even though villagers are not allowed to have them, with your half-breed elven friends walking around and giving you freedom of the village, and now I'm stuck in this rather awkward predicament. What would you have me do? Blindly trust you?
You're saying
well, no, there are several issues at play.
Why don't we see what Isaac comes back with? He's going to be questioning your friends, and maybe they are innocent of this occurrence with them.
My problem with that course of action is quite simply that I'm not sure what an interrogation by Isaac looks like.
He's only... I was explicitly told Isaac not to lay a hand on your friends and to question him that your friends are honored guests here, but they need to be respected, but they need a proper questioning, obviously.
Do you perhaps have anyone in this town that is capable of casting a zone of truth over us?
Zone of truth? I don't know of any person. Perhaps you're... Speak with Father Petrovich. He's the priest here in town. If your party is as religious as you are, perhaps they wouldn't lie to the priest. I could arrange for the priest to visit them in the stockade during the questioning, if that would be to your liking, and I'm more than welcome to have you show me or one of my aides where this supposed vampire spawns have been. I will give you that benefit of the doubt.
Well,
would that suffice?
We should certainly look at the coffin maker's shop again just to make sure that the vampire spawn that remained there is not still at large. It must be put down.
Well, if it is true, I agree with you. I will immediately dispatch 2 guards to accompany you to the coffin makers and to show them the vampire spawn, and if they're there, you can easily dispatch them. Would that suffice?
Well, there's still 3 of us. Yes, that should do for now.
It's not easily, but alright.
Yeah, exactly.
Falkon says, "These are my guests as well. Irina's here staying with me. As you know, I will not have this turn into a political show. I know what you're doing. I see what you're planning." Falkon von Hapsburg, you don't play in politics. You've remained on the sidelines with your family. Now, unless you're willing to perhaps join me and the family and maybe inform us on what Lady Fiona Varker has in store? Perhaps you have my ear. And I've treated your friends with respect. I've not invaded your privacy. My guards have never trampled your home out of respect to you and your great house. But don't try me. Yes, von Hapsburg. I will take your guards with my friends, and we will investigate the spawn and return. Very well. I would love to hear about this vampire story. And
What a bitch.
It just, yeah. It just now occurred to me that the last time that we saw the coffin maker was when one of your guards fetched him. He actually left his house before we did.
are you saying that to the Baron?
Yeah, to the Baron, yeah. It's sorry, just stupid that it just now occurred to me again, out of character, but
There was a double yesterday, and we did dispatch for the coffin maker. That's why the guard was there and overheard the argument where one of your friends threatened the coffin maker.
yeah, and that is the last time we saw him alive. I'm just saying, if you want to get to the bottom of this, you might want to investigate where the coffin maker went.
Well, obviously he went back home at some point because that's where his body was found, with his throat cut in his room.
Yeah. Unless, of course, you killed him and then put him back.
Erzan, you're not
Yeah,
there. Shush.
you're not there, but that's what I was about to say. There's even corpses can be transported. Just that he was found there. Did we actually? That's a good question. Did we see a pool of blood where we found his
His
corpse,
throat was
or-
cut, and there was blood around where his throat was. There was nothing to
Was
give
there,
you
like, a bunch of
evidence.
blood?
There
There's
was
no
nothing.
trail.
There was no trail, and there was no evidence that he was or was not killed at that location.
Oh, okay, yeah,
You guys didn't do any investigative check other than realizing that he was dead.
yeah, that's fair. Yeah, so I can't rule that out. So I'm not gonna try to talk the Baron into
Okay.
thinking that's definitely the case. Yeah.
So I'm going to jump to our other players briefly. Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
So I need to bring in that map.
Sorry for poking him, by the way, but like he's just so much of a bitch. Wow. He's really trying to frame us.
You
Well, the
guys.
thing is, if you weren't elves, I would be protesting harder.
Oh, wow.
The Baron's kind of dumbass.
What are you trying to say, Herjann?
Just
spit
that I
it out
don't like
now.
elves.
Elf bucks again.
It's a mixture between I don't like elves and you had it coming because you had to run your mouth.
Actually, okay, so if you have a zone of truth, Erzan is going to say the full truth, which is, I thought we were there to threaten him, not interrogate him.
That is why me or Jan will be standing in the zone of truth and not you with your questionable morals.
Also, I mean, if the question is, did you kill him? The answer is no, so there's that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whether you threatened him with
It's as
death
simple
or
as
not
that.
is completely irrelevant.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so why does it look like a sex dungeon and like Ezek looks like he's about to fucking whip us?
I'm just going to put
May
this.
I have vision, even though I'm not physically there?
I'm just giving people vision. Do you guys have vision there?
I mean, I can
Now
share
I
my
do,
screen.
yeah.
I can share my screen.
No, I see it now.
I just put them in with it.
Oh boy.
Okay. Okay, boys. Read. Each of you into a cell. I'm going to talk to one of you at a time.
Absolutely. Let me just get to the cell. And I would just,
That's one for one of you there. Right here, the sound open. Here, right here.
I would just support
And-
my body onto the cane as I walk towards my cell.
One up here.
Ugh.
There you go. Well, Cleric, you're more than welcome to join in the cell if you'd like. You've decided to come. I'm happy to question you as well.
Sure.
Well, why not join in a cell with us? You're not needed for questioning.
No,
Actually, why can't I come with you when you question the others?
you can hear him through the bars.
Well, if it's all the same to you, I'll just stay out here and lean against the wall.
Well, you can stay outside the prison. or you can stay in one of the cells. You elected to come.
Fine,
Well,
fine.
he's literally locking you in so you can't reach us.
Well, half-breed, I have some questions for you. He's going to be talking to you, Ervan. Okay? I'm Erzan first.
Erzan or Ervan?
Erzan, my apologies. He's on the other side of the... Can you see him okay through the glass? I mean, through the... Okay. Those are supposed to be bars.
It's a little dark, but I can see him.
So my God said that you threatened the coffin maker. Said you're going to bury him in this coffin. Did you say that to him through the door?
And do you want the truth, or do you want me to lie to you?
It is up to you. I will get the truth either way. Vic always gets the truth.
Well, if you always get the truth, then I think I'm just gonna give you the truth then. Yes, I did that. I did say that to him.
So let me ask you, why would you threaten the coffin maker? What was your dealings with him?
Well, nothing really. I've never met him before. It's just that when I first went there, I thought we were going to, threaten him to get something out of him, not interrogate him. So I was mistaken. I did not understand the plan of my colleagues and, teammates thoroughly.
What exactly were you questioning him about? Something important, I gather, because you were going to threaten him.
Well, that's entirely correct. We were, I thought we would be threatening him because, we were going to obtain an item from him, and which we did actually.
What was the item you looked to obtain?
Well, I've had a swear, or I've made an oath not to speak about that item. But
that I intervene at this point and I say that item is the dealings between the Order of the Dragon and Father Petrov.
All due respect, Mr. Cleric, and I do hear you. I'm talking to the half-breed, not you. What was it?
Yes, and I'm explaining why he
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the half-breed.
Talk to me then, full breed.
Why didn't you say what you came to get from the coffin maker?
Well, as I said before, and I'm going to repeat myself, I've sworn an oath not to say or speak of that item. It's an item of great importance to the church and to the Father. If you want to ask the Father. If he wants to tell you, he'll tell you. But I've sworn an oath to him not to speak of that item.
He looks you up and down very closely.
Did you join the church? Started praying to the morning Lord yourself? Never knew the half-breeds were pansies.
He walks down to the next one.
Hey, you smell as bad as your stinking twin brother. Do you have anything to add?
He's talking to you, Ervan.
Yeah, give me a second, just...
If
the cat got your tongue?
Well...
If only there was not bars between us.
Well...
He turns around, he bangs on the door.
Are you threatening me? I'd like to know if you threaten me. I'll make sure the Baron knows as well.
Gee, did you get that as a threat? I'm sorry. I didn't know you were that much of a softie.
I would suggest you keep your mouth shut. The only thing that's keeping you alive is your Order of the Friends dragons and the Baron.
No, it's actually bars. No, it's actually bars, keeping you from me.
He bangs on the bars.
I hope you hold your tongue a little bit more politely than your brother does. Now, do you have anything to add there? Breed.
Well, I haven't been with them. I went to Falcon's Manor to escort Irina. That's all I did, so...
You weren't there when the god? So that was your brother that threatened the coffin maker.
Again, you don't know.
I don't know. I haven't been there, like I said.
You weren't there last night?
I was there last night with them when they asked me to come with them to check on the coffin maker because they needed to ask him something. I didn't know what they were asking him.
I have one more question for you. Do you know what your brother stole from the coffin maker?
No, because me and him aren't eye to eye, so I don't know anything about what he does, so...
Very well. Well, Cleric, Oi, Cleric.
Oi. What did you say I stole? Who told you I stole something?
Cleric, you had a lot to say. What do you have to say now?
I already said what I wanted to say.
Very well.
The Ervan's story is the same. Erzan's story is the same as mine. I was with him basically all of the way, and I can confirm what he said.
You're free to go, Cleric. But those two, I'm going to speak to the Baron. They'll remain here. I'll make sure they're fed.
Oh, if they remain here, I'm remaining here as well.
Well, suit yourself. Sit yourself in a cell. I can't have you wandering about.
Okay.
Okay. He leaves the room. And you're hearing these two guards at the top of the room. You might not be able to see them, but you hear them.
I can see them.
Okay. You hear them talking to each other.
I don't know what's going on. Did you hear about the mess that was cleaned up over there at the coffin maker shop? I heard there was a lot of blood there. I was told not to speak of it. Did you see anything else? No. There's just a bunch of blood and the dead coffin maker. We took him down to the downstairs and put him under the coffins. I don't know. I'm not feeling too good about this. Shh. You're not supposed to speak.
Fiannos would like to go to the cell, cell edge and kind of stretch his hand out between the bars. They'll be like, "Hey, can I talk to one of you for a second?"
We're not supposed to talk to you. We're merely gods.
Yes, I understand, but I am from the Order of the Dragon, so if you could make an exception, pretty please.
What is it?
Do you know who the guard was who came to the coffin maker to take him to the Baron, and what happened after that?
I don't remember. Frico, do you know who it was at the coffin maker shop?
The other guy up here, his name is obviously Frico.
Yeah.
Frico goes, I'm not sure. I don't know. Frico doesn't know. Now.
I see. Well, thank you. You also said there was a lot of blood at the coffin maker, right?
I'm not allowed to talk about that. Frico, be quiet. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna jump.
There was...
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, that's... this is more so directed at Erzan. Well, that's quite curious. There was a lot of blood. I'm getting confused between the two scenes. The guy who was questioning us say that there was, no blood? Or no, was it the other person?
There was nobody questioning you anything about the blood. You were taking information that you overheard from...
I'm thinking about the other scene. Okay.
Okay.
There was a lot of blood. So that means that the guards did the cleanup after our mess, huh?
The important thing for you guys to note from this scene, because you don't know what's going on in the other scene, is as soon as Straczynski leaves, the one god, Frico, says, "Did you hear about a bunch of blood there? Something else is going on." But they don't talk about any bodies, just blood.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, well, I can actually tell you why there was a lot of blood. You see, there were some vampire spawns that were for some reason hidden in the crates. And the blood was probably from our confrontation with them, especially if it was in the big room.
You notice Frico starts getting nervous, and the other guard comes over and bangs his baton against the cage. Quiet now. When you get questioning, Isaac does the questioning. Steps back. I'm going to jump to the other scene real quickly, unless there's something else you want to add.
No, that's it.
Okay.
I'm satisfied with what I managed to do here,
Okay.
so I'm good.
Chaos.
You guys are outside. I'm going to just bring the visible token so you guys can all see as well. I'll just grab that down here in the bottom.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and you guys are leaving out with some guards. Sponge and you guys, there's a couple of guards that have arrived to go to the... they're outside at the up front. There's 2 guards to go with you to investigate. And the one guy says, I was supposed to take you to the coffin maker shop. Supposed to be looking around right here. Yes. When you step outside, you do see this gentleman again. He had followed you. This guy had followed you to the Baron's house.
This man.
I'm actually feeling the proposal of just having Ervan shoot him even more now. I'm feeling that. It's like, maybe that's not such a bad idea.
So you see this guy going there. It's up to you. He's trailing you. He's obviously trailing you guys to the coffin maker's shop. So before I change screens, I'm going to let you guys decide if there's anything you want to do.
I ask Falcon, do you know who that man is? And I kind of like glance my head towards him.
He says, don't know his name. He's always sneaking about, though. Perhaps works for... If he doesn't work for the Baron, the only one I can think of is maybe Lady Valker.
I sneak up to the guards. Do you know who that man is? Have you...
He just kind of shrugs it off.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. So, anything else on this scene? Yay, nay?
Nope.
No,
Okay.
I think we got it.
I'm going to drag you to the coffin maker's scene now. So you're not all in there, so let me get you out of there. The Erzan brothers. Hold on.
They're all prone, too.
Yeah.
All dying.
Let me just re-put you in there. So you're out front. Let me get you. My apologies. So jumping back and forth here. I didn't set this up. There's the guard. The guard. And we've got Ileanys, Kai, Herjann, and we're gonna grab where is he? Hapsburg, von Hapsburg. They unlock the door, and the door is open.
We'll wait outside.
How long you guys been working for the Baron?
They just kind of nod at you and just kind of shake their heads like they don't want to be engaged in small talk.
All right,
That's that.
party poopers.
Hold on, I suspect we find something quickly to evidence of some sort to help free our friends.
Unless someone cleaned it up, of course. Let's see. My first concern is whether that one vampire spawn is still in here.
No.
Do you see any... Okay, well, yeah. I haven't actually opened the crate, but good to know. But so you saying no, and...
There's no...
Is there anything in the room that looks...
You're visioning last night. You do see around some of the crates. They're all sealed. You do see some dirt around the crates. You don't see the room. It looks like it's kind of messy and dirty. Maybe some of the dirt has kind of soaked up some of the blood. You can't tell, but it looks like the majority of the blood, the disaster that was here last night, has been gone. There's no bodies. There's some dirt and some crates. It's still a very messy room.
Okay, if I use my divine sense, which is not a hypothetical, I'm using it. Does that detect any remnants of undead?
I need you to roll a DC check, DC 20. I mean, not DC 20, just roll a D20.
Okay.
Oh,
For times to roll a nat one.
Yeah.
You feel nothing. There's no senses whatsoever. Let me grab the token so the other players can be here as well, so they're not all, living nowhere.
So, Jan, do you want to open one of the crates?
I do, because we can't just let that thing be here, and there's 4 of us.
Okay.
Just one of them.
Which crate are you going to open?
All of them.
Okay,
I will open the one thing that started it all.
Yeah.
This one.
Let's start with the one that I'm just right in front of. So this one.
Okay.
I can't open them all at once.
Ileanys opens the crate to the bottom, and the crate's empty, but there's like earth in there, dirt in the crate, which just seems odd because it's not a coffin, but there's dirt in the crate, but there's nothing else in that crate.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you open up this crate here. Okay, I need you guys to roll a perception check, Herjann, when you open up this crate.
Where the hell?
Please
There
don't
it is.
that one again.
You don't notice.
That's not much better.
You don't notice anything other than dirt in this crate. Who's going to open up this one?
I will.
Okay, I need you to roll a perception check.
Oh, when I'm actually metagaming a bit, but since I'm actively looking for something, shouldn't it be investigation?
I'm sorry. Yes, investigation check. My apologies.
That just brings me to a 7, but I just wanted to.
No, it doesn't help.
Be sure.
Ileanys, when you open up this crate, you see dirt in here, but there's a piece of material in this crate with some blood on it, like a tearing of some kind of like old piece of cotton blouse or something with some blood on it.
Guys, check it out. There's something in here. It might have been remains from the vampires. Von Hapsburg.
Well, that looks like blood.
Yes. What is it? He comes up forward.
This was in one of the crates. And I point at it.
Blood.
Yes, all the vampires were in individual crates. All 6 of them. It seems like they were living here, or maybe they were smuggled in by someone. We don't know, but it seems they've been living here during the daytime hours when they can't really go outside.
Blood. Why would there be dirt in the coffins? Do you have any idea?
Well,
These crates.
We don't know too much about vampires, but that might just be how they, where they stay during the daytime. Perhaps there's something about their physiology that requires the dirt or the cold. Who knows?
They may be more comfortable sleeping in dirt.
Well,
since there are no coffins or anything like that available.
What about the other crates?
We should check those as well, because there might still be one of them there.
Kai, can you check that one over there?
Sure.
I'll check this one.
Kai, give me an investigation check.
Okay. This is for the outside of the crate, right?
No, you're going to open the crate, but you're inside.
What did you do to the dice, Pyram?
I did shoot it.
What did you do to the dice?
They've been cursed by the vampire!
No, you just noticed dirt in the crate. There's nothing else in the crate. Herjann, do you want to go ahead and roll your investigating check?
Sure.
By the way, don't forget you guys all have 3 karma points too, so I just will remind you.
But
there's no point if it's like a night one. If it's a night one.
You find in this particular crate, Herjann, is a small bone. It looks like a finger bone, a bone from a joint or something. It looks extremely old and brittle. there's just a little bit of blood on it, but like I would say, like maybe from an index finger or something, a small bone, maybe no longer than a couple millimeters.
All right, I point this out to the other ones, and I say to Falcon, see, now that we're gathering bones and clothes or shreds of clothing in here, I can't help but wonder, is the Baron going to try to frame us for that as well?
I don't think the Baron's going to try to frame you. You're his guests here. He's using you for his political power over Lady Valker.
His guests that he doesn't seem to trust at all.
Well,
even if they're from a renowned order.
I understand, and he's giving you the benefit to search for stuff, but you have to understand that Baron is from what the Baron's taught us, found a body with his throat cut of the Vandrot, the coffin maker, and your friends were seen here arguing with him and then leaving last night with blood covered on him. What would you like him to do? I think, under the circumstances, he's trying to play this to his political advantage, but he understands that if he squeezes too tight, that he'll lose favor of both the two Order of the Dragons, and certainly he will I will not become an ally of his, perhaps his enemy. So I think he's giving us some opportunity.
Yes, of course. Coward.
One more crate?
Yep, this crate.
Yeah. Jack in a box.
Did someone open this crate already?
No, that one's not a crate. It's just the one with the X's on it.
Okay.
Why are you privately rolling?
Oh, oops, I forgot to change it. Pyram knows.
Okay, I got it here.
Forgot to change it.
Oh, there we go.
You open this crate and you find another piece of the similar material with a little bit of blood on it, kind of buried in the dirt, and you've pulled this out, and it matches similar to the blood in the material that you found on the other one. What it seems to you now, after you've gone through the crates in the room, is someone's certainly cleaned up this room in quite a hurry, and perhaps overlooked these items, probably cleaned out some of the crates a little bit, maybe overlooked these couple of items that you found. You found a finger bone, a little blood on it, now 2 pieces of material with blood on it.
Now, well, we have all this evidence, but the problem is, how do we present it to them? That cannot be twisted, and our words cannot be twisted.
That is a very good question. At
the very least, we do have you, von Hapsburg, as a reputable witness to our investigation.
Sure, but I think what we're going to have to do, in order to clear your friends, is to discover whose blood and what blood this is. I mean, this is the blood of the... what kind of blood is it? How old is this blood? Where's that finger bone from? Finding that information would perhaps help clear your friends.
Yes, well, we should gather all the evidence that we have here. And, do we want to check out the room where it happened?
Where what happened?
The coffin. The coffin makers.
Sure. So go ahead, you can go to that room.
Before this, I would take pieces of clothing or / bandages and wrap all the evidence in.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Okay. Done.
Could we also are there any other traces of her fighting, like maybe holes in the wall where a crossbow bolt struck or something like that?
The room is so messy and there are just pieces of wood everywhere that it would be really hard for you to kind of convince anybody this is where a crossbow...
We had a flaming sphere in there. There's a bunch of wood around, and we had a flaming sphere in there for quite a few turns.
Are you there?
No, I'm not, but I'm just...
All right. All right.
Yeah, we're talking about this room first.
Okay.
Do we notice any kind of tampering?
You see just the blood stain of where he was found dead. That's it. Do you want to roll an investigative check. Is there anything particular that you're going to be looking for?
I will let you lead on this investigation, Herjann.
I'm interested. It now occurs to me that we arrived to 2 locked doors with a dead coffin maker inside. So I'd be particularly interested, see how I changed facing dramatically, in the windows, if perhaps someone tried to leave through the windows after killing him.
The windows looked normal. There wasn't anything unusual looking about the windows.
That's unfortunate. Yeah.
Okay, well, I would like, walking from the stairs to the room, do I notice, like, anything, like, like, maybe bloody footsteps or anything going in and out?
No, so you don't see any bloody footsteps. You've looked at the floor, there's a blood stain. You looked at the windows.
Yeah, sorry. Are there any signs of struggle in this room? Because I don't think we checked for that.
There doesn't look like there's any signs of struggle. So you've looked at the window, you've seen the blood stain on the floor, you were looking for maybe footsteps on the floor. Nothing seems different.
Maybe it was a shaving accident.
And slit his throat just shaving. Unlikely.
Do you guys want to check like the furniture and stuff, or not?
You can go ahead.
I want you to roll a investigative check there, Kai.
Okay. Oh, it's not a 1.
Double 14.
Kai, when you're looking in the cupboard in front of you where you initially saw that leather bag that had some of the money that was left to the coffin maker, the bag is gone. Now, you didn't know that there was a bag there before, but you know enough that the party told you that there was some gold there, so you bring it up to Herjann, and Herjann looks over there, and you tell Herjann, well, there's no bag of gold in here.
Okay, sorry. Out of character question, didn't we actually decide we didn't do that anymore, so we took it?
We took it.
Yeah, we took it.
You took it. So obviously Kai does not know about that. But Kai does notice a slip of paper with some letters written on it. They don't make any sense. It's just some letters out of sequence. It's not actually letters. It's glyphs that you can't read.
There's some like symbols or something on this paper. Not sure what this is.
Can I read it?
No, you can't read it, but Kai, you feel that it's something important. It may have something to do with the death of the coffin maker.
Good eyes. We must have missed that the first time around.
I wonder who would know what this is. Maybe Father Petrovich? I don't know.
Or the man who runs the bookstore. Maybe he's knowledgeable when it comes to languages.
Yeah, never. Looking at this room, do I see tampering? Because I believe we shot some crossbow bolts and burned. Do we see any tampering at all? Like,
no. There were some of the boxes and pieces of woods that were either broken or burnt in the battle. They'd either been removed or they're hidden or whatever. I mean, the room looks messy, but any evidence of combat has kind of been obfuscated. You could tell that some things were moved, but not enough. Let me put it this way, not enough for you to convince anybody that there was a battle here. So the room is kind of decrepit. Some of the boxes are a little broken. There's some wood that looks a little charred, but it was cleaned in a messy sort of way to obfuscate that there was any battle here.
So it looks like there's a blur. It looks like to be made out that there's like a burglary or something.
Well, it's made it look like it was just a very messy storeroom and there's some dirt on the floor, and you've discovered the clues of the cloth with the blood and the wooden finger, the bone finger.
And looking at the windows here, I believe we'll left the guy over here. Is there any open windows, broken windows, or anything?
Nothing that looks out of the ordinary. You can't tell. I mean, it's old looking place. It doesn't look like anything was immediately broken or damaged. What is disturbing to both yourself and to Herjann, not Kai, because he wasn't there, was knowing what happened here, the combat that you guys had with these vampire spawn. You don't see this other vampire spawn that you left alive here. Somebody's clearly cleaned it up to a point where it's obfuscated any combat here. And the only thing you found were 3 small clues that normally you probably would have missed unless you because you poked around in the dirt a little bit, you found them.
Well, so far this is the only evidence that this is the only evidence that we have, and the letter that you guys have found. But it might be enough to prove that there were at least vampires that's living in the crates. Because otherwise, we don't know why there would be a cloth with blood on them.
Yeah. Even if it's not vampires, or they don't believe us about the vampires, there might be enough to maybe incriminate the coffin maker.
So the guard's coming upstairs. It's like, I don't have all day now. Gotta get back to the Baron. You find anything?
Yes, actually, we did find a couple of things that we can.
Let's get back to the Baron's house. I have my guard duty to perform. Unless you need of me anything else.
No, you lead the way.
Okay. So the guards stepped outside, and they're waiting for you outside. And you see this guy is still following you. He's kind of outside, waiting outside for you guys.
I look towards him and shout, "See anything you like?"
I walk towards him.
And he kind of acts like he's ignoring you, and he just walks away. He starts walking down the street.
What's your deal?
He's clearly spying on you guys and doing a very horrible job of it.
Yeah, he's a terrible spy. He's
okay, you guys are going back to the Baron's mansion, I presume. The Burgermeisters, correct?
Baron, yes.
Yes, that's where we're headed.
Okay. So you're out in front of the Burgermeisters, and we will dispense with the... Okay. You guys can come in if you like. The guards are not going to join you, but...
Oh yeah, something I would like to mention, not sure if this is possible, but while we're stuck in those cells, I would like to commune with Erzan, as if I'm talking to him about the fight that happened last night, but instead I'm basically in detail retelling it more so for the guards, but I'm making it seem as if I'm talking to Erzan about it. So I'm just kind of this... discussing strategy, stuff like that, if that makes sense.
Hinkle, the one guard, is in the corner. He's paying attention to you. You can tell that he is, he's kind of weak character, weak mind, always a little nervous, and so he's listening to you intently. The other one is trying to just ignore. He realizes you guys are talking among each other, but he's not tuning into what you're saying. Okay, so as you step in, let me get our
Oops.
Well, gentlemen, did you find anything? I just had an interesting conversation with my man here.
Actually, we did. We did find a couple of things in the place. It seemed like the place has been tampered with.
Tampered how?
It was made to look like there was no... It was cleaned up and made to look like there was no battle that occurred in the area.
So what you're telling me is somebody went in there and conveniently cleared the place of these dead vampires and of the blood that you speak of?
That's exactly what I'm saying. It could either be the vampire itself that we left there, or maybe some other third party.
My good man, surely you must be joking. You have any
evidence?
You have evidence that someone went in there and cleaned it up. A witness. I am trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. You are my honored guest, of course.
Of course. How you remember how we told you there were 6 vampires, and everything I've said, Falkon von Hapsburg can vouch for us. He was there when we investigated it. He's seen everything.
Well, I did see a messy room. I did not see any blood on the floor or anything like that, but they did find some pieces of material with some blood in a bone.
So the crates, they were filled with dirt in them for some odd reason, and we found these pieces of cloth that's teared off, and they have blood on them. It seemed like in cleaning up in a hurry, the person that cleaned it up forgot about some of these materials and left it behind.
Are you telling me that you went to a coffin maker's shop where bodies are routinely brought there for burial, and you found a couple of pieces of cloth with blood on it and a small bone?
This was cloth within crates that are filled with dirt.
Crates from which we know vampire spawn has emerged in the past.
I'm going to have to say that it's very far-fetched. A couple of pieces of cloth with some blood and one single bone in a coffin maker's shop, no less. Now, of course, if this was maybe Blinsky's Toys or the tailor, I would obviously say there's more matters worth looking into, but you're talking about a coffin maker's shop and a single small finger bone and some cloth with some blood on it. How am I supposed to believe that these are the remnants of some vampire spawn?
Yep.
We also...
Well, we already suggested a zone of truth to you.
Find me someone that can cross the zone of truth, and I'll grant you that favor as well. But let me remind you, you are my guest. You are trying my patience here. Let us hear what Isaac has to say about what your friends shared with him. Isaac?
I'm Baron. Well, put it this way, the half-breeds, excuse me, elves, is what you prefer to call them. Well, one of them has a rather smart mouth, threatened me a few times in the jail cell. I did everything to contain myself. I did not lay a hand on your friends. He did admit threatening the coffin maker, and then admitted stealing something that belonged to the coffin maker, but he wouldn't tell me what it was. Said he swore it off to the father, but I don't believe the half-breed is a religious person of the Morning Lord. I think it's a story. The other one kept his mouth shut, far more respectable, and the cleric was, well, a little chatty, but was not forthcoming with this mysterious item that belongs to the church. Well, there you have it.
Well,
what is this?
To you this way. I am.
What is
getting
this?
tired of. Sorry.
What is this item? What is this item that your friends are not willing to indulge us with? I mean, perhaps this will give some clarity to exactly what happened.
Well, if I could tell you, I would have led with that. However, we have all sworn an oath to keep the nature of said item to ourselves. And you'll say that's mighty convenient, but let me put it to you this way. I appreciate that there's some kind of power struggle going on in this place. I have absolutely no interest in getting involved. and you can't have it both ways. You can't keep telling me to my face that I'm an honored guest here, and then expect me to, I don't know, to parade me around for your festival, and then not take my word for the things that I tell you.
I've taken your word. I have granted you to inspect the place. I would love to believe you, but you are withholding evidence from me about some mysterious thing that your friend stole from the coffin maker, and your friend has, well, continues to insult and threaten other people. He threatened the coffin maker. He's threatened my guard here, who has said he hasn't harmed him. What would you have me do? What would the Order of the Dragon do? Would they let a dead man's mystery go unsolved and people just saying that they found a scrap of blood and paper just prance around the village with their weapons as if nothing happened? I'm the Baron of this town. I have to promote safety and security and happiness.
What I'm suggesting...
May I ask something? Okay, so I didn't really threaten him, did I?
Yeah, you did.
You did. That's
you did. You asshole, you did. Holy shit.
Herjann, the first thing Herjann will say to this is, Erzan is a simpleton, and he runs his mouth without thinking.
It's not really a threat. Like, come on. He said the only thing that's keeping him from killing me is the Baron, and I told him it's bars between the two of us. How is that threatening?
That's a threat.
He's taking it as a threat, and
he's the only thing keeping him from killing me. He threatened me.
Erzan, you threatened the coffin maker, which you admitted to, and then you started getting smart and back talking. Strazini.
That's true, but
what do you think he's going to tell the Baron?
I didn't threaten Isaac, though.
Well, that's how he interpreted it, and that's what he's telling the Baron. So, what would you have me do?
There's one more vampire spawn running around in your town.
Where would this vampire spawn be?
Are you not concerned more about that?
I absolutely am. If there is a vampire spawn in this town, where would this vampire spawn be?
Well, it's not at the coffin maker's shop anymore. It might have fled because we killed 5 of its brethren, but...
How would you find a vampire spawn? And this is when von Hapsburg says forth, well, there is one who could find him. And who would that be, von Hapsburg? Vampire? Are you seriously? Well, there is, of course, Rudolf van Richten. Rudolf van Richten, I'm tired of your fairy tales, von Hapsburg. You've been talking about Rudolf van Richten since your mother and brother were killed. The vampire hunting? Seriously, where is this Rudolf van Richten, the vampire hunting? I believe he's here somewhere, hiding in Vallaki, searching for Lord Strahd and vampires. And I believe my friends are being honest and forthright. They willingly went to the jail and answered the questions of your rather Brutus henchman who rules with iron fist and a dull brain. I've been respectful to you, and my house has been respectful to you, and I have not joined with Lady Valker. So I suggest this. Why don't you give us the opportunity to hunt down this vampire spawn? If we are able to find the spawn, or perhaps I can find von Richten, who can find the vampire spawn, or maybe bring proof, then you've served 2 purposes. You found who potentially killed the coffin maker, and your guest, your honored guest, which you can parade around, which to your liking, control the people of the town that perhaps the Order of the Dragon and, as you put it, half-breed elves aren't so bad as they're the ones that defeated the vampire spawn. It's a win-win for you. You have nothing to lose. You have my word. Interesting proposal that you offer. He looks over at Strazini, and Strazini is shaking his head. He doesn't like the offer, but he doesn't have a choice. Very well, von Hapsburg. You have until noon tomorrow, you and your friends. But I will keep one of them, for you to keep your word, must remain in the prison. The rest of you may go and hunt down this vampire spawn, and if you're able to find this Van Ricken or the vampire spawn, then your friend will be set free.
How about this? You let us all. We need all of us to hunt down the one vampire spawn. Give us a week, and you can even have Isaac follow us. We wouldn't.
Look,
and we wouldn't leave the town.
If there is we have a festival tomorrow, and at noon. And if this vampire is running around, we need to dispatch with it by noon tomorrow. Now I have trusted you and honored you, let you carry weapons throughout my city. There's a dead man I have no answer for. I have no vampires to show. I think it is a honorable gesture.
Then give us until tomorrow.
You have till tomorrow noon.
All of us together, and Isaac can follow us to make sure we don't do anything suspicious or anything.
Isaac will be following you regardless.
Then we can have all 6 of us together. We need all of our hands to find this vampire.
You drive a very hard bargain, but I cannot let all of you roam free.
We are not roaming free.
What if you guys have been...
We are staying in the town, and one of your most trusted allies, Isaac over there. He seems to be a very capable man.
Watching over us.
I'm sure nothing will happen.
The Baron is how should I say this? He doesn't like you simply because you're not human enough for him. So he's being polite merely because the Paladin's there with Falkon von Hapsburg. So he looks towards the Falkon von Hapsburg, who's nodding his head, and now he's looking towards Herjann for some kind of response.
Sorry, I was muted.
You have the feeling that the Baron is holding within his own personal, how should you say, racism towards elves and dark magic users, and he's barely holding his tongue. So he's looking towards you for some kind of guidance. What you feel from the Baron is that Fiannos and yourself, he has great respect for you, and he needs you to give him validity to maintain order here. So he is at a crossroads. So he's looking towards you, but he needs something in return. You're going to have to figure out something to bargain with him.
Well, I was alluding to it earlier. You said you wanted us on the stage for the festival that's coming up to assure you're good people. Well, let me put it this way. Why should Fiannos and I perform such a service for you if you don't trust us enough, ostensibly?
I've trusted you and your friends to roam around the city with your weapons. I've trusted you to go to the coffin making shop and investigate. I am trusting you to hunt down a vampire spawn and releasing all but one of you just for security reasons. I have to show the town that somebody is being questioned and arrested. If I let everybody go, what does it tell the town? What kind of... And right now, Falkon kind of nudges you, Herjann, and what he's kind of indicating to you is the Baron knows this. If he lets you all go, Lady Valkyr is going to use that to her advantage. Someone's been killed, everybody's gone, the Baron is not able to find somebody who's killed whatever. So you can tell the Baron is in a politically difficult situation. He needs somebody to blame in the short term. If he doesn't have a vampire, he's going to need somebody to blame. So I'm suggesting to you, hinting to you, or the Falcon is hinting to you, what is a optimal outcome that makes the Baron look okay in the short term, gives him some cover, political cover, from Lady Valker. Now, I'm going to talk out of character. You guys know Lady Valker's vying for power. You know that the Baron needs to stay in power. He needs to show the people something, that he's got an arrest for this murder. So there needs to be some kind of idea that you guys can creatively come up with to meet what your needs are.
I would, sorry, I'm not there, but
Sure.
I would say, even if we stay, like, even if one of us stays, as long as one of the Bloodhunters is out, we have advantage on tracking down the vampire, and we can probably find it quick.
Let me ask you this. I'm going to throw you out a general idea. Does one of the hostages actually have to be in the prison?
Yeah, I would know. The thing is, just in character, Herjann simply doesn't like the idea of leaving someone behind as a hostage, simply because he doesn't trust that Baron at all.
Of course.
no matter how many times he-
No way anyone is killing me.
Yeah, I think
Already,
think about this from a political this is an interesting role-playing situation here. You have elves that are considered quote-unquote half-breeds by the Baron in the town. So there's some racism going on against the elves and dark magic users. You have two members of the Order of the Dragon who carry a huge amount of influential power over Lady Valker and certainly over the Baron. You have a murder that goes unanswered into the town. Now, he will most likely benefit from somebody that is a half-elf in his charge of some sort. So, what would be the best alternative for you to keep the Baron in good graces, but maybe nobody's necessarily in the prison?
Why not just the half-elf that isn't one of our party?
What's that?
Why not just a half-elf that isn't, like, one of us?
Why not just point
just
at a random
frame
brown
someone
person
else?
in the street?
Well, the only other half-elf that you know in the village is Anya.
Well, we're not just gonna... That shit ain't gonna fly with Herjann. However, I just remembered there's this stupid, shitty spy that's been following us every step of the way. Why don't we just throw some suspicion his way? It's stupid that it took me so long to remember that, but he was always on our tail. He may as well have slipped in the coffin maker's shop after we left and killed him.
Here's the thing: after we left, the coffin maker was not even there. And honestly speaking, we should one of us should just stay, and we can just find the vampire quickly and kill it. Like, the vampire could not have ran away.
Here's the thing, right? If one of you stays, something might happen to you.
What I'm
Either
saying is
the
how...
Baron or some other plot. So it's best if I'm the one to stay, and Jan can just learn Zone of Truth, or he can bring me like the needs to learn Zone of Truth or whatever, and then we'll just sort it out that way.
What if
That's
Easy.
What if one of you find an alternative?
Vampire.
What if you guys find an alternative place to be other than in the prison, but within ear or eye shot of the Baron?
Falcon's place, for example.
Or maybe the Baron's place, for example.
I mean, I wouldn't mind staying a guest of the Baron. Yeah, we can do that. I don't care where I'm staying as long as I'm the one staying, because I am politically important to the point where no one will dare touch me or Jan. And Jan is the muscle, he needs to be on the hunt here. So
Remember,
I'll stay with the Baron or wherever I'm needed.
Remember,
He needs somebody of non-human, half-human descent.
what
I mean, I'm a halfling. I'm a halfling.
Yeah.
An elf descent.
remember, this is a political puzzle that you guys are in this quandary with. So you know what's valuable to the Baron. Obviously, he needs someone to blame for the murder, which could be the vampire spawn, or as Herjann suggested, this spy. He also needs to make sure that he remains in good graces with the Order of the Dragon, so they can provide be at the event tomorrow. So
I mean, we could always leave
my
both of
thinking
the brothers
is
behind.
Yeah, my thinking with this dude following us is he's probably not tied to the Baron because he has guards everywhere. He doesn't need a dude shittily sneaking around.
well,
And if there's only two major parties in the city, Lady Vechta and the mayor or Bürgermeister,
well,
if I could throw
you,
a henchman of Lady Vechta his way and say maybe detain that fucker,
you do know,
that might-
you do suspect, or Falcon has told you that he suspects that this is just some kind of spy for Lady Valker, and you guys have not spoken with Lady Valker.
yeah. Well, how about I try that first, and if it
How
doesn't,
about this? After this is all over, the Order of the Dragon will endorse Baron.
Well, he's already
kind
done
of are.
that.
He's already making us do that, so that's not going to fly. We can't take a bargain that way. How about this?
Having him say it versus you specifically endorsing him is different.
I guess
That's a good point.
But, we'll have that card to play later. We don't need to play that now. How about this 3-step plan? First step, try to throw shade at the guy that has been following us, and maybe see like if he's involved. Maybe get the other guy to bring him in for questioning, etc., etc.
Okay.
Second step, see if he's okay with holding me prisoner, and letting everyone else explore.
Okay.
Wherever prison, the banner, whatever, under whatever pretense, I don't care. And third step, if that doesn't work, leave both of the brothers with him.
Okay, well, go ahead and one of the people here, because I've allowed you guys to converse among yourselves. Why not either Herjann, Kai, or Ileanys?
Jan, would you like to do the honors?
Jan?
yeah. Am I supposed to roleplay it or
Roleplay. This is roleplay.
Yeah, sure. All right, so good man. I've given it some thought, and it just now occurred to me there's this Weasley-looking fellow that's been following us around the entire time that we've been here. I'm assuming he's not one of your men.
Weasley-looking fellow? And
I don't know what he actually looks like, but assume I'm giving him a description.
He looks over at Falcon, and Falcon nods his head. And he looks over at Isaac. Is this true, Isaac? There is that Weasley Field. He's usually at the pub, always keeping eyes on everybody. Who is this man? I don't know, but he's keeping his nose out there a little bit. Do you want me to call him in? I'm happy to do so.
The thing is, he saw us talk to the coffin maker, and he saw us go in there. So he certainly had the opportunity to hang around the shop after we fought the vampires. He may have waited for the coffin maker, and very well may have been the one to kill him. Obviously, I'm not accusing him explicitly. I'm just saying that's a possibility.
Of course, an Order of the Dragon would not make false accusations, but you would do certainly a suspicious character bring to our attention, which is greatly appreciated. So, what say you? I have to have somebody in my charge.
Well, I don't see why he shouldn't be extended the same gentle questioning that
I will certainly question him, but what about you and your friends? I would prefer to have my eye closely associated with one of them.
I can stay with you.
No, offer me up. I'm the best.
It seems to me that in this place, race matters, and whether that's your personal misgivings or just the way it's supposed to look to the good townsfolk. My friend Fiannos is not human, obviously. And how about you, I don't know, keep him as your guest and, well, I'm drawing a blank on a word here, but How about you hold on to him while we go look for the vampire spawn?
Sounds like a worthy offer. So Fiannos will stay here with me, and I can certainly ask him questions about the Order of the Dragon, and perhaps your good fellow, the Cleric, would be willing to put a good word in for me to Father Petrovich, who has the ear of the village. If he's willing to do that and stay here with me, I don't see what harm there would be to let your friends go. As you've correctly pointed out, there's somebody else that was suspiciously lingering around the coffin maker's shop, and he touches his nose and gives you kind of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge look.
I just stare, like a deadpan stare at him, or a glare. There's no winking and nudging. He was actually lingering about.
Of course he was. You said he was. That's not a problem at all. Isaac, find this person, bring him down to the prison, and release our guests, and have this Cleric Fiannos come to my manor immediately. Escort him here if you don't mind. And make sure, Isaac, I know your hand. They're treated fairly and well. Very well, gentlemen. And I expect either this Von Ricken vampire hunter or a vampire spawn by tomorrow noon. That'll be all.
Okay. So with that, sorry, I didn't mean to move you. I removed the wrong guy. With that, it seems like he's ended the conversation. He's agreed to your terms.
Is everybody else leaving the room?
Well, yeah, he's ended the conversation, has kind of waved you off, that he's agreed to your terms. So.
And I walk up to him and kind of give a whisper to him, and if everything goes well, we might even be able to keep our eye out on whatever Lady Walkthrough might be doing.
Lady?
Keep an eye out for you.
He asks you to remain for a second as the rest of the people leave the room. So, Ileanys, can you stay there for 1 second? Have the rest of you guys leave? You too, Kai, buddy. He shuts the door.
Have a seat, my young magical friend. Lady Valker, what do you know of this Lady Valker? Lady Fiona Valker, do you have anything you wish to share?
We don't know much at the moment, but I know she is your greatest rival at the moment. It seemed like is she running against you for the town?
There's no running against me. She is trying to maneuver herself to take my charge. She has elicited some help from some of the nobles. I know she's been courting von Hapsburg for quite some time, and young Vasily seems to have a fondness for her, and she's been spreading vicious rumors that my son Victor is dabbling in magic and supposedly cast a spell on her daughter. All of it is false, of course.
Well, we have met her sons, and we're not very particularly fond of them. And if it so happens that maybe we can find some things that she might have done wrong, and maybe it may happen to come to light and show the good people of Vallaki how she truly is.
Her sons are born of bastard birth, and she herself, I believe she is the spawn of the underworld, if nothing else. Her daughter is mad and crazy. Anything you have on Lady Valker would be gratefully useful.
Of course, and if everything goes well with the vampire hunt, you will be the first to know this information.
We're going to take an intermission break right here. I hope you guys enjoyed the high kind of drama stress. And we'll be back shortly. So go ahead and take a 10-minute break.
Sure.
All right.
Time
You
to
guys
make a
don't
deal
get-
with another devil.
Oh, shit. You guys don't get this, but both of us Bloodhunters have this.
Yeah. So we need at least one of you guys.
Yeah, we need to be there. And I've got good wisdom, so survival checks to track them down is gonna be nice. Let me try something now. Hold on.
Well, first thing first, see if we can get a zone of truth, because that would just resolve the situation right there and then. I don't see why that can't just be the be-all, like the end-all solution. Like, yeah, great, we want to track the vampire down anyway, that's fine, but we want to take suspicion off us. And if we could, show in a semi-public setting that none of the quote-unquote elves, or by that matter, all of us are telling the truth when we're saying that we didn't murder the guy or had any part in murdering the guy, that's it. That's it, case closed.
Just one question. What the fuck is that supposed to mean, quote-unquote elves? Why is everyone being racist today? I'm sad.
I'm racist all the time. It's not just today. Don't worry about it.
Jesus.
Yeah. I was saying that in a sarcastic way. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Who's the special guy covering the map in pathing?
You can know that from the colors.
Oh, I thought it was always green because it's different shades. Okay.
Wait, are we talking Vallaki map or?
No, the Burgomaster's mansion. Anyway, I gotta step out for a bit.
That's me. Yeah.
Be right back.
As soon as I rolled survival, I get a nat 20. That's nice.
I kind of like Isaac. I think we can make a good ally.
I wanna headbutt Isaac.
The shady guy? Fuck no.
No,
Yeah.
not the shady, not the spy. Isaac, the strong blood, the fucking brute.
Yeah, I think he'd be good for a headbutting session.
Yes.
Oh well, yeah.
I mean,
So, I hope you guys are enjoying this right now.
I'm having for him for an hour. Shit.
We're taking a little bit of a break here, a little intermission. So what's happened so far? A little bit of update.
From our sponsors.
A couple of them got arrested, questioned because of the incident with the dead coffin maker. The Baron is letting them search for the vampire spawn. They don't know who Van Ricken is. A new character that I added to Curse of Strahd, which is Falkon von Hapsburg, is an ally, it seems, to the party. They've met Vasily von Holtz. Are you guys not hearing me? You guys are hearing me. I'm talking to the camera for the intermission right now.
Ah, okay.
Because this is on live stream. I'll mute myself. Sorry.
Well, why would he say it seems?
It seems that they've met Vasily, who seems to be in love with Irina, and they seem to trust. She seems to trust him. The bad guy is maybe not as bad as it seems. He's questioned him, but hasn't really done anything yet. And so they've managed to convince the Baron at this point to let them roam the city and look for the vampire spawn or find this Von Ricken. And we still don't know who this spy character is yet. Is he really working for Lady Valkyr? Who knows at this point? But they're going to try to frame the spy on there. It seems like the only people they can trust at this point is Father Father, I forget his name actually at this point, and Petrovich and Falkon von Hapsburg are the only two people that have kind of allied themselves at this point with our players who protected them in there. They haven't gotten back to Lady Valkyr yet. They haven't gotten back to the Matakovs, Rictavio, or the two wolf hunters who probably are at the inn, and they still haven't gone back to visit the bookmaker at this point. So we're taking a little bit of break now. Go ahead and put in any questions that you have, and I'm happy to answer them, but I will not be giving any spoilers.
So can we speak now?
Oh yeah, I didn't mean to be speaking over you guys. I'm sorry. Was I not on mute?
You weren't.
Oh,
You weren't.
I was just trying to give a synopsis to the people online, so I'll put myself on mute. You guys can go ahead and talk and take a break.
Synopsis and giving us a doubt, like suspicion over someone because of that synopsis.
Oh, I wasn't trying to. I wasn't trying to give a suspicion one way or another. Just trying to give them kind of the lay of the land. So.
I gotcha.
Okay.
I just want to point out that I leave you guys for like 2 minutes, and I come back to read messages about strong, independent women and a muscled girlfriend.
Yeah, kind of hot. Anyways.
So
Yeah, Robin is kind of a friend.
Hey, no king shaming.
So anyway, we're taking a little break here. If you guys have any questions, go ahead and put it in the chat space.
I was telling how
and I will go ahead to try to answer them. Other than the meow meow, which I got. And I don't know if that's Grumple or not.
Maybe she is strong and independent, but external circumstances
We
put her
haven't given her
into
the chance.
I don't know. For all her action seems to be just kind of like, oh.
I mean,
eh.
sorry, buddy, but yeah, I'm gonna show it.
Yeah, why can't she fight off hundreds
No.
of zombies all by herself?
Yeah, I know, right? Because she isn't in a party. Like, mother. She doesn't have a healer. She doesn't have. Holy fuck. Whew. Boy.
That's a really important question to ask her, though. Irina, how many undead have you smoten? And if she says
What?
0,
No, she's within hundreds.
smoten.
Oh jeez. Actually, hold on. Let me think about
I mean,
something.
no. She's within 1.
Would the Baron even believe us, even if we had a zone of truth? I mean, he would believe us, but would he leave us be?
No.
I don't think so. I think he needs someone to frame for this, because if he doesn't have anyone to frame for this, he's gonna get eaten alive by the public and that
He
other
wants-
girl, the
he
other
wants-
woman.
Okay, he wants someone to, like...
Couldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wants to put someone in frame for all of this, like. So I don't think he's gonna leave us be, even if we had a zone of truth on. Hey, Fiannos, are you there?
I think he went to do something.
Other than that, I think with our Hunter's Bane hunting that vampire down is gonna be a piece of cake.
No, because
He might have. That vampire might be long gone.
that's the problem, yes.
I mean, even if that's the case, we can track it outside of the city if that's what's happening.
Like, okay, so... None of you... Okay, I want to swear, but... Okay, guys, remember that the old man told us about the weakness of vampires? He said the fucking sun. Do you think that water would be moving right now?
No, it
well,
wouldn't.
Yeah?
we also heard that. We also know that there hasn't been actual sunlight in this place.
Yeah, I could find that. I don't think
There's no actual. There's day-night cycle, but there's no actual. We can't see the sun. It's like all clouds, doom.
Well,
Probably Strahd's doing. You know.
I would still assume that we can probably track it down. It's a vampire, but it's not like a fucking like riding a sports car out of the fucking town. We can probably track it down.
The good thing
Well,
about
if it left immediately after we left, it has an 8+ hour lead on us.
Well, it doesn't know that we want to get it.
Yeah.
That's one thing. It doesn't know that we want to like find it again.
Erzan, yes. Yes,
Why?
Erzan.
Why you want to fight? I mean, if you're gonna fight her, just do it yourself. I don't. Only one person needs to like practice with her.
I mean, yes, let the spellcaster fight her.
Yeah, let the spellcaster fight.
No.
3 seconds.
So what do you guys think about this session so far? It's a little different, a little maybe politically awkward.
If Erzan was there talking to the Baron, we would. I just want to say, if Erzan was there and talking with the Baron,
For shit.
he would probably have us all jailed by now.
Yes. Oh my god.
Good thing we weren't there.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Holy
because
shit.
imagine a noble talking to another noble where this one noble has no nobility over the second noble.
Yes.
You seem to be under the impression that noblemen always have to be assholes. Like, they have less of a reason to,
I mean,
I don't know, be nice or whatever.
exactly.
That doesn't mean that they have to be an asshole. That's
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But if you're an asshole to me, I'm gonna be an asshole to you, even if I have like an awkward position. I'm still gonna be an asshole.
Let me ask you guys a question. You know, I've introduced this kind of half-breed elvish racism in the village. Anya, who you found out was half elven, her sister was banished or vanquished from the village by the Baron, and von Hapsburg has saved her from probably being burned at the stake as a witch. What is your feeling of interjecting this kind of racial issue into the campaign?
As a player or as a character?
Both.
Well, as a character, obviously I hate it because 1, I am an elf, 2, I hate injustice, and 3, the fuck you mean half-breed? And as a player, well, I think it's very nice to have this sort of like struggle for some characters, because it's obvious that some characters are treated differently than others. Pointing at Order of the Dragon, by the way.
Yes. So I wanted to inject, because it's kind of gothic core. I wanted to inject this, because we have these two religious people, this religious element into it, because you have the church fighting the undead and the Dark Lord. You have these two Paladin and this Cleric. Then you have these dark magic user and these elves. In the story, there are some dusk elves in here who have turned to the dark side. So those are the only real elves that people of Barovia, right?
Dusk, they are made of darkness.
Right, but you have to, ignorance, racism is bred out of ignorance, right? So if you live in a village and everybody in the village is human and an elf walks in, they couldn't tell, a full elf from a half elf to a dark elf to a high elf to a wood elf to a dusk elf. You got pointy ears, you're an elf,
Except for the fact that dusk elves have fucking different skin color.
Yeah, so I just thought it was a interesting element, because you got a couple elves playing and half elves playing. You've got the dusk elves that are not welcomed into the village, that have kind of laid the land with it. So I just wanted to be sensitive to both the characters and to the players.
I mean, I'm fine with it.
I love it.
As a player, I'm fine with it. As a character,
I'm obviously not, or else you're a fucking cuck.
No, people suck. That's what Ervan would be like thinking. Old people suck. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but there has been a huge kind of social justice push and thread. In fact, there's even warnings that I've been reading, before you bring people into Curse of Strahd. There is incest, there's dead babies, there's, a lot of, warnings in this game, and I didn't really realize it, that there were so many things that we live in a society now that we've got to be, careful where we step. I mean, there's actual references to rape in this campaign, so I'm trying to play it is raw, not rules of written, but as a kind of theatrical game. But I want to make sure that I'm not stepping on anybody's. Yeah, well, I don't want to. I want you guys to have a great time, but at the same time, I don't want to create any offense to anybody.
Well, it would. You'd have to do a lot of effort to offend me as a player, not as a character. Erzan is easily offended, but like as a player,
oh, certainly he is.
I live in the Middle East. I'm Arabian, so offending me is like, not to get too complicated, but like it's gonna take a lot of effort. So like that kind of stuff, like you don't need to worry about it, at least on my end.
Yeah, no, my end, I'm German. Racism doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I
don't think that's appropriate to say.
I mean,
the German saying racism doesn't bother me.
Yes. So what I would say here is, good luck with being in darkness, bitch.
Oh my gosh!
I will break the ladder that I gave you.
It's refreshing to play with such a diverse group of people that are okay with some of the, I would say, very risque themes in here. I was watching a video actually from one of the people from Wizards of the Coast talking about they're doing another issue. It released this month of a new updated version of Curse of Strahd, who've gone through and changed the Vistani from gypsies because people are offended that they're called gypsies. So
that's wimps.
They're really wimps. Really watering it.
That's all I could say. Yeah, wimps.
We're really watering it down, and I'm trying to always, okay, did I say something, or I'm creating something that's going to create some personal awkwardness, which I don't want to do, but I also want to keep within the thematrical, tone and theme of this dark gothic thing. There's religion.
It's fucking gothic, for fuck's sake. How are you to make something gothic but dilute it to not be offensive to anyone? Gothic themes have fucking death, rape, sex, babies being killed, and all that.
All of those are probably best to be talked about on session 0, depending on the campaign, and then the DM can maybe change some stuff depending on what people's boundaries are. But if everybody is okay with it, then
I mean, as long as you don't, you act out the sex scene, I'm fine with this.
Yeah, please do a con save.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
You walk in on naked Vasily.
No. First a dexterity check, then a con save.
Yeah, to pull out.
A con save to pull out.
No. The dexterity check to pull out. The con save to stay awake. I'm be strong in the morning.
It's not a con save. It's a condom save.
Gee.
Okay. Oh boy.
I need to
and with that,
we're going to. Is everybody back? We're going to go ahead and start.
Yeah.
With the back, and what I'm going to do is we're going to go all back at this point to the Falkon von Hapsburg's mansion. I'm going to bring all the characters back there.
Even the ones that
themselves. Go to Banner.
Except for Fiannos, and I'm going to take Fiannos back to the Baron's place for a brief visit to the Baron's place, and the rest of you guys can just talk among yourselves here and move around explore the Baron's mansion for a little bit. I'm going to grab Fiannos and drag him down below to have a discussion with him and the Baron. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and configuring this scene. I'm going to leave this on for all the players as well. So I'm going to just save that in there so that you guys aren't kicked out. And I'm going to drag Fiannos down with me into the DM chat.
Okay, so
Okay, Fiannos, just let me do one thing here.
Yeah, no worries.
And we are back going to the game. Okay. Activate the Baron's Mansion.
Oh, they all got pulled in anyway because you activated it.
Yeah, I didn't mean to activate it. They're all jumping back over there.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm gonna just delete him and him, them, and they should all be back at the. They should be. It's up to them.
Yeah, there we go. They're all back.
Okay, and I'm gonna grab you, Fiannos, here, and I'm just gonna pretend that he left you off here, and so we're gonna just start here where you've entered in the room to see the Baron here.
Hello, Baron.
My cleric,
meet here
my
again.
cleric friend from the Order of the Dragon. Please have a seat. I hope you were treated with the respect your order richly deserves.
Yes, I was. Although your guards weren't exactly willing to talk, but I'm guessing they were under orders to keep quiet.
Yes, Isaac Strazzini runs his guards his own way, and I don't necessarily always approve, but he is a very effective man. I wanted to ask you some questions, and please feel free if they're uncomfortable, and I'll be happy to change the subject.
Of course. What are the questions?
Your friend's comments about these, I don't know if you didn't have the opportunity to speak with him, but they mentioned this vampire spawns. What are these vampire spawns that you speak of?
Well, we don't know all that much of them. We didn't exactly stick around to, investigate their physiology. But we do know that they're something of a... how should I put it? Lesser vampire, I think. Because in fact, we had an incident where a boy got turned into a vampire spawn, but by what I assume to be Strahd. You see, do you know of Barovia's attempt to siege the castle?
Yes, I had a disagreement with Ismark and Irina's father. He is a fool. I told him the best way to rid Strahd is to have the festivals, as we do here, promote happiness. Strahd's name is not allowed to be mentioned in public. And we focus on positive thoughts, and anybody that is not happy or dismisses the festivities or speaks of Strahd or practices dark magic, well, there are obviously punishments that are afforded upon them.
Of course. Well, you see, one of the people who went on that, they somehow... it seems like they survived. It was a young boy. His father found him out there, but it seems like the boy was turned into a vampire. Well, for what I assume to be Strahd himself. So, you can think of these vampire spawn as lesser vampires that were chosen for Strahd or maybe other vampires to become vampires in some way. I can't say I know the details.
Do you believe...
they're still quite formidable.
I had a hard time, to be honest with you, believing your friends saying that there were vampires here in my city that have not been vampires in this city for centuries.
Well, that's the thing. It seems like, for whatever reason, maybe the protection of the city has been weakened in some way.
But we've maintained the festivities. We have more festivals than we ever had. The people seem happy. The festivals were put on. Our big festival is going to be tomorrow. What are you saying? Is there something that I am not privy to?
I can't really say. You will have to ask Father Petrovich for details, but what I can say is that the protection that the city gets has been weakened. We managed to restore it, but it may be that during the last few days, the vampires were brought in. Pray tell, do you know where the crates that are upstairs in the coffin maker's room, do you know where they came from? They look close to identical.
I have no idea. I have never actually ventured inside the coffin maker's home.
Well, you see, all of the vampires seem to have sprung from these crates. It seems like they were transported here for whatever reason. Oh, and if I can ask a favor, could you send one of your guards to Father Petrovich? Ask him to come here. I would like to come to him in person. Or if he can't, ask him what he could do to help me learn the spell Zone of Truth. It might come in useful in our investigations to find the truth of the matter.
Of course. And please, you are my guests here. You're welcome throughout my home. I am disappointed, and I will not press it, as you are a honored guest from the Order of the Dragon. But I am disappointed that you're not willing to share with me what you feel is vitally important for the security and safety of my city, and I am afraid if this information would fall into the wrong hands, like Lady Vaka, for instance, then maybe the system is doomed.
I am vowed to silence. It is precisely to keep this information from falling into the wrong hands that I am vowed to silence.
Very well.
Please understand, not to mention, it is not my secret to keep or divulge. If you want more details on this, ask Father Petrovich. He is the one who vowed all of us to silence. If he is willing to share it with you, that is his prerogative, but it is unfortunately not my secret to share.
As you know, I have great respect for the Father, and even more respect for the Order of the Dragon, for if it wasn't for the Order of the Dragon during the Great War, none of us would be here today. So I appreciate your loyalty and your vows. It's, as you can imagine, in my position with Lady Vaka moving in dark corners to usurp me from my rightful place here as the Burgermeister, and now the death of the coffin maker and stories of vampires, and now learning there might be something else here in the city that offers protection.
I understand your concern, but again, it is that thing with the I told you everything I know. I can't. It's not my secret to divulge, unfortunately. Oh, right. One other thing though. The guard who came to the grave warden's house, or the grave coffin maker's house, he told the coffin maker to come to you. There was another accident, he said. I think someone else got murdered.
Someone passed away.
Oh, I see, passed away. Apologies. Where do you know where the coffee maker went after that?
I assumed he took the body back to his abode, the coffin maker's shop, to make a coffin. He left here with the body and one of the guards.
I see. He left here with a body? Because when we investigated his home after he was... You see, what happened is that we wanted to talk to him again, specifically about the item that I cannot disclose. And when we went there, both of the doors were locked. And one of my friends had a familiar who checked the upper floor through the windows, and they saw the coffin maker dead in his room. Hence why we barged into the place. But we didn't see a fresh body. There was the coffin maker and there were the vampires, but unless the body was already in one of the coffins, there was no body out in the open. So either he was already able to put it in one of the coffins and we didn't notice it, or he was preparing it somewhere, but we didn't see either.
I would not have any knowledge of that, obviously.
Yes. It's just that that is a body that's basically missing. Did your guards tell you anything about like the body, the fresh body that he was supposed to bury? Because
no,
he had the chance to bury it.
There's coffins in the ground floor. Many of the coffins in the ground floor have bodies waiting for the groundskeeper and the grave digger to take them to the grave. Were the coffins in the ground floor checked?
Not by us, no.
Well, thank you for alerting me. I will make sure to inform the guards to check if this unfortunate person who has passed away still remains at the coffin maker's shop, and I will have the groundskeeper and the grave digger immediately put them to rest, proper burial in the churchyard, and I'll send for a guard to...
Oh, also, there is another witness that I forgot to mention. When we made our way back to Falcon's house, he asked for Anya's assistance to help us recover. We were quite beaten. If you would like to ask her about our condition that night, that may give a bit more validity, since we were very badly bruised after the fight.
That woman is lucky to be alive and living in this city.
Nonetheless, she's a useful witness.
Well, I don't have much use for her or her words. She has cursed me, and that shall be all talk of her.
I see. Well, fair enough. Anyway, if you don't mind sending someone for Father Petrovich or asking him about the Zone of Truth spell?
Immediately. You're welcome to... My house is your home. I will dispatch a guard to get the father immediately. I'm going to go ahead and join the others.
Yeah. I think that's all I have for now. I'm just gonna stay wherever he wants me to. Like, are you okay, little bro?
Hey, Oleg, you're free to go ahead and meander around the place if you want to for the time being.
No, I'm gonna stay put.
Okay.
I'm gonna stay put.
Okay. We were RPing in the table. We were talking a little bit about stuff. And now I believe Erzan is trying to read the paper.
Okay.
With runes on it.
The runes on
the
it.
runes.
Okay. Is this a language or is it not?
It's not a rune. It's a series of unique glyphs.
Well, is it language?
No, I think what he's saying is it's not a language. It's like a code.
It's like thieves' cant or something.
Yes. Yeah.
Falkon von Hapsburg says, perhaps the bookmaker, the bookshop may have some information on it. He's fairly wise and he's able to get me books from time to time.
You think Yunovich might be able to help us? Well, we were gonna visit him anyways. By the way, thank you for all the help you've given us. It's very much appreciated, especially navigating the political streets, so to speak, of the city.
Of course.
Tell me,
what time is it right now?
It's going to be, let's say, early afternoon. It's around lunchtime. The cook has brought some food to put it on the table here, so you guys are all being fed very well. Meanwhile, Fiannos is being fed and treated properly at the Baron's mansion.
I would assume so.
Yes.
He was very treated differently.
No.
Anyways,
Fiannos was secretly murdered. Spooky ghost.
I know the spooky crow.
Baron is the imposter.
I want to play imposter. I mean, I'm with you guys. Anyways,
while we're eating, oh yeah, so it's not in any language that we know. The runes.
No, they're runes that you don't recognize.
God,
IT. It's not a language. Yeah, it's not a language. Anyways, well, if what you guys said is correct, we've got about 24 hours, if not less, to hunt down this vampire.
Yes.
Or find Rudolph van Ricken.
Well,
do you have any idea where he is?
Rumors are he's been here in Vallaki for some time. I've been looking for him. As you know, my parents were both killed by dark forces. My mother and brother more recently were killed. Vampire Hunter has come to Vallaki and Barovia. Perhaps he even hunt Lord Strahd himself. I've searched for him in order to gain information to help avenge my family.
Did Vasily leave Arena?
Oh yes, he did. He said he'd come back later. Invited me to dinner. He's always been a very admirable, and she can tell the way she looks on it. She's flushed. She's definitely got a crush on this guy.
Is he one of your suitors?
She kind of blushes and looks away when you say that.
Damn, you're kind of fucking straightforward.
Yeah.
Let's just say when Irina comes to visit and when her father comes to say, Vasily has shown interest in Irina. And so has... Well, I will not mention it here in her presence, but she looks at him. Irina looks really sternly at von Hapsburg. Like he's going to say a name and he holds it back.
Well,
if that's
Vasily sure is a handsome fellow.
Well, I don't think we've got any time to waste on gossip about suitors. I think we've got a vampire to catch, or a vampire hunter. Whichever comes first.
Shall we start at the end? Maybe there might be information.
I would actually like to warn the father at the church that people might come around asking questions, so he can make up excuses if need be.
I think, yeah, okay, yeah.
That won't take long. Like, I can just do that by myself.
Okay.
If that's the case, then meet us at the coffin maker's house. I'm going to drag the vampire down from there.
I'm happy to go talk to Father Petrovich. I can take Irina there. She hasn't had her prayers, hasn't conducted her prayers since she's come to visit, and I'm sure Father Petrovich would love to see Irina. I'll mention to him that some people will be coming around to ask him questions if you wish to go to the inn or to the bookstore or some other such location.
That would be superb. Thank you, Falkon.
So
if
the three of you
talking to the father, could you do me a favor and ask him if he has the time or knowledge to teach me a few spells?
Of course. It's not a problem.
Well, Herjann,
do you not want to go with them, Jan?
What? Well, I don't see the need.
Yes, Herjann, I think you are much more needed with us. You too, Kai. Let's go.
So where are you guys going to go first so I can get it loaded?
I think let's go to the coffin maker's shop or like house so I can track the vampire from there, like track it down.
Okay.
If we're heading that way, we should probably stop by Unovich and leave that note for him to decipher.
Do you want to go there first? Tell me where you want to go.
It's on the way, so...
Okay, I'll take you to the bookstore first. Let me activate that. Okay, so we got Kai there, and I just need to grab our other players really quick. Erzan, Ervan, and Herjann. Okay, you open up the door there at the coffin maker's
Yanovich.
I'm sorry, at the Yanovich's. Yanovich's is a small abode.
Yanovich, my friend.
Oh yes. Welcome. Oh, I actually, those books you asked me to find you. I've actually, you're not going to believe it. I found a book. He says this to Herjann. I found a book on the fall of Argynvost, actually. And I did find for you, young druid, a book on the flora and fauna.
That's great news.
Yes, of course.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Perfect timing. And did you find anything about the Ember Temple?
There is perhaps a brief mention in it in the fall of Argynvost, but I haven't found anything about the Amber Temple. He pulls these two dusty books off the shelf. One is got like a metal cover, really cool old-looking book called The Fall of Argynvost. Another one is a darker cover with some flowers on it. It's called Flower of Fauna of Barovia.
Well, thank you for procuring these books for us. It's unfortunate. Maybe later on you would be able to find more in the Amber Temple. But we have another request, if you don't mind.
Of course. Should I wrap these books up for you? The Fall of Argynvost is 15 gold. It's a rare book, an old one indeed. And the Flower and Fauna is a rather cheap one. It's only 5 gold.
Here you are. Kai hands over 5 gold.
Okay, just deduct it from your thing, and I'm going to give the Flower and Fauna to Kai. Kai. I want to keep on calling you Beltorn. I'm sorry.
Could be. I haven't noticed.
So there you go. You should have that in your items directory. And Herjann, do you want to buy the other book?
Can I maybe? Would it be horribly?
I can grab it for you here.
I can pay for it. I would just like we have this idiom of like buying that exists in English as well. Buying the cat in the bag. I just like to give it a very quick glance if it will be useful to us before I spend that much money on it.
While he's doing that, Yanovich...
I would say, sir, they would have quite a bit of information, and there would be quite useful.
And Kai, if you please.
Yeah.
Just buy it, Jan. Stop being stingy.
Fine. I've deducted the money from my inventory.
Okay, and you should see the book now in your thing.
Support your local bookstores, folks.
Man of the dragon, indeed. He loves to have his money in check.
Do you see it there?
Yeah, I see it.
Oh man.
And Kai, you got the book too, right?
Yeah.
Yes, Kai.
Yeah, Yanovich. Would you happen to be able to decipher? I'm not sure if that's the right term. What's written on here?
Let me take a look at that. Fascinating.
He paused through some of his books on his shelf.
Here it is.
He rifles through the pages.
These are the glyphs of the Dark Lord.
Oh, he turns the page.
I'm afraid this is a curse to raise those that have died to become undead living beings. It seems that this is some kind of curse to bring people back from the dead. It's a very dark and old, ancient glyph.
Would you mind coming with us to the Baron to explain explain these glyphs.
The Baron? Really? To see the Baron? Of course. Let me tidy up here. I'm certainly not dressed to go to the Baron's manor.
He goes in the back and he can see he's all kind of flustered. You know, the Baron is the important man in town. He's got his jacket on and he's all like dapper. I'm ready to go to the Baron.
Okay. There's no particular rush, but you guys fine going now, or? I feel like this is of interest.
Actually, do you have this book for sale? And I point out the book that he was raffling in.
What's that?
The book that he was raffling in to read the glyphs.
Yes.
Is it? Do you have a copy of it, or is it for sale?
It's the only book like this I have. It's a rare book of the Aryan ancient writings. I would hate to part with it.
No. I'm just asking if you have any copies of it.
No, there's no copies of this. The only copy was from a old wizard, long a time ago.
See. Well, thank you. Anyways.
Of course.
Let's be on our way.
Anything for you, and thank you for buying the books. This was the best sale I've had in weeks. Thank you so much. I'll keep an eye out for the book on the Amber Temple. Anything else, I'm at your disposal.
He seems so excited. Obviously, when you look around this bookstore, you can tell probably very, very few people buy books here, except probably von Hapsburg and maybe a couple of rich people. So you really made his day.
Yeah, and if you have a bestiary of monsters or something about undead, that would be helpful.
A bestiary? Well, the Book of Fauna and Flora has some of the more common beasts and some other stuff about some information in there that your Druid friend purchased. You might want to perhaps browse the book a little.
Mm-hmm. And how about, do you have a book about undead or something like that? Or Fae even?
Of the Fae?
Fae or undead, yes.
Well, I do have a book here. It's the book, The Legends of Barovia, which I have for sale if you would like to purchase it.
Yes. How much is it?
There's only 10 copies known. This is a rare book. It's 20 gold.
Okay. Yeah, I will buy that. 20?
Okay.
For me, for Ervan, knowledge is power, so.
I'm going to get you a copy.
When you spend your money on books and not equipment.
Now, do you see it? Do you see the copy of the book in your items directory?
Give me a sec. Items directory.
It's a fifth tab over.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Okay, you can open it, and there's all kinds of stuff in there.
I see it.
Okay.
Thank you for all your help, Yunovich.
Of course. We're off to the Barons now, are we?
Yep.
Okay.
So let me bring up the Burgermeister's mansion.
Wow. Should have done this in the first place.
Oh shit! There. Okay, it talks about the stone and the shrines. Fuck yeah.
Question: by the time they get here, would he have sent out a person to ask the Father Petrovich, or would have you come back? What point is?
I'm going to do that role play with you right now. Okay. All right, before they arrive.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Yes, Derek, what is it? We went to the father, and he's currently not in. The altar boy said he's been gone since last night. I left a message for him and told the altar boy to immediately tell the father to come here immediately as soon as he returns. He's probably visiting one of the people in town that is looking for a prayer. That's, some of the older people are slightly immobile, and he visits them from time to time. Very well. Make sure he comes right away. Yes, sir.
That is from last night, huh?
All right.
Is it, Baron? I don't want to raise the alarm too early, but is it common for the father to be out?
He does visit some of the people that are sick or elderly and goes visits their home from time to time to offer them the hand and some prayers of mercy.
I see.
I wouldn't be that concerned about it, but if we don't hear from him by late this evening, I know he has a late service that we'll make sure we check in on him, but it's not uncommon.
Okay.
He's actually come here. Okay? You guys are coming here to the front door?
Yep.
All right.
Yep, everyone's facing the wrong way.
Not me.
All right.
Never me.
Oh, fuck man.
Now, I want all of you guys outside to roll a d20 die.
Sure. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad.
Watch,
Well,
does he
no,
know of something
Watch
that
me.
happens?
No.
Yeah.
Watch me roll shit.
Ooh.
What the fuck? Okay, what the fuck?
Okay, one more.
Oh, where's Robin?
Erzan.
Robin disconnected.
Okay. It doesn't matter because all of you passed the check. You all kind
I'll
of
just
look at
roll
each
for
other. You guys all look at each other at the same time. Other
This is
than
what Robin rolled.
Robin, you guys look at each other and there's a flickering, bright purple flash coming from out of the attic window. It's just like a big flash. And you guys all notice it, and then you look at each other and you say, "Did you guys see that?"
So a flash upstairs?
Yeah, a bright purple flash coming from the attic of the Baron mansion. And the flash of purple light was certainly magical in nature.
Does it look like Fiannos' magic?
No, but Fiannos' magic, no. It's definitely not magic from that you would see a cleric or a paladin use. It's a dark purplish blast of light. Some other kind of magic, not holy or order of the dragon type magic. Oh.
I knock.
Yes. Oh, it's you. Please, the Baron probably is expecting you, and you guys know where to go.
He's expecting us.
And let me get the.
Hey guys, you're back soon.
I gotta get the our shop owner here.
Kai, where are you going?
I was peckish.
It's my seat.
You get. Well. It looks like you found the vampire spawn or this vampire hunter.
Oops.
Not exactly.
Not exactly, but we found something that you might be interested in. Yonovich?
Yes, Baron. And he looks around the room. He's never been in the Baron's private den room. It's a fine room, Baron. I've never been in here. Yes. Pipe down. What is it, Yonovich? Well, sir. He opens up he brought the book with him with the ancient text on it. See here, Baron. This text talks about the ancient lore of the undead and the living, and what it does is it's a magic. Get to it, Yonovich. Well, your friends here, they brought me this message of these ancient glyphs, and it says here in this book, right here on this very page, these glyphs were used in some dark ancient magic to make the undead walk again. He whispers it. He's almost afraid to say it. Whoa, what are you saying, Yonovich? It's a spell. It's a spell from the ancient. Well, it's used to bring the dead back
to life. And what are you doing with it, Yanovich? You should have brought this to my attention immediately.
We are the ones.
We brought it to Yanovich, and as soon as we found out, we came straight here. So.
Yes, I just saw it only a few minutes ago. They told me I should bring it right here, and that's exactly what I did, Baron. I came right rushing with you, just like they said. I'm just interpreting it. Yes, pipe down, sit down. Sit down.
We found it at the coffin maker's shop. It was in his belongings.
Yeah, it was.
We must have missed it last time we were there.
The coffin maker's shop. Yanovich, are you sure?
Yes, Kai here was the one that looked for it, and I believe we didn't know what it said because it was all cryptic, but that's why we brought it to Yanovich there.
Yanovich, do you think this is something to do with these, what was it, Fiannos, you said? You called them Vampire
Spawn.
Vampire Spawn, that's it. Vampire Spawn. Do you, Yanovich... Bürgermeister, Baron, I only can tell you what it says here in the ancient text. It's a curse or a spell to raise the dead to the living. I don't know if that's vampires or not. Do you think this could be the... And you can see he wants to say Lord Strahd, but he's not allowed to say Strahd. Could you think this could be the work of the devil, the Dark Lord?
It might be that, or it might be someone working in the town trying to cause chaos in this place.
This is quite disturbing.
Either way, that would explain how those vampire spawn got there. What might have happened is that instead of actually importing the boxes with the dead already in them, the dead were put in there, and then the spell or whatever it was cast, turning them into undead. We have definitely seen the very much dead coming back to life before. Quite recently, actually.
Now, Fiannos, I know you have an oath. So do you, in Order of the Dragon. I must know. Is this secret you're keeping from me? Is this anything to do with this possible glyph for these vampire spawns? I must know for the safety of this village.
I don't know much about it. It is supposed to keep it away.
Clearly it didn't. You must tell me what happened. Tell me what you can.
I look at Jan.
Jan actually sighs just like I did.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's give him the rough idea without being overly specific.
Well, we only know the rough idea ourselves, so.
Well, yes, okay, but I'm specifically saying.
I think he deserves the truth. Yanovich and the rest of you, could you please leave us alone for a second?
Yes. Baron, thank you so much for hosting me. He just kind of shoos Yanovich out of here. Yes, and he bows. He backs out, bowing to the.
Okay, I close the door behind him.
Thank you, Yanovich, and that was might be a hard thing for you to do.
Oh, it's my privilege, my honor. I've never been here to the Baron's mansion before.
You see, Baron, you know the way you see the your festivals as keeping the village safe?
This is going to go pear-shaped.
Whilst it may be true that I can't say that your festivals aren't having an effect, it seems like what the nature of the item that we collected from the coffin maker's shop were in fact holy bones.
Holy bones? What?
Yes.
Holy bones?
Such artifacts have the power to ward away evil, and that is precisely what the bones are doing to this village. They help ward away the evil.
Bah! Come back. I would have known about these bones. My father, my family would have known about these bones. Petrovich is a loyal person to our family.
He
always...
is loyal, but he's sworn to an oath of silence about this.
So, what happened to these bones? How come these vampire spawns have come into my village?
Here's the catch. A few days ago, the bones were actually taken from their resting place and sold to the coffin maker.
Which is why we went to him in the first place.
Yes. We went to him to collect these bones and give them back to Father Petrovich so that he can put them back in their rightful place.
That was the time that one of your guardsmen heard Erzan threatening him because we needed those bones.
By the way, I'm back.
You can understand, because it's a matter of such importance, you can understand why my friend was impatient with him.
Of course, of course.
Even if his methods are very brutish.
But are these... You found the bones. Please tell me you found these magical bones.
Of course. They're back with Father Petrovich. We made sure that they are properly returned, and they should provide their protection once more.
And their very existence must be kept secret.
I should probably send guards to the church.
No, you should not.
But how do you know that somebody... So, how did this coffin maker learn about... You're saying the coffin maker stole these bones?
No. Someone else blabbed it out and then stole the bones for the coffin maker.
And why would the coffin maker want these bones? I mean, he's putting bones in the ground, not out of the ground.
He had a client that... Did I take the note? We didn't take the note that said that he had a client. Did we take that note?
No.
No, I think it was... Yeah, it was gone.
When you came back.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have the note here with me. It seems to have disappeared on our second meeting to the house.
I know exactly who it is. It could only be one person.
He had a client.
Lady Fiona Walker. It must be her. Her and her ragtag misfits always coming and going.
I have another theory. You see, it is no coincidence that the bones disappeared right as we were coming into the city, don't you think? The bones disappear, a group of 6 adventurers with also Irina with them.
But why would the city? Are you saying maybe... Wait a second. Are you saying one of your elven friends might have stolen the bones?
No, the bones were stolen before we were in the city. What I'm saying is that Strahd seems to have somewhat of a fascination with Irina, and he might have asked one of his sympathizers in the city to steal the bones for him. Not for their value, but specifically to reduce the city's protection.
Well, who was his sympathizers?
We have no clue. That's what we were coming back to ask. We were coming back to the coffin maker as our first chat was interrupted by the guard. And we wanted to ask him about who exactly was his client.
You bring forth bad news. You haven't found the vampire hunter? You haven't found this vampire creature? And now you're telling me that these bones have been stolen and returned? I know this is not your fault, but I grow worried every day. Please, I beg of you, find me who stole these bones. If they are still out there, they may try again. You must. I urge you. Name your price.
Why is it important who stole the bones? Isn't it more important to find the client? The person who stole the bones, we know for sure they don't know anything.
No.
They just wanted some gold.
That's who I'm talking about. The person who wants the bones. The person who's willing to stop at nothing to acquire these bones. That is who I'm asking you to seek.
Did you just say that you know exactly who it was?
Yes, it's Lady von Walker, but you must prove it.
Well,
how are we supposed to prove that? The
I don't know.
Not with them, and the letter that why we didn't take the letter with us the first time we were at the coffin makers is because it didn't have any signature or indication who this was meant for. It seems like the client was working through a third person.
If Lady Vaka knows about the bones, she will attempt to get them again. And if it's somebody else and they attempt to get him, Vallaki will fall. I urge you, Order the Dragon must see the safety of the people of Vallaki. Find the person who seeks these bones. I will pay you anything. Name your price.
You don't need to ask this. You don't need to. You didn't even need to ask this of us. We were going to find the. That was exactly our goal until we got dragged into this whole accused of being the murderers thing.
Of course, I apologize for that, but you can understand my position, of course.
Yes, I don't blame you for what. I don't blame you for it, and I understand your position completely. But I'm just explaining that you don't need to give us a price. We were going to do that regardless. The safety of the city is important to me and my friend, and we will do anything in our power to try to protect it.
Well, if your friends do not want anything, I am most grateful.
We can speak for them, but to us it's a matter of honor.
Yes.
Well, speak among your friends. Tell them to name their price. I'll make sure they're fully compensated. But you must, I urge you, you must speak to Lady Vaka. She is the only one I can imagine that's behind this.
I see.
Well, is there anything we should know about her and her, as you call them, followers before Ragtag band? Before we walk into the lion's den, anything that we can leverage?
She has surrounded herself with several of the minor nobles here in the village. Vasily von Holtz is somebody that wavers, always looking for a way to weasel into some power. I don't trust that young man. Von Hapsburg wants nothing to do with her, and he avoids politics. But I would keep an eye on them. I'm also having Isaac question the gentleman that he is now in our prison. You're more than welcome to join Isaac. And I told Isaac to use any means necessary.
Fuck, I should have went 3rd level cleric. I would have had speak with dead.
Kai and I are trying to, while all this talk is happening, I'm assuming like 5 minutes, we're trying to just peek upstairs.
Okay. So I'm going to break away so we can play with Kai and them that they've gone upstairs.
This conversation goes on for quite a while. So
okay.
Yeah. Have a good
so Kai and
I'll be gone.
Okay.
My room changed as you.
Kai and Ileanys has gone upstairs. Okay, you guys can continue to go upstairs.
We sneakily walk around.
You walk around. It's just a staircase. It's a beautifully pointed gallery. You walk down the hallway. You can see it looks like a servant's stairwell up ahead that goes downwards.
So the light, we saw it from here. Did we also see it come out of these windows?
No. It was on a floor above. It looked like an attic. It wasn't the second floor.
This, I don't... Oh, this one... I don't know.
You're free to explore. I'll explain. You're in a hallway with some paintings on the wall. The stairs going down look like they're servants' stairs to the servants' area to serve the upstairs of the mansion.
Okay. I tried to just push on these doors, see if they're open.
They're unlocked. You can go ahead and open it. This is the room smells of powder and fine perfume. There's a vanity with mirrors standing against one of the walls. There's a wooden mannequin wearing a white bridal gown. Mounted on another wall is a full-length mirror and gilded frame. What are we rolling for?
My bad.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you going to go into the room and look at anything?
Trips up on the stairs for no reason.
Ileanys, I'm just, you were in one of the rooms. Are you leaving the room? I just want to know if
I'm leaving the room.
Okay, so you're not going to explore it. Okay.
Not this room.
Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and go to Kai. Kai, open the door to right below. Kai looks in there and he realizes an iron clawfoot tub stands against the back wall, and it's just a bathroom with neatly folded towels. All right. The room above is the master bedroom. The furnishings, well, some of their color and splendor, it's well grown. There's a short pole rope hanging from a wooden trap door in the ceiling right about here.
Is there anybody? Kai. So the trap door is not pulled down, right?
It's one of those pull downs. You have to pull the rope, and then the hatch in the ceiling comes down with it looks like a trap door into the ceiling.
And yeah, I just realized I was muted.
I pull on it. Help me out.
Okay, there's a staircase right here going up into the attic.
Okay.
I'll go first, I guess.
Okay, I'm gonna just drag Kai up there real quick. Okay, and then I'm gonna drag you up there real quick because I didn't change the position thing. You're in a dusty 20-foot square room with a high-pitched ceiling. It reaches its peaky about 20 feet above you. There's wooden rafters and there's a lot of cobwebs, except for an old table with a lantern on the room. It's fairly empty. There's a door. You can see the trapdoor right here. Mm-hmm. There's a door there to your, obviously to your south. There's a door right here.
Does the lantern look dusty as well, or does it look...
It looks like the lantern has been used.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
I sneakily open the door.
Okay. It's a large attic full of old, forgotten things, draped with white sheets. There's piled around are barrels and crates, trunks and old furnishings. You see a footpath through the center of all the junk, leading to a door on the opposite side.
Okay, we slowly... I'm assuming it's been like at least 5 minutes, so we still have like 5 minutes left.
You have about 5 minutes until you jump to the other characters. You start hearing some noise on the other side of the door. Someone has carved a large skull onto the door, and hanging from the doorknob is a wooden sign that reads, "All is not well." You hear a young man's voice on the other side of the room. Sati takatika lokos tisnap torastikanaka lista duka likanika.
Hi, what do you think? Should we see? I don't know if I don't know.
Roll a any one of you, if you want to try to listen to what he's saying, go ahead and roll. One of you to roll a intelligence check, arcana check.
Okay.
Okay. Unless you use unless either of you use some points.
I'll use luck points on this, yeah.
I'll use 2 of my karma points.
Okay, so use
3. Can I use those or not?
I wouldn't use any there, Kai.
Okay.
But if Ileanys wants to use, he's going to use how many? 2?
2.
Okay. You hear that he's reading from a spell book, and you listen, and you can tell that he's pronouncing some kind of teleportation spell incorrectly. It's some kind of teleportation spell, but he is not correctly pronouncing. It's a very bad pronunciation. And you realize to yourself that what he's doing is extremely dangerous, because if he teleports and casts this spell incorrectly, himself or somebody else could be gravely injured.
What that kid's doing is really dangerous.
What was he doing?
He's trying to cast a teleportation circle, but he might be over it in his head. He might kill himself, or he might hurt somebody else. That must have been the light that we saw.
Now you notice on the door there's a glyph and a skull forehead on the door, and you're concerned obviously that there could be also some kind of spell on this door.
I'll try and investigate if I like some sort of trap or something like that, I guess.
Roll a intelligence check, Kai, for the door.
Intelligence, okay.
Do you want to spend any points?
Don't get yourself caught, idiots. You should have just backed off. You know he's casting a spell.
Sure, I'll spend 3 karma points to make it an 11, I guess.
You spend 3 karma points, and you look at the door closely, and you realize it's a glyph of warding. I don't know if you're familiar with that glyph, but I'm going to share it with you right now. Kai, okay?
Wait, this is a really long one, right?
So it's cast, it looks like it's cast on the door. I'm going to put this in your player chat, Kai, so you can see it in here. If you want to click on it. That is the spell that's on the door.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to be a lightning type glyph of warding spell. It seems to be attuned to whoever's cast it on that door, so that person can open the door. If somebody else opens it, it would probably do something, maybe damaging to you or something like that, but you realize that there's potential danger opening up this door unless you deal with this glyph of warding on the door.
We should probably leave. The others probably done conversing.
Okay, I'm going to drag you guys down to the second floor, and then I'm going to deal with the two other our two Bloodhunters. Okay. Okay. Erzan, where is
Erzan took the liberty of walking in and barging into.
Where are you? Oh,
I went into the Barrens.
Okay, I'm trying to chase you down. So, did you go? By the way, with your brother? Are you upstairs with your brother?
Nope, I'm at the Barrens.
No, Ervan is downstairs with Erzan. So
okay, so I don't. Oh, you guys are on top of each other. Or where is Erzan? I'm looking for his character.
Here.
At the Barrens. At the Barrens. Can you not hear me? Hello?
I can hear you. I'm sorry. I was looking for your token.
Okay, so by the time you're back, to continue with this, Erzan would have opened the door and politely asked, excuse me, Baron Valkovia, a pleasure.
Okay, you broke up a little there, but you broke up a little there, but I'm assuming that you're just saying hello. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Okay.
Okay, so excuse me, Baron Valkovich. Hello. It's a pleasure.
Yes, sir.
Erzan would do a little head nod, like a slight bow.
Make yourself comfortable. Yes, no, you're fine. Can I get you something to drink? He rings a little bell, and the maid opens up. Yes, sir. Make sure our guests are well refreshed. Perhaps they would care to join us for dinner this evening. And he looks over to all of you. Would you care to join him for dinner?
As generous as it would be. From you, I don't think we have got time since we've got a vampire at large, and well, if what the bookseller says is correct.
Okay, I don't know if it's just me, but I'm having problem hearing you.
Actual rage and ancient one.
I'm having problem hearing you. Is it me or?
No, he's breaking. He's breaking. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're breaking up. If you want to type it in into the chat, I can respond. If that works for you, Robin, Erzan. He's writing in.
I'll just respond for him.
Okay.
As much as I would love to, Baron, as per what we discussed, it seems we have a lot of work to do. So I'm afraid we'll be busy and we'll be doing no more than have short breaks for a snack or something.
Of course. Let me know anything you need. I'll make my guards available to you. By the way, yes. I wanted to mention to you, as I mentioned previously, to remind you that Suzini has caught this sneaking spy character that you mentioned. He's going to question him. You're welcome to be there when he questions him, if you will.
Oh, that would be nice as well, yes.
Am I still breaking up?
No, you're fine now.
Great, so...
Erzan, why did you come in here?
Well, as generous as it would be to offer us dinner, but I don't think we've got enough time, just as my friend here has said. I do have a theory, though. The bookseller... Oh, hold on, just out of character for a sec. We told the Baron that this is a Raise the Dead spell, right?
That's correct.
No,
it's yes, some kind of
like animate. It's like something to turn them into an undead.
That's correct.
It's not. Okay. It's not animate.
It's not a specific spell.
Not animate dead, but
yeah.
Okay. So
like ancient curse.
I don't know. Okay. Also, I don't know if you guys like put this theory up on the table or not, but Erzan thinks if one, the coffin maker got the bones of this ancient... Oh, by the way, out of character as well, since I didn't really hear it. The Baron now knows about the bones, right?
Yes, yeah, and we think I think we convinced him that the vampires did come from the coffin maker shop, from the bodies.
Okay, so if the coffin maker had the bones of the ancient priest, or like the old priest, or like the old father, and he also had this Raise the Dead or ancient spell that can animate dead, could it perhaps be the coffin maker was trying to resurrect or turn the bones of the...
That may be possible, although it was nowhere in the instructions that were given to him. From what it seemed, the bones were just supposed to be given to someone. A contact, so... That is an interesting theory. There's nothing to really support it, I don't think, right now. Not to mention that the people turned to be undead, though they were, shall we say, by undead standards, relatively fresh. So, still skin, not fully rotten. These bones are old, very old. Hence why Rihanna, making them into undead may not do anything to them. But obviously, Baron, it's up to your discretion if you feel like this theory holds any merit.
I don't know what to say. I simply at a loss. Vampires, secret bones in the church. There's so much for me to take in, and a vampire hunter, and I don't know what else to say. All I can say is I urge you to find out who's trying to get these bones and find this roaming vampire creature before it kills anyone. If this festival fails tomorrow, the morale of Vallaki will fallen, I'm afraid I'll lose control.
Well, fuck, I hate my internet, that's one. Two, basically Erzan was trying to tell the Baron that maybe the coffin maker was trying to resurrect this ancient priest into... I didn't get the response because I disconnected again.
Basically, Fiannos said that theory, while interesting, doesn't seem to hold much merit because the bones are old, and the corpses that were resurrected were much newer.
Okay.
Well, if maybe he was trying to get the unknown to us, but what if that's why he stole the bones? I mean, why else would he steal them?
Then why did he have so much gold on him? And why did he have a note telling him to about a contact and stuff like that?
Perhaps he's working with someone else, and now that we exploited this coffin maker and knew of his work, this someone else needed to shut him down or silence him, and that's why he killed him.
Gentlemen, you're welcome to discuss this over dinner with me. I have a guest joining us, and you can meet my fine wife, or if you prefer to be out there hunting down this vampire and finding this vampire hunter.
The proximity to the festival makes it so that this is quite urgent. And yes, you're right, we should probably discuss this on the way rather than standing around here. If that's all, Bard, one last thing. Should I still stay here with you, or would you like me to join the others in discovering this mystery?
Well, I think the situation has certainly presented itself that the more of you at hand to deal with this task, the quicker it will be dealt with. But I would expect regular updates. But thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you too. And with that, we shall take our leave. We have a lot of work to do.
So where would you like to go at this juncture? So right now you're looking at late afternoon. It's starting to get dusk out. I'd say it's between 5 and about 5 o'clock right now.
Let's go have dinner with the nice lady. Actually, do we want to go to the prison first to question the guy?
We want to find out where Van Richter is, I think. No? We want
so
to find out
you
where
have,
we can split the party into two. We don't have a lot of time, so I can justify splitting the party.
Right, and I'll break 10-minute sessions to each side, so...
I can go. I want to go to the inn.
Okay, why don't you decide? You'll have two groups. One group goes to the inn. The other group's going to go...
Wait, why are we going to the inn? Ileanys, we have the prison to explore.
Okay.
We have the nice lady to talk to. Why the hell... Yeah, the guy. Remember the guy?
Yeah, but
the guy
is the vampire hunter... Is the vampire hunter going to be there?
Oh, you want to look for the vampire hunter?
I'm looking for the vampire hunter.
Okay, well, you're with Robin and Ervan then on that. Let them deal with that.
Okay.
Kai, then, you're coming with me and Jan. Is that okay with you?
Okay, yeah.
We're going first to the prison to ask the guy some questions that has been following us.
So,
and then...
let's do the prison scene really quick. I'll pull the three of you in there to the prison scene.
Before we leave, I'm gonna ask Baron. Baron, do you think Lady Wachter has any dark dealings or anything like that? Can she do any kind of sorcery or anything like that?
I have no idea, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, I see. I'll keep that in mind. All right.
Okay, ready for the prison scene?
Yep.
All right. Let me get that loaded here. You have the vision
also,
cube.
Would Kai catch us up on what the shenanigans they got up to at the Baron's house whilst we're going there? Or would Kai keep quiet about that?
That's up to Kai.
Us three, right? Yes. So,
yes.
Yeah, I'll tell you guys.
Okay, let me grab Kai here.
So you guys are sure that this ancient raise the dead spell is not for the bones? It's unlikely.
It doesn't make sense.
I think Yunovich specifically said it's to raise the dead, not the bones.
Yes.
It's to make an undead. It seems like.
Yeah. It's hard to make an undead of a pile of bones which is missing half of the bones.
I mean, there are.
The
Skeletons are a thing.
just so you know,
Those don't forget their holy bones.
just so you know, the Baron has given you guys a piece of paper with a seal on it that allows you, it's like the Baron's mark. It's given you kind of free reign to go places. So you just have to show this if a guard asks it of you, and if you have it on you. So he's given one to Herjann and one to Fiannos. I'm assuming Herjann or Fiannos gave one to the other party just in case.
Yes.
Okay.
So one is with me. Jan probably gave his to the other
Okay.
guys.
Can I help you?
I show him the seal.
Yes, sir.
Are these the same two guards that were there before?
The same guard is standing up in the corner, is kind of the meek one, and this one is the kind
The
of
nervous
those.
one?
Yeah, the Finkel. This one here is yes, sir. They're interrogating the prisoner in the upper corner, in the first cell.
I would first like to talk to you two. I wave the other guard over.
The other guard is looking into the cell. I don't think he's comfortable leaving the eye shot because Strazzini's in there questioning the prisoner.
I go up to the other guard then. This is the more weak one, right?
Yes.
I quietly ask him. I show him the seal as well, and I'm like, okay, are you more willing to talk to me now?
He's shaking his head. He is looking at his boss standing right across from him. He is not about to share anything with you right now. He's not even going to open his mouth. He's scared straight.
Okay, I nod my head.
So it's probably not a good time to ask him any questions.
Yeah, I nod my head and I come up to the cell and I wait and listen in.
Okay.
Are you bloody bastard bugger? Fuck you bastard! I just was fighting. Shut up, bastard!
He smacks his...
Now listen to me, I'll cut you for fucking ear to ear if you don't fucking tell me who you're spying for. Lady Walker asked me to keep an eye on the Paladin and the Cleric and the elves. It's well known that the guests of the Baron.
He smacks him again.
What were you spying on them for? What did you tell her? I really told her where they were going. They visit the coffin maker and they killed the coffin maker.
He smacks him.
You saw them kill the coffin maker? Fucking bloody liar. Tell me, you killed the coffin maker, didn't you? You're spying on him, you set the fucking bloodies up, you stuck the fucking pig like a pig fucking rat. Did you? No, I didn't!
He smacks him. He's beating the living shit out of this guy.
Who's he saying killed the coffee maker? He's saying that we did?
Yes, he's blaming you guys, and Strazzini's beating the fuck out of this guy. His guy is looking... He hits him again, and he just knocks him out. He's just... And the guy falls to the ground, and he's just, his face is black and blue. He turns and looks at you, and he goes, I got him to talk. It's Lady Walker's spy. His name is Ernst Larnick.
Interesting.
He was spying on you.
We got that much from the fact that he was following us everywhere.
He blames you for killing the coffin maker.
Well, we don't know anything about that. We definitely didn't kill him. We might have caused his death by coming up to him and asking questions and other things, but we definitely didn't lay a hand on him.
Yeah. When he comes to, I'll find out if he knows anything else.
Of course. Do you mind if I ask him some questions?
If you can get the fucker to wake up. He gives you he literally doesn't kick it over, but he just kicks it and you can see it washing. There's a bucket of piss in the corner. I pour this on the fucker's head, wake the bastard up. He steps out.
That's disgusting.
I'm half tempted to do piss bucket waterboarding, but it seems extreme.
Yeah. No king shaming.
Okay. Fiannos walks in.
Hey.
Does the guy seem to be unconscious?
He's barely conscious. He can see one of his eyes is swollen shut. He's got a tooth knocked out. His face is pretty beaten up. You can tell that Isaac has had a fun time with him.
Well, I cast healing word on him.
Okay.
Let's see.
How many hit points?
That's 4 plus 3, if I remember correctly. Give me a second to check. Sorry.
Yes, plus
Yeah,
3.
it's plus 3.
Okay.
So that's 7.
You see that he's still extremely injured, but he is enough to. He's coming to. Thank you.
I set him up against the wall to make sure that he's somewhat comfortable.
Okay.
And I, without looking back, I say, Isaac, could you leave us for a few minutes?
Sure. He turns to you and he tosses. He's got this
Chain of keys.
No, he's got this piece of wood with it's got some kind of dull spikes on it that it looks like he's used to beat him with, and he throws it down at your feet. This might get him to
look at it disgusted.
Pick you up to get him, and Isaac leaves. There you go.
Okay. Jesus Christ. Jesus
Okay.
Right then, you can right then. Ernest all of a sudden, he just starts puking on the floor.
Jesus, that's loud.
That's disgusting.
I don't actually hear anything. Am I missing out?
I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
You have to turn your volume on.
I pat him on the back and I wait for him to finish. I demonstrably pick up the tool and I throw it away like fucking barbarism.
Okay.
I wait for him to finish.
He's finished puking.
Coughing.
Okay.
Finish puking.
Okay, he's finished puking.
Okay. Well, we overheard that you said that we killed the Baron. Do you believe? Sorry, that we killed the coffin maker. Do you believe that to be true?
I don't know. I did see your friend threaten him that you guys did sneak out and you guys had blood on you. I don't know other than that.
Well, he was dead by the time we... Also, did we sneak out? We could barely cobble our way out. We weren't exactly being sneaky on our way out. We could barely walk.
Well, it was quite dark. You guys were covered in blood. I don't think you would be advertising it.
Let me put it to you this way. If the 6, well, technically 5, since Kai wasn't there, really went in there to kill the coffin maker, do you think that we would have so much trouble with it that we would be all covered in blood and hobbling and all of that?
You ask me questions.
Look like that much of a wimps to you?
You ask me questions I don't know answers to.
Well, just minutes ago it sounded like you had answers.
Jan, no. Anyway, so I'm assuming you told them the truth that you're working for... What's her name again?
Lady Watcher.
Yeah, Lady Watcher.
Yeah, I am assistant to Lady Vaca, Lady Fiona Vaca.
Lady Fiona Vaca. I see. Tell me, has the lady made a deal with... Has the lady or has sent anyone or came herself to talk to the coffin maker recently?
She's never talked to the coffin maker. It's not her.
Has she sent anyone to talk to him instead? Any messages? Anything along those lines?
No, I've only been following you at her command. She just wanted to know what you were up to. She thought the Burgermeister had brought you to town to try to defeat her, run her out of town. We don't get Paladin knights and clerics and elven kind here like you very often.
Well, I guess we'll have the chance to tell this herself, but I can tell you right now, we were not brought here by the Burgermeister. In fact, our, shall we say, interactions with him were purely born of chance. We came to Vallaki for our own separate reasons.
It's hard to believe. The signs all of town say you're his guest. You're here to bless the village.
It seems like he has used us for his political game, but that was never our intention. Trust me.
That's what
as true believers in the church, we don't have much interest in politics.
That's what
There's a bit of a nudge going on there, which would be, as familiar as the Dog Knight and the Halfling are. Like, you're letting on too much.
That's what you say. I'm supposed to believe the Baron? The Baron that is destroying this town, wrapping people up, beating them to death with his henchmen, putting them in the stockades, provoking the Dark Lord. It'll be the Baron that will do us all in his stupid festivals.
But tell me, do you know anything about the crates that are upstairs in the coffin maker's house?
I did not go into the coffin maker's house. I waited outside until you left. I heard a bunch of rumblings.
I'm talking about before we came to the town. I
have no idea.
In town.
I've never gone inside.
Then what did you do before she told you to follow us?
I work for Lady Valker. All kinds of things. Errands.
I see. And none of it have any relation to the coffin maker?
I've barely even spoken to the coffee maker. Perhaps I'll be speaking to him soon, after Strazzini gets done with me. It's a bad omen to visit a coffin maker.
Well, it seems like in this case it was a bad omen for him. Well, anyway, thank you. With that, I leave the room.
And as you're leaving, you hear this.
I'm still not hearing anything. I've turned up the volume. What am I missing out on?
Actually, I didn't hear it. Oh, now I hear it.
He's just pissing himself right now.
Yeah,
That's great. Thank you. So I could, thank you for making it possible that I can hear someone peeing themselves.
There you go.
I walk up to Isaac. I'm assuming you heard all of that.
Yeah. Fucking liar.
About what?
You think that boy's gonna tell you the truth about anything? He's a fucking spy for that bitch fucking Walker woman. She'd see the Baron destroyed, see me run out of town. She practices dark arts. She's the devil incarnated. I wouldn't be surprised if she's bootlicking and ass-kissing the fucking Dark Lord himself.
That is quite possible.
Well, you watch your fucking backs. Don't trust him. I'll deal with him later.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to jump to the
I
other.
want to see if he leaves the room, because obviously then I want to talk to the guard.
He's not going to be leaving the room. He's there until he's done with these guys for right now. I don't think, put it this way, your impression is because the room is small, these two guards here are to watch. I don't think the guard would be comfortable speaking to you with Isaac or the other guard present right now.
Of course.
So I'm going to leave this impression upon you. You've recognized this unique guard. So when you get to see them again, so if you see another guard again, I will definitely point it out if it's this guy.
I see.
Okay, I'm going to jump to our boys over at the end.
That best.
Ready. And, oh, that's the wrong inn. I want to give you the inside inn.
My question is, why do we need a vampire hunter when you've got 2 blood hunters?
Well, the vampire, I don't know. That's a very, very good question that unfortunately I don't have an answer to. That's an answer that you guys are going to have to figure out for yourselves.
We need more information.
So let me get you some hold on, I gotta pull you in there. I gotta get a couple of people in here.
We technically don't know if we actually killed the vampires that we killed.
And so we've got Ervan,
Erzan, and Ileanys.
Yeah.
And you are just outside of the inn at this point. And let me see if I can get this going for you here.
Ileanys?
Yes.
You want to go inside of this inn to try and get information about this vampire hunter, Rudolph, right?
Yeah, Rudolph van Richten, I believe his name was.
Well,
we don't know. I know you guys are blood hunters, but
no. I'm totally with you on about this. Gathering more information about your enemy. I would also rather find this person, but do you have any idea what we're going to be asking anyone inside of there? Because as soon as we get inside of there, we're not just going to call out his name and expect a response.
I honestly don't know, but if anybody's heard rumors or anything that we can maybe point our direction towards, that would be a start. But we can only spend a couple of moments in this place.
Well, that is correct. We don't have enough time. We don't have much time, really. But I suppose we can talk to the innkeep. Maybe one or two of the people in the inn.
Erwin seems to be a knowledgeable man of the town, but
Erwin.
Okay, you guys gonna go inside, or are you guys gonna be playing diddle in the middle outside?
No,
I thought you were getting the scene ready for us.
Oh, it's ready. It's ready for you guys to come in.
And he's Erwin.
So, as you step in, there's a fire going. You can hear a little bit of music in the background, and immediately Ileanys recognizes, you guys both recognize Vasily sitting in the corner with a drink. There is Rictavio sitting by himself having a drink. He nods immediately at Ileanys. There's a local villager and a woman sitting at the bar, and there is a guard who looks like he's off duty, and he's had a little bit too much to drink sitting at the bar.
Okay, so...
And the lady comes around the bar. She's like, gentlemen, please have a seat. I just want you to know, gentlemen, that the Baron's taking care of your complete bill here, and I have the leftovers of your belongings left up in your room. You're more than welcome to grab them at any time.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Of course. Thank you for taking care of that for us. I would like to have some wine, please.
Of course.
Okay, so Erzan is going to lean over at Ileanys, and he's going to whisper very slowly, hopefully no one else hears. Well, if we're here to gather information about this Rudolph person, I think talking to as many people as possible is our best bet. Well, what about you talk to your friend over there? And he's going to gesture over at Rictavio. And I'm going to talk to, what was this guy's name?
Vasily.
If you hover over him, you should see his name at the bottom. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, I can see it, but it's shadowed out.
Oh, I apologize.
Vasily von Holtz.
Vasily von Holtz.
Yeah, we've talked to him before. So, Erzan can talk to either him or the guards. Erzan is going to look at his brother, and he's going to smirk a little bit, and he's going to say, well, take your pick. Either a guard that's had too much to drink, or Mr. von Holtz. Who do you wanna talk to?
I'll leave that open to you.
Well, good luck, gentlemen. And I walk to the bar and grab my wine.
Okay, so who's going to go first?
I will say Ileanys and Rictavio.
Okay, Ileanys grabs a seat. My good friend. Ileanys, have a seat. I heard you guys moved out. You're staying with Falkon von Hapsburg's manor.
Yes, he is quite a hospitable host.
Yes, he is quite a hospitable gentleman. A gentleman to be sure. Very nice chap.
You know him personally?
Not very well. We've crossed paths a few times. He seems a nice enough gentleman. I don't think he has much use of a half-magician entertainment bard such as myself.
Yes, actually, have you heard of any rumors running about in the town concerning the coffin maker's place?
Well, the whole tavern was abuzz about it earlier. Heard the coffin maker had his throat slit. Some unknown character went in there and slit his throat, perhaps over some coin or something of some nature. They said there was quite a bit of ruckus the night before. A couple people heard some people entering and leaving, but the guards have been investigating as far as I know, but that's all I know.
Yes, you're quite on the right track. My party and I are actually investigating the death of the coffin maker, and we think it might be. I lean in closer.
Okay.
And, there might be vampires involved.
When you say the word vampires, his eyes widen. Vampires, you say? He looks around the room. He puts his hands to his lips, to his fingers to his lips, to give you the impression to shush. Do not say a word.
Yeah. I nod my head. There might be 6 individuals.
6, you say?
Suspected.
This is not we should not talk here. Come up to my room. We should talk there. It's private. I'm going to leave here. Come up to my room in a few minutes. He waves over to
all right.
He waves over to the bartender, Danica. Danica, I'm going to take the rest of my dinner in my room. I'm not feeling too well. Oh, no problem. I'll have something sent up right away. Very well. And he leaves. He goes upstairs. And the stairs, by the way, so you know, Ileanys, are the stairs inside the bar. So the stairs right here, if you go up those stairs, that will lead you to his room. Okay, so we're going to jump down to Erzan.
Wait, just one question.
Yes, sir?
Vasily is from which house?
Vasily is a von Holtz. He's one of the minor noblemen of Vallaki.
Ah, I see. He's the one that was a little bit racist.
He wasn't really, you don't, the way his tone was coming on, it wasn't that he was racist, he was just using probably the common phraseology. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, Erzan's gonna talk to him either ways.
I know, but I just want to give you the impression when you overheard him speaking and saying those terms. So let me give you some background here. The term, because there are no elves living here other than Ayana, that frequently people will say half-breed because it's just a common vernacular. So the people might say it may not be racist. So I'm just trying to, the way his tone came out, he apologized for it and said, oh, okay, I'm sorry. And then it's just, I think people say it so commonly there. So I don't want you to assume that he is racist or not racist. That's the impression I'm trying to give to you. Is that okay, Erzan? Erzan, are you still there? Anybody? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Young man, here, please have a seat. Glass of wine, an extra glass of wine here for my friend? Yes. How is everything going with you? You're a guest of my good friend Falkon von Hapsburg.
Well, let's just cut straight to the point. Well, you seem to be a man that knows pretty much everything that's going on around this town, don't you?
Well, it's worthwhile to keep your ear to the ground, your nose out of trouble, and your eyes wandering from side to side every now and then. If you catch my drift, fine young man, you look like you're from nobility yourself, the way you carry yourself in the dress. What house are you from?
Well, I am not from this town. I'm from far away.
Ah, of course.
But that's not the problem now. Well, you see, I'm looking for someone.
And who might that be?
And I'm pretty sure that you've heard that name before. Do you know anyone that goes by the name Rudolph?
Rudolph?
The vampire hunter.
Vampire hunter? Sounds like you've been talking to Falkon von Hapsburg. He speaks most awfully of this Rudolph Van Ricken, but to be honest with you, I can't say I've ever met a Rudolph in my life.
Well, I would not say that you have, but you perhaps know where this mythical vampire hunter would perhaps be. Do you have any leads? Do you have any suggestions of where he would be staying?
I would say where all those mystery travelers stay. Here at the Blue Water Inn, people come and go. There's no Rudolph Van Richten or vampire hunter who owns an estate here in Vallaki. I know them all, of course, so I can tell you with absolute assurity that none of the houses here, of the noble houses that are home to any of these Rudolph or Van Ricken or vampire hunters, so I would suggest your best bet would be here at the inn.
So you're saying I should maybe ask Daika, the innkeeper?
I'm trying to be as helpful as I can. Unfortunately, I can't point you any other direction. The only other person that I could think that may know would, well, maybe perhaps not. Maybe Lady von Fokker? The tailor is the place where I get all of my information, actually.
Lady von Fokker,
Or the tailor.
Why exactly the tailor?
Come now, you're a nobleman, aren't you? Where do you think you get all your information from?
Well, I don't really recall a vampire hunter going to tailoring.
No. But if you did want to get any information about the town, wouldn't you speak to the tailor who makes all the fine dresses and clothes for all the nobles and ladies of the city?
I'll try with my luck with the innkeep, and if not, then I guess we'll go to the tailor.
Of course. He knows the secrets of all the noble houses here in town. Pay him a good fortune, press his palm with some gold, have a nice suit made, and you'll know the secrets of all the noble houses. Is there anything else I can do for you? Robin, are you still there? Am I still there? Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. I think, I don't know, I'm not sure, but I think it's disconnected. Probably.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and jump over to you, Ervan. You're at the bar. There is a drunk guard. There is Danica. And there is a lady sitting at the bar with the gentleman sitting at the bar, some local villagers. Danica, sir, can I get you a mug of ale, something to eat? Perhaps a glass of some fine wine from the winery, Wizards of Wines?
A mug of ale will do for a bit. And, yeah. And does he hear Ileanys' message, or does it take a while?
It takes like one action, so.
No. I mean, like, how long did it take for you to finish and talk to me?
Like 6 seconds. After like it's gonna be like at least 10 or however many it took me to talk to him. So like 5 minutes, I guess.
Yeah.
A minute and a half, I think. Yeah.
So you have a few minutes, Ervan, before I jump to the other party. So if you want to engage with the drunken person or whatever.
Probably now I'll engage.
I mean, didn't we say we were going to talk to the innkeeper, Danica?
Yeah, I was gonna talk to Danica. Yeah. I was gonna.
She's offering you something to drink, an ale or wine, something to eat, sir.
An ale would be good. I'm not good with wine like my brother.
Okay,
wine would be good.
She pours you a fine ale there and places it at the bar. Anything else that I can get
wine
for you?
Would be good for me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. She pours you a glass of wine.
Yes. We were staying at Falkon, and they mentioned a name that was interesting. I forgot the fucker's name. Rudolph.
Rudolph what?
Rudolph, yes.
Rudolph von something.
Yeah.
Rudolph Van Richten, perhaps?
Yes, that's the name.
She looks side to side. You can tell she knows something, but in the company of so many people at the bar, she's reluctant to say anything, and she kind of looks down. So you know that she knows something, but she is not willing to say it in the current company of strangers.
Okay, so I'll nod slightly and take drink from the cup a bit.
Okay.
And then I'll say
Erzan is going to take his glass of wine. Well, we're going to
pick our stuff from upstairs. Maybe we'll need some help.
Of course.
I'm going to pass by Mr. Rictavio's room.
Of course. Your stuff is up in your room. If you'd like to retrieve it, I can take you up there and unlock the door if you'd like.
Yes.
That would be great.
Okay. So she says, "Excuse me," and she tells her husband back here, "I'm going to unlock the door so they can get their belongings. Can you watch the bar?" "Yes, of course." So she's going to walk outside back to where your room is. And take you guys upstairs. And I'm going to take you guys upstairs real quick. You know how to get up there, right, guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
We lived there for a day or two.
Yeah, you had a little encounter up there. So you're upstairs, and she obviously the door is unlocked to the room down there, and she kind of waves you in. Quick, shut the door.
Okay.
You speak of the vampire hunter.
Yes. Do you have any information about him, or where he might be?
I would speak to Rictavio about the vampire hunter. There's a vampire hunter who's been searching for vampires. I think he's here for Lord Strahd, actually. I believe Rictavio knows who he is. But do not mention this person's name out loud. I know he's traveling incognito.
Well, Rudolph, the vampire hunter. If you can point us to his direction, that would be most helpful, because, well, we've got a vampire to hunt.
I don't think you understood what I said. I don't know who the vampire hunter is, but I believe Rictavio might know who he is.
Well, a friend of ours is already talking to Mr. Rictavio.
May I suggest you do not say Rudolph Van Richten's name out loud, and be careful who you share that name with.
You understand?
Okay.
Thank you for the warning.
Yes, there's some people that are looking for him, and not the people that would wish him well, if you know what I mean.
I understand. Well, one more question.
Yes.
You seem to care about this vampire hunter. Is he perhaps someone you know about or know personally?
I was told the story of a vampire hunter. It's a long story. Perhaps someday we have time to chat about it. but his family was killed by vampires, and he's been hunting vampires ever since, and he's come to Barovia to rid us of Lord Strahd. Or those are the rumors and the myths that I've heard. I've heard recently he's been here in Vallaki, somewhere, traveling across Barovia, but incognito. We all wish for Lord Strahd to be gone, but we also need to be careful who we share information with. Not everyone is someone you can trust.
That is correct. That is indeed correct. Well, it looks like we and this vampire hunter share the same goal, and if that's the case, then thank you for your information and your hospitality.
Yes.
We'll be paying a visit to Mr. Rictavi's room now.
And give my best to Irina.
Will do.
Thank you. She leaves with that.
And I will start backing just to back up what we said on the thing, like whatever we left behind.
What did we leave behind?
Our camping stuff.
Just your gear for the most part. I didn't really count it because you guys were in the same town, but you guys never went back to get the stuff that you left in the Blue Water Inn. I'm going to jump to our other boys now. You guys have left the prison. Where are you guys off to next?
Well, I was going to try to talk to the guard, but since it's not...
You're Mike Oleg.
Apologies?
No worries.
Okay, so... I was going to go talk to the guard, but since that's not happening right now, prison... I guess we can talk to the lady that the guy works for.
The Miss Valker at the Valker Mansion?
Yes.
Okay. So I will take you to the Valker house.
Her sons did invite us over.
Okay.
To have dinner to her at some point, or someone did, I think, no?
Let me bring you...
Arena and
Yeah, the weird boys, I don't know. I got weird vibes.
I believe the technical term is douche bro, but
the deck.
Okay, you let me drag you guys here. The three of you are outside the Vaka house.
Okay.
The fucker house.
I knock on the door.
Yes.
Hello. Could you tell Miss Walker that the... How can I get back? Oh, there we go. There it is. That the two members of the Order of the Dragon are here to see her?
Yes. Could you come here and follow me and wait here?
Sure thing.
And she guides you into this room here. There's a room right here. If you could sit down, there's like a little...
Oh, why can't I move up? I can't move up.
Yeah, there's some kind of barrier there.
Is there? Let me just double check here. Hold on. Please wait for 1 second.
The door is open.
Yes, let me just fix it.
Oh, we got a town to save here.
Hold on.
Or a noble family to eradicate. Who knows?
Okay.
Okay, come on.
Sorry. Could you please wait in here?
Sure thing.
She kind of... I fucked that up, didn't I? The wall. You're in an elegant room, an oval table. They're set in front of a black fireplace, which hangs a portrait of a nobleman sporting a broken nose and graying hair at the temples. Several small portraits also hang on the north wall. If you could just wait over here by the couch. If you could sit in this
Sure thing.
this area over here.
I go and I can investigate the painting, just kind of look at it.
Okay.
Kai, can you come here and sit on the couch?
Sorry. I thought I was on the couch, but walked down.
you see this very well-dressed older woman who's seems to exude command, respect, power. Very intelligent-looking woman steps into the room. Gentlemen, welcome. I had no idea that you are stopping by. I noticed by your emblems you must be our two guests of the Baron from the Order of the Dragon, and the other gentleman here seems to be your associate, perhaps a druid by his dress?
Yes. I bow to her. It's a pleasure to meet you.
The pleasure's mine. I've never met anyone from the Order of the Dragon, to be sure.
First thing I would like to mention. It seems like you had a fellow... Oh, what was his name again? The fucking guy in the prison.
Ernst. Something.
It seems like you had Ernst follow us. And he had the impression that we were here by the Baron's orders, or brought here by the Baron. First thing I would like to assure you of is that we are not here by the orders of the Baron. In fact, our shall we say relationship with him is purely by coincidence. We are here on our own, shall we say, quest.
You're quite talkative for a little fellow, aren't you?
Oh, he really likes it when you call him that. Please continue.
I give her a smile. Well, would you like me to stay quiet? If you want, you can talk to my paladin friend over here.
No, of course not. You seem willing to share all kinds of interesting bits and tidbits of information. Please, continue. My apologies, sir.
No, it's fine. No offense taken. So, with that cleared up, I would like to ask you, have you had any recent contact with the coffin maker?
No, I actually... Excuse me, don't associate with that type of person, if you understand my meaning. She looks at her outfit and she is trying to impress upon you that she is not from the same class as the coffin maker.
Of course, I do not mean personal. I am more so talking, have you sent like any servants or anyone really to talk to him or ask him for anything?
Fortunately, I have no need at the moment for a coffin maker. That at least can't be said for the Baron. He seems to have regularly visits from the coffin maker to his house, and the stroll of bodies leaving his house, in fact, seems more like one of his silly festival parades of dead bodies streaming from his house to the coffin maker's shop. You should ask him.
Well, he's not exactly cooperative about divulging information about that, as you would expect.
Of course he isn't. He's a man that tries to get what he wants. He uses his evil henchmen to break noses and arms, threaten people's lives. You know, he is provoking Lord Strahd. It's only a matter of time before this entire city is raided with vampires and undead-like. I've warned the Baron that he must stop provoking the Dark Lord, but the stupid stubborn man does not see his way.
Well,
what would you
to hear him tell it, his way has protected the town for quite some time.
Do you actually believe that, Paladin? That silly festivals, people dressing up, parading, dancing around the maypole has kept Lord Strahd and vampires away?
Then what in your eyes have kept them away? It's true that the village is standing and it seems to be in much better state than something like Barovia.
you're a cleric, and you're from the Order of the Dragon, are you not?
Yes.
Well, I know enough about the Order of the Dragon that to become a cleric, you must be very intelligent, wise, and understand the ways of the world. Am I correct in that assertion?
Yes.
And so, in your travels, your many travels, in your vast knowledge, are you about to tell me that you believe in silly festivals, wearing masks, parading around, dancing, and wishing hallelujah has kept vampires at bay? Or do you believe there's actually something else that's kept Lord Strahd and his dark minions out of Vallaki?
I would say that through my knowledge, it would seem clear that just the festivals themselves would probably not be enough. But I am curious to learn what you think has kept them at bay.
I think Lord Strahd, he is the Lord of Barovia, which the Baron will not admit to. Now look, I do not see eye to eye with Lord Strahd, but why provoke him? Right now, Vallaki has been for quite some time too small for him to even bother or contend with. I believe he's just ignored the village. There's been nothing here for him to feast upon, if you will. But the Baron grows bold with each passing year. The festivals become more often. He speaks boldly and outlandish things that will only provoke the Dark Lord. And it's only a matter of time before the Dark Lord laughs at his silly festivals. And the day that the vampires raid down on this town will be the day that the Baron will be proved wrong, that his stupid silly festivals have done nothing to protect the people. And at that point, I fear for the people of Vallaki. And of course myself.
Do you have any plans of your own on how you could safeguard the city?
The Lord Strahd has no interest in Vallaki. As long as we respect Lord Strahd will leave us alone. There's more and more missions. If you talk, and I've heard rumors from the wolf hunters and others, that dark forces are pressing upon Vallaki. And they continue to press upon Vallaki at the same rate that the Baron continues to have these outlandish, absurd festivals, provoking the Lord Strahd himself. And when, and most recently, the Baron has forbidden even his name to be spoken out loud in the streets, otherwise facing punishment. Now, how long do you think Lord Strahd will be put at bay by this silly...
By the way, this is kind of hard to distinguish in your pronunciation. When she says Lord Strahd, does it feel like she has, like, respect for him? Is it kind of like a sarcastic? Is it a respectful? What kind of...
Well, she just admitted to you that she's recognized that Lord Strahd is the Lord of Barovia, which, from technical aspect and from what you learn, that Lord Strahd is the Lord of all Barovia. And the Baron does not wish to recognize his rule. And so it seems to me that she is just, she's said, hey, he is the Lord. Why are you going to provoke him and have him rain horror down on us? That's kind of the message.
So it's kind of a respectful one. Okay.
Yeah, you can't tell if she's likes him, doesn't like him, agree with him. It's, hey, he's the Lord of the Valley. It's like the king. Why are you going to piss the king off? Kind of, and she seems from her demeanor and the way she's dressed that she's very into the hierarchy order of things. Like she knows class and bourgeoisie, and she's very into this class system.
Okay. Well, well then, if that's all the case, I would like to impart some information upon you. Of course, if you don't mind, I would also like to ask some information of you in return.
Well, of course, but I will share with you something that you should be very informed about. Quite some time ago, my beautiful young daughter, Stella, was to be matched with his son, Victor. They were initially a lovely couple, and I look forward to the great wedding since my husband's passed. Well, Victor has been practicing in the dark arts of magic, and cursed my daughter. She is raved with madness, thanks to the Baron's son. The Baron laughed at her, laughed at me. I believe the Baron conspired with his son, knowing that perhaps one day the Vaka family might actually rule Vallaki. I believe the Baron and his son actually planned this all along, destroying my young daughter.
I see. That is quite unfortunate, but it is actually in reference to what I was going to ask you about. But I shall give my information first. You see, in terms of undead creatures assaulting the city, and I lower my voice as I say this, the coffin, as you've probably heard, there was quite a skirful, a confrontation at the coffin maker's shop, and he has recently been found dead.
Yes, he was murdered. In fact, Ernst, my aide, saw your friends, not you exactly, in actual argument with the coffin maker, and later reported to me that Later reported to me that he saw you slinking away in the night, actually covered in blood. So I have no ill will towards you, and if you had some run-in with the coffee maker, that's between you and him, not with me, and I'm not here to report or rat you out to anyone.
Oh, we did not murder him. I can tell you, I can promise you that, but...
That's neither here nor there's neither here nor there. That's between you and your maker and the coffin maker.
Yes, of course. Well, you see, the reason why we were slinking away covered in blood is that it seems that the coffin maker has had some undead vampire spawns stored in crates.
You can see her. She stands back against the wall, and her eyes get big, and you can see that there's a shiver, a slight shiver about her. What did you say? Vampires here in Vallaki?
Yeah. Yes. Vampire spawns specifically in those crates.
Vasily was right. Vasily came to me the next day and told me that he heard, as well as Ernst, that there was some kind of spat over the coffee maker's shop. I didn't give it much word. I heard the coffee maker was dead and you guys slinking away, but Vasily told me that supposedly there was something else going on over there. He wasn't quite clear about it. He seemed quite nervous about it, as a fact. I asked for Vasily to reach out to Falkon von Hapsburg, because if what you say is true, the Baron has already lost control of Vallaki, and it's only a matter of time. I told you his silly festivals don't work. He's before the Dark Lord. If there are vampire here, you know my words to ring true.
Yes, but here's the catch. How did they get here? Who or for what reason would bring them in here? They don't just appear out of nowhere.
And why would you be asking me this? Do I look like I'd be wandering around, slinking around in graveyards and doing all kinds of nasty, nefarious things?
You're a powerful woman in the city. You, as soon as we came to the city, not a day later, you had one of your people follow us. I was just I just assumed that you would.
Frankly,
know something.
Flyka, I find your tone rather slightly disrespectful. I know you don't mean any disrespect.
Oh, apologies.
You put yourself in my shoes. You have a baron whose son has cast an evil spell, drove my daughter to madness, who has these silly festivals, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a cleric and a paladin knight of the Order of the Dragon show up. Several elves show up. The Baron doesn't ask you to leave your weapons with the gods. You parade around the streets. There's signs around the streets that saying that you're the honored guest of the Baron. What do you think I should think?
Of course, I completely understand why.
So, of course, I asked Ernst to find out who you were and what you were doing here. And now you come into my home and tell me that vampires are already here? I've warned the Baron, I've warned you, and now you're telling me vampires have been found here in Vallaki. Clearly, yes, the Baron has lost control.
Of course, and I agree with you on that. But fundamentally, no matter your feud, I think we can agree that the vampires are the bigger problem.
Well, I would agree. If you get rid of the vampires, the bigger problem is I trust that you're able to dispatch with the vampires that are here. The bigger problem is how do we keep them out? And I can assure you that the Baron is incapable of keeping vampires at bay with his silly festivals.
Do you have any suggestions on how we should keep them out?
Well,
because if the vampire angers him and we manage to push them back, then what do we do to maintain that?
Well, clearly, and I've told you my opinion, the vampires are here simply because he's provoked Lord Strahd, and the vampires will do whatever they can to destroy this town because the Baron rebukes our Lord Strahd. It's only a matter of the time, I'm sure, in your kingdom, if you rebuked your king, how long would you think it would be before gods would become raiding the Order of the Dragon's citadel if you rebuked your king?
That is a fair assessment.
So, my belief is we respect the Lord Strahd. He leaves us be. We make sure we pay homage. If he wishes to tax us, we pay the tax. And we live here comfortably and peacefully without provoking our king, our lord.
Oh, about your daughter. We have some experience with curses and things like that. If possible, would it be possible for us to see her? I can't promise anything, but we may be able to help with her condition.
If you could, I would be most grateful. Unfortunately, tonight would not be appropriate. If you could come back tomorrow.
When tomorrow? The festival is tomorrow.
Tomorrow in the morning would be
exactly.
Tomorrow in the morning would be ideal.
Of course. Jan, are you okay with that?
I guess so.
Well, with that we will... Oh, the thing I wanted to ask you about the Baron's son and the corpses. Would you happen to know anything at all about that?
The Baron's son practices dark magic. Several people in town have seen strange lights emitting from his house. I know Ernst has followed the coffin maker several times over to the Baron's manor, and the Baron seems to always be in need of fresh supply of servants, maids, cooks. The only thing I can imagine is the dead servants leave, new servants come in, and the son is practicing some sort of dark magic on him. It's his son and the Baron that's cursed my dear beloved Stella.
Well, that is quite concerning, and I can, due to my friends, I can also confirm that yes, we have also seen weird lights coming from the top room.
So now you know that I'm not lying.
Yes.
I'm telling you, the people here in the town have been run amok. The Baron's henchman rules through fear, violence. The Baron provokes the Lord Strahd. And now you tell me vampires have entered the city?
Okay. Well, let us suppose that we do this, that the Baron is doing all of this wrong, and
he needs to be removed.
What do you propose we do?
Remove Isaac, banish him from the town. The Baron would lose his power. He uses his henchmen as his right arm to rule through fear with his soldiers. The guard will fall apart, and the Baron will be forced to flee.
But how do you build it back up? That seems like it would just...
I already have several of my smaller noble houses here in town, including Willi van Holtz, and I'm sure when this happens, your friend and mine, Falkon von Hapsburg, will join me, and the only one that would be gone from the town will be the Baron and his vicious, dark family.
I see. Well, I'll have to think of that. I can promise you two things. One, we will we will try our best to remove the curse from your daughter, and 2, we will confront the Baron about his son's dark arts. As for this political game, we will have to think of it further, and I will need to discuss it with the rest.
Let me assure you of one thing, young cleric. You are a cleric. You know nothing of politics, and I would never ask you to play politics. That is not what I asked you. If you'd like to see my daughter, I would be delighted, and I would gladly pay you if you could remove the curse. And if you wish to investigate the son of the Baron, great. But I am not asking you at all to participate in what you say, my political game. I'm only looking out for what's best for Vallaki.
Let's not.
We're in agreement.
After the Baron's son is not meddling in politics.
That's what I'm saying. If you want to investigate the Baron's son, feel free to. But I'm not asking you to meddle in the political affairs of myself or the Baron. I can deal with the Baron on my own.
Well then, we're in agreement. Well, thank you for your time.
Of course.
Jan, Kai,
okay.
Are you good to go?
That's the end of this. It is coming to 11 p.m. I'm happy to continue to play, unless you guys wanted to wrap this up for the evening.
We can wrap it up.
Yeah, I think it would be better.
There's been a lot of info, so we should wrap it up.
Yeah, I put in a little bit of notes on the map part. I don't have everything, but there's some stuff. Yeah, so we can start at Rectavio and Ileanys for next section.
Okay, do you guys have any questions? Was it helpful with the information, or is there something that might be confusing that I can fill in?
Okay, let me first try to see if we can summarize what has happened.
Okay.
Or what's going on. So
sure.
Also, can you sorry, this is off topic. Can you put the prisons area, I guess?
On the map. I will put the prison on the map. I'm sorry, I did not put the prison on the map.
Go ahead, Oleg.
Okay, so few things. We still don't know who gave the note, like the incantation, to the coffin maker, and I'm leaning towards Baron or Baron's son. Probably Baron's son.
I don't know why. I don't know why we all suspect it's the Baron, because why would he do it to the Order of the Dragon that he has?
Here's the thing. I feel like it's his son, but Baron is just acting willful ignorance. You know, like the guy, like the priest from the church who was unwilling to say that his son has become a literal vampire. I think it's a similar thing here. It's willful ignorance on the Baron's end, because I don't get the vibe from this woman that she would be the one to do that.
It's possible, but she could be lying. She could be lying, but yeah, it is possible. But I don't. Okay, it could be the Baron's son. It could be Strahd. Somebody or Strahd's minions, or
the prison's on the map. It's on the far side, over near the stockyard.
I'm leaning towards Baron's son because, I'm leaning towards Baron's son.
Yeah, I'm more likely to believe it's
Ileanys and Kai found. Because we have no one else. Like, if it's just a random minion, we have no leads to go off.
But I don't think it's. I definitely don't think it's the Baron himself, because he has a lot to lose, especially since he wants to make it look like, you know, this place is the best place in the world to live in.
Yes,
there's no vampires here. It's not him.
Like, it is possible that the woman is the one doing it, but I don't. From what she said, she seems very confident in her own ability to overtake the Baron, so I doubt she would take such extreme measures to do so. Like, it seems like recently she has been on the upside and the Baron has been declining in his power over the city.
Maybe she's talking about
it feels like a weird
on the upside because of this incident specifically. Now that we've given her information that the vampires are.
But her surprise felt genuine.
However, she wasn't. She, like you specifically asked about it. She seemed to kind of respect Strahd, so
Yeah, but there's a difference between respect.
No, fear.
Yeah, probably fear. Probably more so towards fear and like respect from fear, shall we say?
I don't know. It seemed more like she was a fan of him, but anyways.
Yeah, the way Pyram described her, he said it was more like she respects hierarchies, and he's the rightful lord of.
Yeah.
I think to add a little clarification there is she's very respectful of the proper way of royalty and everything, but she also fears, obviously, the people above her. She understands ruling through that way. So she would definitely fear the king or the lord. So right.
The thing is, putting someone in or helping someone to, rise to power that is, a bootlicker is perhaps not the best way, even if the Baron is an idiot.
I honestly say that neither of them are correct. Both of them
That's why I said
stupid. Both the Baron and this lady.
Who's the lesser evil, Vector or Vallaki?
Yeah. I'm planning to figure out the whole thing with the vampires and the sun and the curse without touching that political game at all.
Vampire first, because we have until noon.
Yes.
So,
yep.
Who killed?
Hey, you guys are doing that.
Who killed the coffin maker?
This turned into a
question we don't know.
This turned into a murder mystery.
Yeah.
The question really is, and maybe we already know that and I just forgot out of character, who the fuck would know about the bones so that they would make the coffin maker approach what was his face? Milivoy.
Well, remember,
wasn't it the other way around?
It was the other way around. Milivoy found out about the bones from the altar boy, and because he works for the coffin maker and slipped it to the coffin maker, and the coffin maker realized that this might be something valuable and reached out to somebody he knew that'd be willing to pay for them.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So that may or may not actually have been, like, the person trying to buy the bones could have been just a sincere collector, or could have been trying to destabilize Vallaki, so we don't actually know that for certain.
I would say destabilize, because considering that
it makes the most sense, yeah.
He had a dark note on him, he had the fucking vampires in the crates sealed up.
Yeah.
It makes no sense if it was just a random collector, because why was he doing all this other stuff then?
It's not a random collector. It's someone working with Strahd.
Yes. Now the question is who?
Yeah,
we've got two major suspects. We've got two major suspects. It's either the Baron or the fucking bootlicker lady.
Nope.
The bootlicker lady.
I can tell you it's probably neither of them. It doesn't make sense for the Baron, and it doesn't feel like the kind of power play that she would do. I doubt it's either of them. I feel like it's some kind of third party.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, then we have not yet to see that third party. We have not.
Don't forget, they're thinking that this whole situation with the vampires is a political play, but both the vampire thing and the thing with the bones may be just Strahd's way to get to Irene. Don't forget.
You're just saying that it's Strahd and he's trying to make everyone like pit against each other.
I mean, well, if the bones protect
he might have not even thought about that. It might have been a way for him to get closer to Irene.
Damn, Strahd is really the biggest simp, huh?
Yeah. He's doing some power plays, some mind games.
Sorry, I'm not.
Well, there's a couple of places you guys have not been yet, so there's still some dispersion.
We don't have time to go to those until after we find.
I know, of course, but I'm just
have time to randomly wander
right.
around.
I just letting you know that there are other characters and locations that you have not been to in Vallaki that may provide additional clues or may not.
info.
Yeah, I
The
often
stockyard.
forget that this game. Yeah, I often forget that this game is it's like a sandbox kind of game. We
Yeah.
decide where to go.
The stockyard might provide some
Stockyard.
useful information, but that's about
Usually
it.
there's a lot of people going in and out of stockyard, so lots of info there.
Well, we'll go to the tailor, and first of all, Ileanys is gonna talk with Rictavio to hear about the vampire hunter, and 2, we're gonna go to the tailors. We have not been there yet, and since the tailor has all the gossip, we probably might hear something about the murder of this coffin maker.
Also,
That-
whilst all
that's
of this is
2
happening,
things.
Mhm.
Jan, you will need to learn remove curse.
Yep, better than Zone of Truth.
Yeah, and Sponge, whatever Sponge and I found upstairs, we need to go back to that later on to Sky and I.
Yeah. Also,
Okay, so-
Ileanys, you can also learn remove curse if you want.
Pyram, I just have a question.
Of course.
Well, not a question, more like a problem. Okay, so my Bloodhunter class level is uneditable. Well, no, it is editable, but it's not saving.
Same for me.
I will have to look into that. Why it's not.
Can you edit it? Like,
No.
going into my sheet and like changing the class level to something else? I'm not level 1.
I know you're not level 1, so.
I'm
Oh, you know
stuck
what
at
you're.
the
I
as
tell you
well.
what. I know what you guys are doing. You're changing. Okay, so this is a problem that I noticed. In fact, I made a video about it. When you change the icon after you drag it to a scene and you change it, open up the character sheet from a scene, and then leave the scene, it will not save. So you need to open up your icon from the actors tab. Open up your character sheet from the actors sheet.
Yeah, you gotta
And
you
save
gotta do
it
the
there
prototype.
before you drive
On
an
the
icon
top
into the
right,
scene.
It should say prototype token instead of token.
Yeah, that's the prototype sheet. That's the
Think of that
source.
as your parent sheet. So if you open up your character sheet from a token
It's
in a
still not
scene,
saving.
it will. So if I go in here and save Erzan from this sheet right now, and let me see, where do you change it? And features, class level. You're level 4, right?
Yeah, I'm level 4.
Oh, you know what? Because you're not a normal class, are you?
Well, you just can add it manually.
Yeah, I know. Hold on, let me just do that here. I see what you're saying here.
Is that doing the same thing for you, Ervan?
Yep. Stuck at level 3.
You're stuck at level 3.
That's weird because
I don't know why it sure says.
it worked from level 1 to 3. So I'm not sure what it's doing now.
Yeah, it worked to 3 as well with me, but now it's not. And I changed it to level 1 because I deleted it and then made a new one, but now it does not want to make me.
Wait a second. What is your hit dice? D6 or D8?
D10.
D10. Okay. And how many hit dice? You have 4 hit dice now, right?
Correct.
And you are a full cast or half cast or what?
None.
None. Okay. And your number of starting skills is
2.
okay.
Oh, 3. Okay.
3 and
Well, it doesn't really make a difference.
okay. I don't know why I just opened it up.
Yeah, I don't feel like it's either of the two main kind of political thing leads.
I don't know.
Like this.
The lady from the information is she has a lot to gain from this event. At
Yes,
least
but it also feels like it's a red herring. She feels like a
Could
red
be.
herring.
could be.
Like it feels too obvious that it's her, especially with her daughter being cursed. It's like
Yeah,
But we
it could,
have
it
not-
could also be part of a vengeance plot, and it's easy to blame the Baron, this event on the Baron too. So
I would
Maybe.
say wait until next session because next session is gonna give us a lot of information. Like, you think this was a lot of information this session? Oh boy. Next session we're gonna
actually,
have
I was deafened, so I don't metagame. What did you guys do?
wait,
What'd you
what
guys
were
get
we
at the
doing?
Yeah,
At the end.
he deafened himself. They deafened themselves, so they didn't hear what we know or know about.
Well, you should hear it because we're gonna tell you either ways. Now we have to tell you.
Yeah, tell me the short time. Again, I didn't want to like I noticed that I'm metagaming a lot this session, so I wanted to prevent that. I don't know what's wrong with me, but
I didn't notice that you were, but okay. Anyways, what happened is we talked to Ileanys talked to Rictavio. Rictavio told him to go upstairs with me, and I'm gonna talk to you. But then this scene ended there, and then it shifted to Erzan and von Holtz, a minor noble who's a little bit racist, but not really.
Also deal with them.
He and Erzan talked a little bit, exchanged a few noble things, noble talk. He told him that he does not really know anything about this Bloodhunter. Vampire hunt. Yeah, vampire hunter. But if there's anyone who knows gossip, then it's definitely the tailor. And then he said that we're both nobles, so you definitely understand why it's the tailor. I'm like, bitch.
But just so you know, what he's referring to is the tailors in cities who are tailoring dresses and stuff for the nobles are considered kind of like the silent servant who overhears everything.
I got you.
Like barbers.
Like barbers or beauty salon people.
I get you totally. But we're not looking for the noble's gossip about the noble's daughter that like slept with another noble's son. No, I'm talking about an actual vampire hunter that's probably having death and decay for breakfast. So
well, he may be a noble.
Maybe
he's traveling incognito.
Imagine if he's related to your family.
I mean,
long lost.
I mean,
fuck me, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to, Erzan, I'm gonna have to play with your character to figure it out. So I see what you're saying. So let me fool with that. It'll take me a little bit.
And you might want to fool my character as well.
Yeah, I'll make sure.
Yeah, I don't think it's a character thing. Maybe it's like a module thing.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Exactly.
Hold on, I have an idea. Actually, if I change the sheet type to actor
I need
sheet.
a head, so see you guys.
See ya.
Bye.
Also, I recommend uninstalling Follow Me and Dice Tray. Those are both deprecated, so they don't really work anymore.
Okay, I will get rid of. Yeah, so if you have any thoughts, by the way, gentlemen, on any of the modules, or if you know of any modules that are going to be having difficulties, because I'm going to go ahead and upgrade to 7.5 next. We have quite a few people that were watching, actually, for our first campaign here. We had quite a few people on. It says, somebody says here, you can't save the class details from there. You have to create a class item and then drag it to the character sheet for X, or create a 4th level one and drag it once. And that's from John Feltz. So I'm going to just type in thanks, John, and let him know. Thanks for watching. And the tip, both Erzan and Ervan are thanking you now.
Yep, thank you. I didn't really get what he meant.
He says you have to create a class item and then drag it into the character sheet.
I think
4 times, or create a 4th level one and drag it in there. So you have to drag the class item into your sheet 4 times, I guess, to multiply it.
Didn't you already create a custom class for them, or was it not?
I did not.
I think he did. He might have. Have you done it from D&D Beyond import or something?
No, we were editing it directly from the sheet before. Now it's not working.
That's weird.
So because
I think the other campaign, Oleg did a custom thing and I dragged onto my sheet, and so I'm sure it's like that. Like it'll be in one of those menus.
Okay, what if I drag another? Okay, I made myself a warlock now. Let me edit the warlock thingy.
Okay, he just says, John says, create it on the item tab. So if we go to the item tab.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yep. It works from warlock now.
Okay, I've got a bunch of items I got to delete out of. I was doing a demo on something. I got to delete it out there. So, did that work for you, by the way?
Did what work?
Creating it in the items tab.
Well, I can't do that, but you can do it for me.
Okay, it says here, he's saying it's a bug in D&D 5 system. You can't modify a class directly. So I'm going to make right now. Just make it create an item, and I'm going to call it
Bloodhunter.
I guess I would class Bloodhunter. Bloodhunter. Doing that now. Create an item. Okay, I just created it, and I'm going to go in here and say details level 4, D10. Dice use is 4. Starting skills is 3. And
Maybe make it level 1, not 4, because that's going to be the base, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can just keep adding it.
Okay, and starting number skills 3 still?
Yeah, 3.
Okay.
Hopefully it'll work.
Okay, and I'm going to configure this position for all players as owner. So, do you see that in there? Under items? Bloodhunter?
You should make hit dice use 0.
I see it, yeah.
Where is it?
Under your items tab?
Oh, yeah, it works. I just leveled me up. Okay, so it's the 4th one from the left.
Yeah, found it, and details for... no, it does not work for me. Oh, wait, never mind.
I dragged and dropped it, yeah, it's working.
By the way, gentlemen, do you guys see the books that I dragged in there? Do you guys...
Yes, I saw the book and it sounds helpful. I mean, I need to share this with the others because it's talking about the fairy details, stuff like that.
Yeah, there's the Fae book, there's the Flower and Fauna. By the way, that's the same book that Kai has, the Book of Fanes of Barovia. And then there's the Fall of Argynvost. Did you take a look at that, Tim?
Yeah. I wasn't sure how much Herjann would actually have, how much time he had to read through it, but I certainly read it.
Oh, okay. There should be some helpful information in there.
Yeah. It's quite a bit, actually.
And the fans of Barovia has stuff that we might have forgotten about, like the temples and stuff like that, and there's 3 gems, and all of it is noted down here, so that would be helpful for us.
Okay, so I need to drag it 4 times for it to work, which is, I guess, nice, but not convenient.
I think it's not that bad, but it's still, yeah.
Yeah, he says that according to John's description, you can either make a new item that's just level 4 or level 5, or you create one as a level 1 and you just drag it multiple times.
I think it's better to do level 1, drag it multiple times, because you'll level up. So yeah.
Okay. The thing is, what's bothering me is that if you go to compendium and actor and classes and put drag, for example, barbarian into your classes, now I'm level 4 Bloodhunter and level 1 barbarian. If I edit that barbarian class through my sheet directly, it works.
Yeah, but Bloodhunter is not part of the SRD.
Yeah, that's why. It's not part of the Foundry system, so it doesn't.
Is that an update? Because it worked with us before, didn't it?
So here's another thing: is the tokenizer currently has a bug. This is from another one of our viewers, Samuel Crumb. He says tokenizer currently has a bug. You can't save game settings when it is loaded, and a workaround right now is to deactivate tokenizer, make any changes, and then reactivate it. So be aware that tokenizer, which we actually do use tokenizer as well. I'm going to just step away. I'll be right back. You guys talk among yourself. I just have to do one quick thing. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, with that thing, tokenizer is probably, that's it's a known bug, so I would probably just turn that stuff off. That's probably the root of your problem.
So tokenizer makes all items unsavable,
it just stops stuff from saving. It's usually from for 7.5, but I don't know when the
Okay.
when the author is going to be updating tokenizer. Iconizer should still work for 6.6, but I believe Iconizer might not work for 7.5.
Okay, I'm back. I just was fixing my camera. I had turned my camera off accidentally, and I had to get up and go over to the thing to turn it on. So my camera is back on, and I guess that's okay if people want to see me. And I'm going to just ask to see if anybody's online, if they have any questions. Oh, and that's Samuel Crumb says that's for 7.5, by the way. So I hope those people that have watched, you guys have stayed in for several hours here. I apologize for my internet problems at the beginning to get it started, but I have brand new internet, so I had to go in there and turn it on and turn it off. But everything is working now well, and I hope
you don't need to worry about internet. I'm gonna have internet bad all the time.
Yeah, I couldn't get anything. Everything stalled out for me. I mean, I didn't even have I just kind of totally shit the bed, so I had to restart everything at the beginning. But I'll tell you, as a dungeon master, I had a really fun time playing all these different characters. You know, I was
making us so confused. I'm beginning to believe that all dungeon masters are a little bit of a sadist because they just want to see everyone else suffer, huh?
Well, I don't want you to see you suffer, but I thought this would be you had a murder mystery, political intrigue. Not all problems can be solved with a sword.
Yeah, obviously.
And I thought you guys did.
I just got elven accuracy, so I want to try out my sword maybe next session.
Yeah, the guy got himself something that will make him have triple advantage, something like that.
Yeah, I've got my triple advantage ready. I just want to stab someone. I wish that this guy Ezek would have just picked a fight with me. Damn, I would have smacked his ass with my cane.
Oh my God.
Let me remind you, Erzan, that you're just a level 4 Bloodhunter, and there are players in here that are level 10, 12, with a lot of hit points and a lot of stuff that you may not be totally privy to.
True.
So
don't bitch around, bitch.
I just want you. The last thing I would hate for you to happen is to pick the wrong unnecessary fight. Let's leave it at that.
That's true. Maybe I'll tone out my asshole attitude a little bit.
No, I like it.
That's part of the character, I think.
Yeah, I think you did a really good job with the character, because what I did was I wrote, I will go ahead and I actually wrote the dialogue that I read for you guys to listen to at the beginning, which was the conversation, the meeting between Vasily and Falkon, and it was your kind of provoking the coffin maker that was is what he shared. You remember?
Uh-huh.
So I actually wrote that. I'll go ahead and share that with you guys. You guys can all go ahead and read the conversation that I wrote. I put it under the journal entries.
Erzan would be the follow.
That's why we don't bring Erzan inside. Good thing we didn't bring Erzan when the Baron was.
Okay. Just to be fair, this one instance that you guys are always gonna have against me, I did not know.
I know. We're
just joking around.
We're fucking with you.
Well, I thought this was a really, really good session. I really enjoyed this session, and even though we didn't have any combat, you guys were.
Combat is not needed. I prefer roleplay, anyways.
We can go fight some vampires next session.
No, I think.
I mean, we had a fight that will last a few sessions.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if all the vampires actually got up and escaped, because we didn't really check if they were dead. We just kind of left.
Oh, the last one?
No, the ones that we are
The ones that we did put out.
Hey, Tim, your microphone is kind of crapping out a little bit. Do you want to see if you can restart?
I mean, okay, so we fought vampire before, and they died when he killed them. So I'm not sure if they will come back. Probably, maybe from the curse.
Yeah, what a surprise! People die when you kill them.
Yeah.
So let me just do a little poll. I'm just curious, and I'm going to go ahead and start at the top with Ervan. Ervan, do you enjoy the role-playing aspect of Dungeons and Dragons, or more of the combat, or what would you like to see as far as percentage, like 60% role-playing, or what's your opinion on that?
I enjoy both. The problem with me with role-playing, I'm an introvert. I don't have a lot of words. Okay, I love to listen to people, and I love like helping others. But my problem is I'm an introvert. So when I roleplay, I try my best, but sometimes I feel like I'm blocked. I can't talk. So sometimes I feel like pressured, and sometimes I feel like normal.
Well,
but I love it like 50-50.
Okay, perfect. Ileanys, what is your thoughts?
Oh, I like it. Nothing more to say. What do you call it? We were talking about splitting up the party last week, and I actually think it was almost necessary to do it for this session at the very least, because we were on a time crunch.
I think we did Pyram, you did a good job of like not lingering too long in one location, though.
I kept on looking at my watch and timing the sessions.
I think that worked out well.
It's the little things that make a difference, and I'm glad to have a DM that does notice those little things.
One thing I kind of miss though is I kind of miss those pies.
Oh, those pies.
Are they coming in? Are they coming into town?
I don't know. They could be. So Robin, what about you? Are you more of do you like 50-50, more combat, less combat, more role playing?
You know me. You know, like Erzan is a speaker. He's someone that likes to get his word out there, and that stems from me. I like role playing a lot, and I like to talk to different NPCs and provoke different people. And
I love stealing.
Yeah, I just
on the provoke.
Yes.
Yeah, I just like talking a lot. I have a big mouth, and I like to use it as much as possible.
No, I think your character adds an excellent element to the game that can bring risks to all the party, or conquer a situation where the party might not necessarily be able to do.
Well, we've yet to intimidate someone.
I mean, we wanted you there when we saw the witch hunters.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Holy fuck.
I was probably looking at fish in the sea by the time we were doing that.
So, Sponge, Kai, what is your thoughts? Do you like more combat, or do you like more role playing, or?
I think it varies, but a pretty even split's fine, or probably slightly more roleplay.
Okay. And what about you, Tim?
Yeah, I'm maybe leaning a bit more combat, but that doesn't even mean I need combat every session. My problem usually is that like the past 2 weeks I've been working so much I'm utterly brain dead by the time that we start playing, so role playing is a bit harder for me than just chucking dice. Which doesn't mean that I don't enjoy the role playing. It's just currently, if you find me being brain dead, that's because I work too much. But I do generally enjoy role playing. So I think the mix that we've had is just about spot on for what I enjoy.
Oh, perfect. I just want to make sure I'm balancing it to the taste of all the players. I got a quick, just curious question of myself. I know both Robin and Incog, Ervan and Erzan, are from Egypt, and so English is their second language. Tim is from Germany. English is his second language. Obviously, Kai is from the UK. I'm from the States, but living in Portugal. What about you, Ileanys? You're from Canada? Are you French Canadian?
No, I'm I came to Canada when I was 10, so English is my second language.
Oh, what is your first language?
Tagalog. I came from the Philippines.
Oh, wow. Wow. So we have I really enjoy the fact that we have such an international group of players, but I also find it really impressive, and I'm quite embarrassed to say so myself because poquito español, my Spanish is really shitty, but how you're, as a second language, you're role-playing in a second language, which is, I think, to myself, quite impressive that you're role-playing and not in your native language, and doing so quite well and eloquently in many situations.
Believe it or not, my role playing in German is even worse because I started...
If I don't play Arabic, I would want to kill myself. Oh no!
The thing is, when you start like reading fantasy novels and shit when you're like 13 in English, you're missing all the good words in your native language.
Oh my god!
So
I prefer the English.
So, what time? Just out of curiosity, how many of you actually play role-playing games in your native language?
Hell no!
No, I've never played.
Hell no!
I don't know. I think it would be kind of new and weird for me, at least. I can speak fluently in my native language compared to my brother, but
so
I don't know about you guys.
So
when I started DMing, I gave it like 2 sessions in German. I told my players, "Fuck it, we're doing it in English." We were all Germans. And I just said, "No, this is not happening. If you want me to DM, it's gonna be in English." And they were all fine with it.
I know how you feel, and I think if I like start playing D&D in real life in Egypt, I would say that we should play in English. Like I can't start playing D&D in Arabic. It would suck.
So let me ask you a question. I was looking online, especially with Foundry, and they're doing a lot of language conversions: Spanish, Portuguese, German. Is Dungeons and Dragons or role playing? First, is it popular in where you guys live and also in your native language? And are there books and role-playing stuff in your native language, or when you're either in Egypt or Canada, Philippines, or wherever you are, when you go to the role-playing shop, are the games written in German or Arabic, or are they all in English?
Okay, so if I will start, I'll say that there are no gaming shops. The gaming shops we have here is like what you call electronic shops that have like video games, stuff like that. So you wouldn't have like Dungeons and Dragons. You would find people that know Dungeons and Dragons, but from the internet, that wouldn't have played it but just heard of it. A lot of people don't know about it, and a lot of it didn't play it.
Okay.
I started playing Dungeons and Dragons when me and Robin were like sitting and saying that we wanted to play. I said to him, I want to play Dungeons and Dragons so much, and he found like a lot of servers to start looking for groups, and we started from then. Like this year, like this year is the first year that me and him started playing Dungeons and Dragons, and it has been hella fun.
Oh, awesome! And are you playing in another game together?
Yeah, we are on a different server that has like one shots, and there is another game that's on Friday. The DM is nice, but he's like new as well, so we are just like we are immersing ourselves in his world. Like it's a homebrew place, so we're trying new stuff. Other than that, I play another game on Saturday. With like people I met, talked with on the internet. We started playing a Lost Night of Andelver, then went out to a homebrew game. It's really fun. The DM is like, if I say he likes to make warlocks have a lot of touch in it, I would be so giving him low. But yeah, I love the DM.
And is that game played in English?
Okay, all the games I play D&D is English.
Oh, okay.
None of them are Arabic.
Ileanys, are you playing in any other games?
Of other games, but none of them are. Well, all of them are in English. Most of them are online. I've never really thought about. Honestly, I haven't really even thought about the idea of playing in my native language. Um, it just feels so foreign to me, weirdly.
Yeah, but you also, you moved when you were 10. It's different from if you had moved like at age 30.
Exactly. Or even if I was still back there too. And I haven't been back there, and I do have friends that speak the language, but none of them are interested in D&D. So.
Are you in the French part of Canada?
No, I'm in the main part of Canada. Well, a main part, Ontario. I'm in Ontario.
Okay.
Close enough.
Okay.
Like, I guess.
Now, just for full disclosure, Kai and I are playing together as players in a game that is being DM'd by Oleg. I am a halfling thief, and Kai is actually not Kai. He's Beltoran, and he is you're Paladin, is that right, Sponge?
Yeah, half-elf Paladin.
Half-elf Paladin, and I managed to get the party in a little bit of trouble last game, so...
Hell yeah!
I don't think Beltoran is actually happy with me. I wasn't trying to get the party in trouble, but this character I just don't trust. And so I'm trying to roleplay myself well, and... well, I'll tell you one thing. What Oleg did, it was probably one of the most craziest sessions that we ever played in. Oleg had one of the players, unbeknownst to us, so after, when the game wasn't going on, he contacted one of the players and saying, "You're going to play a doppelganger, but you cannot say anything to the players." And so all of us, Sponge and myself and the other players, are going out there. We find this magic gem. We get it back to, this huge thing that we've been working towards. And we asked this one player, "You're going to stay here at the house. We're going to go get some information." We get back to the house. This player's gone. The gem is gone. We don't know what the hell happened. The player was a doppelganger.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. I could not believe that Oleg pulled that off. He totally...
What's the worst about doppelgangers? You can't discard them from the real ones.
I know. We had no idea. And I was totally fooled. I think Beltoran or Sponge, you were fooled too, right?
Yeah.
Things, but,
we were trying to work out how it was stolen, because he was missing, and obviously
he took it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Sounds like a headache. Good twist.
It was a really.
You know who else has a gem? Kai has a gem.
Yeah. Well, it was a really good twist. But one of the things I really enjoy about role playing is that you get yourself in awkward, sometimes frustrating, sometimes panicking or stressful situations, and you have to work your way or think your way through these problems. And Oleg did a crazy, amazing job putting us in this. We didn't know who to trust. Pretty soon, I'm thinking everybody is a damn doppelganger. I end up getting our whole party in trouble because I don't really mean to threaten this guy, but I kind of do, and it goes a little too far. And so it's.
Do you guys stream that game as well?
No, we don't stream that game.
Damn.
Now, Tim is actually hosting a game, right?
Yeah.
And are you playing in any other games?
No. I've barely had or haven't had time for the game that I'm DMing myself because I don't have time for the prep.
Busy boy.
Work.
Gotta get that dough.
Hey Kai, are you playing in any other games? You're playing with Oleg in this game. Are you playing in any other?
Yeah, I'm playing a game with my real life friends. I've known for years and years. We started playing they started playing, most of them together, around a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago. And then they played one campaign, and then another campaign, it kind of broke up, and then I started playing with them at the start of this year, kind of. And we just started a second campaign 2 weeks ago.
Are you playing that game face to face?
No.
Oh, so you're playing that online?
Yeah. Yeah, we live like all over the country, so would be kind of hard.
And you're located in Manchester or in London?
No, Southampton.
Oh, Southampton. And Ervan, are you in? Did you say
Alexandria?
Alexandria.
Our open is from Cairo.
Cairo, and that's what?
Like
100 miles?
No, like half a day by train. Less than half a day. Sorry, like a few hours by train.
It's 180 kilometers.
I guess 100 miles.
Yeah.
It's not that far. Like it would not take that much by train. Yeah.
And Tim, you are in northern Germany?
No, that's just where I'm from. I'm smack in the middle.
Smack in the middle, and
meaning near Frankfurt currently.
Near Frankfurt, and Oleg is currently in. Is he in Dublin or in Belfast? Do you know, Sponge?
I asked him if he was from the good or bad Ireland, and he just didn't answer. I wonder why.
That kid's bad.
I think if I'm not mistaken, actually Oleg is Romanian. Isn't that right?
No.
No, he speaks. I can often hear him speak Russian when he's talking to someone in the background.
I think he's from Lithuania.
Oh yeah. It's the other player. It's our crazy. We have a crazy bard who gets in trouble in our game all the time. He is Romanian.
Yeah.
So, no, this is really fun, and I am living smack dab in the middle of Portugal in a city named Castelo Branco, the White Castle.
Oh, it's amazing how D&D can like bring people from all over the world together.
Absolutely. I met, I think, everybody here either in Discord or in Reddit. I think.
Yeah.
And I took on this ambitious game of Curse of Strahd.
You're doing a really good job so far. So.
No, I'm going to tell you what's made it really easy is both everybody been helping me in the beginning, figuring out modules. Foundry's really fun to learn and use. I got so addicted into it, I started making just a slew of videos. For a while there, I was putting out 2 videos a day, which was crazy for like over a week.
There's a ton more modules too, still.
I know. There's 500 of them. So I'm not going to be going through all 500. But I
question your commitment, sir.
Please don't add a lot of buckets.
No, I'm
add token magic, please. I want pretty fire effects in my screen.
I was I got stalled this week because I had a meeting today, a conference call that went on for a few hours, so I got stalled for between sessions, getting some more stuff up to speed. I did get the a couple modules. I don't know if you've seen the sound module. I've got to put some more sounds in there. That's really fun. I have the soundboard module that has all kinds of sounds in it that I've been using. So you heard the guy, what do you call it? He was puking.
Yeah.
And then
I missed that.
Yeah, and then he's got being tortured.
Yeah.
And then there's.
Were you putting water in your mouth at one point?
No, I took a piece of paper and was just putting it in front of the microphone.
Yeah. Were you smacking your head together like really hard?
When I was beating that guy up?
Uh-huh.
I was clapping my hands.
Oh my god, yes! I love it so much.
Did it sound good?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, he was kind of a brute there. I've been watching some videos on trying to figure out different accents to use, and I saw this video. I need to find it. It was really good. He said the greatest thing about Dungeons and Dragons, don't try to use a single accent. Mix all kinds of accents together. That creates a unique sound to that place. So I'm trying to mix a little, little Romanian, a little German, every now and then trying to mix some stuff together so it doesn't really identify with something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm trying. Anyway, I'll get better.
Yeah, I actually, in the beginning you said I'm not gonna do voices, etc. And I've noticed over the last couple of sessions, and especially today, that you started doing accents and voices.
Yeah,
which you initially said you wouldn't do, and that adds something to the game.
No, I'm trying to, bring some immersion and really make this feel that, you're there and these characters are real characters and you either hate them or love them or don't know.
Yeah. It's, I don't know, for me at least, it helps me if I'm doing just accents or voices. It helps me differentiate between, player talk and, at least as a player talk and character talk.
Yeah, I think sound is awesome. I got this great soundboard, and I've already got a bunch of sounds in it. I got let me see, I've got a dragon roar. That was pretty cool. Then I've got
it passed as a lion too.
Yeah, I've got women screaming.
Can I maybe not hear it because you're playing it on a map or in a scene?
No, if you go to your audio playlist and make sure that your playlist volume and ambient and soundboard or sound volumes are up.
Yeah, they are.
You can't hear them.
Nope.
Change to that happens to me. I change it.
I've changed the volume before. I've tried several things during the session. I even reloaded the page, etc. Weird part is even I'm using Chrome, and that even has an icon to show that it's playing sound.
Don't play. Chrome doesn't help with sound, unfortunately. I tried using Chrome, but the sound doesn't go through. I don't know why. For some reason.
Strange. I know. I've always used Chrome for this game. I wanted it separate from Firefox, and it hasn't been an issue until today.
I use Firefox for myself, actually. If I have Foundry, a game on Foundry, I use Firefox only.
So you're not hearing any sounds at all, huh?
Let me try to connect with Firefox.
I use Brave browser. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that.
I have what's it called? The Microsoft Edge and Firefox.
All of that is just Brave, and Edge is just Chrome. That shouldn't make much of a difference.
But for some reason it works in Edge. For some reason.
The rest of you guys can hear these sounds, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm loading it again. Oh my god.
Anyway, it's getting late for me, so I better shoot off. Thanks for playing, everyone. It's one session.
Hey, by the way, thank you, Kai. And you know what? I'm really glad you were here. In fact, there's a small crowd cheering that you were here.
It's great when the internet doesn't randomly cut out. My internet's usually really good, but about once every, I don't know, maybe 3 times a year-ish, it would just randomly cut out, and it would just be gone for 12 hours or something, and then, so, I mean, it's probably better that it does that than it being crappy most of the time, but, alright. I'll see you guys later.
Adios.
Yeah.
So, Tim, you can't hear any of the sounds, huh?
Yeah, I'm currently connecting to the game through Firefox. Give me a second. I have to enter my super complicated password, which actually based on the password, I have a feeling I might.
Oh, you know what? Somebody here. Hold on. We got somebody here. John Feltz is still online. He's still watching us talk. Thank you, John, for watching. He says that players have to be on the same scene to hear the audio. So I am on the Vallaki maps. So if you're not in the Vallaki maps, you might not be able to hear the sound.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. But fucking hell, now I can't log in because KeyPass corrects my my player password for the session to the Forge password, which is entirely different. Yeses. Like that.
So I've got the.
I heard a cow right now.
You hear what?
A cow.
So if you're in the Vallaki map, you should be able to hear.
Oh my god! Holy fuck! Okay.
Zombies.
Yeah, I heard that.
And there's a woman fighting. Man.
Didn't hear that.
Let's try this.
I got some cult chants here. Come demon, Mandimod.
Come demon, we awaken thee. Come demon, we awaken thee.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
That's Death House.
I think I'm lagging a bit. That's why I'm hearing it late. But yeah, I can hear come demon. Like yes, come.
Log off the decayer. We awaken thee.
Oh my god.
Log off the decayer. We must die.
I'm scared.
One must die. One must die.
Is there gonna be a demon on my shoulder right now?
No, there's no demon on your shoulder.
Can we play something again? I want to see if it works now.
I'm okay. I'm gonna play banging on the door. Sliding door.
I think was it Ervan or Erzan that thought that was is there somebody on the door?
Yeah, I was doing that there, and here's the cows.
I'm hearing a cow.
Yeah, it's not working for some reason. God damn it.
Maybe it's just the laptop.
Maybe or I don't know why. Like maybe it is or it is not that your volume is low, like really low for it to for you to listen. It's just it's a weird suggestion, but I'm not sure about it.
No, I don't think that's it.
Oh, okay, that scared the shit out of me. Oh fuck!
I got another little end playing here.
No, I can. Oh, okay, I can hear that. Yeah, fully shut in. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, it's nice that we've got a bunch of viewers watching our game, and we've stopped playing for now. I guess for over 50 minutes, but we're still having a great conversation. So briefly, just a couple things before we go. If anybody has any questions, go ahead. You can choose specific players to the top left. Okay. So people are sending some messages, but just a couple of things. Was there anything in the game that you didn't like, anything you want us to change, any modules, anything like that?
I don't think people were racist enough against the elves.
I'm just trying to be. And look,
I'm gonna break that lantern. So.
I to be honest with you, I hate being politically correct, but I am very cognizant of and respectful of other people. So I just want to make sure I'm not stepping on into a realm that makes people uncomfortable. So it's nice to know everybody's fun and good with it. Was there anything else that you guys wanted to mention or talk about? I saw, by the way, I did see some things in there, some input about some of the game mechanics in the Discord channel, about some of the actions in there. I'll certainly revisit those if you guys have some different ideas for assist or defense that you think would be better. I wanted to create a couple of actions where if you're not attacking or just casting a spell, that you could help either do something to defend an enemy or defend one of your players or something like that.
Yeah. I think my issue with those was that most of them were worse than the actions that are already part of the 5e rule set.
Okay.
And I think if you want to offer more actions, I think that's not an issue that you can solve easily with additional mechanics, rather than maybe letting players convince you that a certain action is feasible. You know what I mean?
No,
Letting
yeah,
them get players in combat,
that's
rather so more of an ad hoc decision in combat rather than adding even more not strictly combat actions on top of what we already have, because you're always going to run into problems with balance. I think Oleg just hit the nail on the head when he said action economy. It's just there's rarely a reason to consider any of these actions, because only having one action per round just makes these, well, just from a mechanical standpoint, inferior choices.
right. I get what you're saying. I think that's a really good idea. Is simplify the core mechanics and then have something in there where maybe it's more suggestive. Hey, with some ideas of just some suggestive ideas rather than actual rule mechanics.
Yeah, or whatever. I don't have a good example right now, but I mean, if a player doesn't want to take and make an attack or cast a spell or just do the disengage action, but they have a really cool plan to do something that might benefit
I mean,
the group if they did that, you can always
for example,
improvise
maybe push an enemy away from someone for them to be able to deal with another person. That's an idea.
I mean, yeah,
Well, you can take the shove action that one.
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like the core rules for 5e already have rules for a lot of these scenarios,
Yeah.
and it's kind of the way I see it mechanically from a balance standpoint is really difficult to come up with other actions on top of these core rules that are actually worthwhile.
I think it would be hard, but if we can do it, it would be great actually.
Although I do agree somewhat. I think Pyram is some of the new mechanics. It just basically helps with defend. Mostly, I think a lot of the uses would be helping defend other teammates. Because I believe there's no inherent way to do that in.
Yeah.
There's a feat that lets you do that, or 2 feats, but that's entirely different from just being able to do that from the get-go.
So
Shield Master lets you use your shield. I think it imposes disadvantage on the attacker of someone within 5 feet of you.
No, that's protection from the Paladin fighting style.
Then Shield Master does something similar though. Shield Master lets
Shield Master it only affects yourself. I believe it adds your shield's AC to your dex saves and
proficiency.
Maybe I'm on crack. It's entirely possible considering it's 1 a.m.
And if he hits someone, he can use a bonus action to shove them to the ground. Like not shove them, like prone them.
I need to. I just forgot. I need to start adding the photos to the Discord channel so that Ileanys can add them to his map, right?
To everybody's map.
To everybody's map.
I've been spamming everybody, and they're like, there's some comments there that are probably
to the collective's map, to the collective. So let me find them in here, because you definitely want to have. You had the Baron in there. You figured out who the spy was. Oh, you need. Let me put her in there.
I need Vasily, Lady Factor.
There we go.
The spy was a very unlucky man.
And you saw. That guy that got bitch slapped a lot. But you also needed. Who else did you need in there? You needed. Who did you meet this game that I did not?
Someone new.
I don't think we actually.
No, we didn't make someone new. Yeah.
Never mind. I don't
Vasily.
suspect Lady Fiona anymore.
Oh, the Fiona and.
But you need Vasily, right? You didn't meet Vasily before, did you?
Oh, that's right. We have.
We did. We met Vasily.
Yeah, but do you have a picture? You don't have a picture of him in there.
Yeah, we don't have a picture of him.
Okay, so I'll put him in there.
And I have a question. Did they see the face of the son of the Baron or not?
No.
Yeah, because that would be.
We didn't open the door because we were scared it would explode on us. And also, we were kind of illegally sneaking around the house.
Yes. Holy
we
shit!
had like 5 minutes left.
Yeah, holy shit! Why? Why now?
Vasily kind of looks like a very slim version of Henry Cavill.
And I'm going to go in there and change in Ernst Larnock. There he is. He's in there.
I have a question, by the way, about my curse. Obviously, getting rid of that curse is going to be a priority. However, it occurred to me that maybe you gave me that curse specifically to offset that you gave me pretty powerful items very early on.
Actually, I didn't. I have I have 2 roll tables. One of them I got from DMS Guild, which were like more dark gifts or whatever. And so I had both of you guys roll, and that was the dark gift that you got. So.
Okay, yeah, well, I'm just saying if that was something that you tried to do to balance.
It was completely random.
Okay, fair enough. Because if it hadn't been random, I wouldn't have perhaps tried to immediately undo it because you didn't.
No, it was completely random. I think it was -2 during daylight, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So you're a vampire now.
But you can walk among the zombies and the skeletons and. I should shut my mouth. Did you share that with everybody?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So,
but the thing is, like, I can't really imagine a scenario where Herjann is just like, let me casually stroll through these abominations that I've sworn to destroy. It's like, let me pass for one of them. So I see it straight.
I mean, you disguise yourself among them, and you just start smiting. You know.
Well, yeah, but then as soon as I attack them, though, they're gonna turn on me.
Me finding out today that her head is also haunted. Yes, I'm not alone.
I mean, Herjann is not going to tell you what is haunting him for a long time, but sure.
Everyone doesn't know what the fuck is happening.
So did you? I'm looking in here. So you've seen Donica or when Marthakov.
It's just those 2. Other than unless one of the guards has a specific picture.
No.
I believe those are the only new characters that we've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Did we actually have a picture? Yeah, we have.
We have Ezekiel with the Baron, like, right. So
yes.
Have Janovich, Orwin.
I just want to say out to all those people watching. We have, I'm very happy. We had roughly 10 people watching, and they stayed on with us. They gave us some tips. John Feltz gave us some tips. Sima Crumb gave us some tips and some help. Michael Messinas said thank you. A lot of these people very much enjoyed the session, the live stream, and we really appreciate you taking the time to watch. I post videos at least every other day on my channel about Dungeons & Dragons or Foundry, and I'm still working on the streams, a couple little bumps, but I hope the streams get better for you guys, and for those people that are watching, if you guys have any suggestions, ideas, a module, you think I could do something better, I'm always looking to improve myself. So then, thanks again for watching. I really, really appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and shut off the stream right now and say goodnight to everybody. I'll join you guys on the Discord channel, but good night for all those people out there in YouTube land. Thanks for watching. We had a really great time, and a lot of it was because you guys are watching. Encourages me to do this. Good night.